Ladies and gentlemen, we got 6 teams out here today with 3 spots available. You know, there's going to be some disappointed faces walking away from this, but not ours. We got some great games on the cusp here in Series 6 in South America. I'm Get the Bag Mark. This is M&J to bring you this entertainment today. But dude, I got to tell you, I think we have a very, very nice one up to start. We got Nitro and Uno Mille.
Yeah, me too. Some interesting storylines here in terms of Uno Mille's recent form. Obviously, formerly that Vikings roster, for anyone that's thinking, who the hell are these guys? But yeah, a good team. Had a couple of good results yesterday. I think there's definitely some eyeballs on them and expectation to perform. But as it always comes, when you get into this 2-2 bracket, there's a lot to play for. The pressure's really on. And yeah, some teams crumble under it. Some teams thrive within it.
I gotta say that it's really this next step for both of these teams who have both sort of been competing alongside each other, right? Vikings been involved in these Season 2 South American affairs since Season 1. I think Nitro's first outing was in Season 3. But with both of these teams with measured success, playoff appearances, Nitro wanting to push that card for themselves, obviously, with the addition of their new IGL, you know, new is still in quotations there, with Lucas 1 back on the scene. But a playoff appearance for Lucas 1 to come in a South American CCT playoff invite appearance where we know M&J, there's going to be a lot of great teams fighting. We know that this Nitro squad is hungry for an Argentinian appearance.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It's always exciting to see Lucas in the server, isn't it? I mean, a legendary player, a major runner-up. I don't know how long you can sort of ride on that. It was, what, 8 years ago. But yeah, it's alongside his twin brother as well, which is awesome. It's a shame that they're not playing together anymore. But yeah, still a player that brings wealth of experience. And obviously coming in with that IGL role, it's... yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily like he's coming into a roster full of young players and sort of bringing that experience. They've still got an average age of about 25. Right. But that's something that actually really resonates throughout the whole of the South American scene. In terms of average ages, it's actually a lot older than Europe, which I'm not really 100% sure on the reasoning for why that is. But that is just how it is. So when you've got players like B-God, you've got players like Hap, yeah, 22 years old. It's actually quite young as far as sort of the average age of the entire tournament goes and still in sort of the early stages of their careers. So yeah, Lucas could definitely shape some minds. And as I say, Hap especially, a very, very good player, rocking some brilliant, brilliant results recently. But yeah, I'm excited to sort of break down these rosters a little bit further. Also see what maps we're playing. There's some parallels in terms of the veto. So I think we might actually get quite an interesting map pool for this game.
Yeah, probably one that is not going to be getting anything too spicy, as in our new 7th friend in the map pool. But you know what? That's going to go ahead and be okay. I actually haven't had the chance to cast train yet, M&J. I don't know about you. However, I got to wait for those affairs to become in order. But we take a look.
I actually did, just to jump in. To make history a little bit, I actually casted the first HLTV train game since it was reintroduced. Yeah, I know. So, yeah, my name will be in a book somewhere.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Perhaps in a rewind of some sorts. You know, you can get the place in my heart, but out here, it's the ex-Vikings, the new Uno Mille, to walk out here and actually with these rotated in players of Sorolzin and BNC in their last tournament that they were playing in. They were swapping out with other players, so to see these guys actually holding the rock. Sorolzin played for a number of teams that were playing in these online South American CCT competitions just with brief appearances. If this is something that's going to stick, and judging by them, you know, obviously sticking in their nose to ESL Challenger League with these two as their 4th and 5th, you got to see them writing it out for some time, because at 2-2, they've had to see some success.
Absolutely, yeah. And, well, the weird thing about BNC and Sorolzin, right? BNC is sort of currently on loan from Bounty Hunters, I believe. He was benched like a few weeks ago. Bounty Hunters we're going to be seeing up next. They're another team that are in this 2-2 bracket. And Sorolzin actually had a stint on Nitro last year. He had a couple of sort of periods on Furia Academy. And in between there through, I think, July to like October or something last year, actually played with that Nitro roster as well. So, yeah, a younger individual individual that's definitely got some talent. BNC, someone that's been around for a little bit longer for sure, and definitely proved his worth, rocking a 1.1 rating at the moment and playing very well. So, yeah, I'm excited to see these boys. We were talking in the pregame as well about their insane wins yesterday against Red Canids in Challenger League, right? They beat them back-to-back best of ones, and that's the team with Coldzera, Henny, a big new look squad that I don't think anyone was really necessarily expecting that result.
Yeah, I mean, obviously when you, the new addition was Phelps, right, onto that roster, and just with the addition of that namesake, that's why I bring it up, because even Venom Zera, at least in the kill feed, is definitely intimidating. Really good for them to, at least for the conversation that we were having, me questioning them, get a little bit of respect under their belts in that aspect where, honestly, been playing nice games throughout this CCT event, and have definitely had their challenges cut out for them in terms of their opponents. But you definitely question where exactly they started off kind of definitely on the wrong foot. They definitely got slapped around in their first game going 0-2 to Patina Stuff Ferrari just to begin, but you've been on a really good stretch back for this squad.
They certainly have. They're a team as well. And in fact, we'll talk about that in a moment. Let's jump over to the other side of things. I wanted to kind of dive into their maps a little bit, but we've got plenty of time for that. Over on the other side, Hap, Lucas1, who of course we've sung all the praises to, B-God, LCM, and Lelio. As I say, Lucas, a player with tons and tons and tons of experience. I think him coming into this roster is invaluable to this squad. And yeah, I mean, we've actually sort of got some head-to-heads in the past for these two rosters, and I think it's kind of teed up to be a fairly close game. I'm sort of somewhat leaning to Mille. I do think they have a little bit of an advantage today. But as I said when we came into this, right, it's the 2-2 bracket. It's the sort of scenario where your backs are against the wall. Everybody just starts swinging their arms around and hoping for the best. And I think that, yeah, you know, anything can sort of happen when you're in this sort of position.
Yeah, see if you can eventually try and land that punch. I think that this roster is definitely one that, on this back end, it's very exciting to, I mean, it's great to see Lucas1, but a guy, LCM, was with that Sensei, Patina Stuff, Ferrari roster, just kind of on that back end. I think the 26-year-old player, if he can find a good stride with some consistency on a team like this, then bam, you found your opper on a squad like this that can actually go ahead and have consistent impact. But, you know, we were looking at the 22-year-olds on one side. It's very great to go ahead and look at the other. You know, you were even talking about Hap, but where can these riflers actually go to work, right? If you're changing out the collar and the opper of this core, and that's what's continuing to develop, then that's going to be great. But we got to see actually where these guys are going to be hashing this one out. M&J, off to the veto we go.
Yes. Well, here's what I was saying when it came to these like interesting parallels. Neither team want to play train at the moment, and that kind of makes sense.
Womp.
I'm hoping that it'll be introduced. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I'm hoping the teams will start to sort of introduce it into their pools soon. But with the amount of Counter-Strike that's being played, the amount of tournaments going on, the amount of pressure to get these VRS points and whatnot, I don't think anyone's really willing to take that big risk. Now, what's interesting for me is that Mille almost always try and pick into Anubis, but knowing that Nitro are also a decent Anubis team, they actually went for a Dust 2 pick here, which leaves Anubis as that third decider. And ultimately, they're coming into a best of 3 where they almost have 2 map picks here, right? They've picked into Dust 2, but actually, if things don't go well for them on Nuke, then the third map is literally their best map. So I think they've got a little bit of an advantage here, especially when you factor in that they're going to be able to start off on their CT side of Nuke, which is a map that, yeah, they do play. They're okay on it. So I am definitely leaning towards them in terms of sort of who wins that veto. But Nitro have also got quite a deep pool and could definitely cause a bit of an upset, especially on Dust 2.
I mean, look to BNC to try and take control early if you can actually sort of light the match, so to speak, on a Nuke game where you can kind of take advantage of the experience that, you know, that Reels in has exactly been going on and been, playing with Remix on this core since March of last year, if I do recall correctly. So to absolutely just get that going on a Nuke, I don't exactly see that probably going their way, but very interesting back end that you give up, so to speak. You know, looking at this BO3 versus our other series that you and I are on today, I think both of these could sort of go 3, but waiting to see how these actually hashed out, it's definitely going to be very exciting here. And as this Nuke to show up at the beginning end of this series, sort of as an X factor, go ahead and do your best on it, and we can see if you could even just pull it out from under him.
Well, looks like we are ready to go live. In fact, not quite, because someone's just disconnected from the server. It's always the way, isn't it? It's always the way with South American CS. All right. Well, we'll twiddle our thumbs for a little bit longer, but at least you get some cool cinematic shots of the power plant. And there we go. He's back. He's back. So we should be ready to roll very, very soon. But as I say, if this comes down to 3, Uno Mille, I think, are going to be very, very comfortable going into Anubis, especially considering they'll get to knife for the sides and perhaps even start off on that T half, which they are very, very good on. Something like 64, 65% round win share there, which is pretty hefty. So, yeah, they're going to be feeling fairly confident going into this, but also, as I say, CT side and Nuke, there's a chance they could just snatch their opponent's pick from under their feet and get this done in 2 bites. They've been on good form. I think they're going to be feeling confident. But I hear clicks in the chat. It's not really a bad sign.
R question mark?
Yeah, I think
that's what's being sent, hopefully. Although we're going to eventually get this thing all the way through. I'm not even going to bring this up into the air. Versus that Patina Stay Ferrari roster, it was the previous IGL of Nitro that disconnected, and it was a great showmanship of sportsmanship in South America when it was that Patina Stay Ferrari roster that gave them, I believe it was 10 minutes, their full freeze time to get that player back. It was at a very, very interesting point in the game, M&J, where you couldn't exactly cancel. And it was great, but it was that Nitro roster, that Patina Stay Ferrari roster, excuse me, that took advantage of that. And then it was that IGL that reconnected there right at the end, but Nulks couldn't do much with 1 round to play, reconnecting at 12. And maybe that's not where we sit in this, dude. Be chilling here for a moment. Everybody's in, but we're going to make sure it's good to go, because it's a 2-2 match, M&J, and nothing is going to be able to break this. Also, nothing can break your style, dude. I love that shirt you're wearing today, my friend.
Thanks, man. Right, okay. It's got crabs on it. You can't really see, but they're little crabs. It's Paul Smith. It's very nice. I got it for really cheap in TK Maxx. So, yeah, I'm not ashamed.
TK Maxx?
Yeah, I know.
It's called just TJ Maxx over here, bro.
I know it is.
That's
I know
crazy.
it is. But I'm not gonna adhere to you. I was gonna say TJ Maxx, and I was like, no. We call it TK Maxx here. But yeah, no. I'm not ashamed. I love it. It's cool.
That's great.
Thanks. But yeah, I'm a big fan of, you know, a bit of sportsmanship. It actually happened.
I love ducking to that tail, because that's like the one time anything like that has happened to me. I probably told that on a broadcast like 10 times. You know, it's great. Probably even with you. Like, it's a fun tale, but I love to bring it up as in like bringing good energy to a moment like that, because it seems that we are still at a standstill, and at least we could be happy about it.
Yeah, and I think that that's something, you know, whether it be lovely sportsmanship and teams and players just really sort of looking out for each other, or whether it be a little bit of a, especially with the state that the game's in and whatnot, it happens to everybody now. So it's like, if you mess with us, we'll mess with you. You know, I feel like there's a little bit of like rivalry. I've heard this between teams where if there's a certain team that, you know, don't give you that extra bit of time, or they don't allow you to reschedule and stuff, when they're the ones having problems, it's like, no, screw those guys. They didn't give us the time last time, so we're going to default them, kind of thing. So yeah, but you always love to see it either way. We're ready to get back underway though here onto Nuke, and well, kicking things off in the pistol round. Uno Mille, of course, on their CT side, and 2 pairs of Julies to try and stop this, but it's BNC to draw first blood.
And there, they just crunch so well there onto Mini. Already see Remix there up top. We'll see if he can even get in back to the situation. Rielson trying to set the edge with ZMB. This is where they look to just have that crack. He does get out of the vent, and he stays alive for that moment in a 2v2 M&J. The bomb is not even down, so you can extend very important kill that is found on a B-God, but Lucas 1 turns it into a 1v1, and you stare down the barrel. It's Remix on the other side, and he takes your head off. Mille, they start off fast.
Jeez, time to kill on those last few jewels were absolute filth. No one wasting any time or shots. So sometimes the way in the pistol round, right? It's a little bit scrappy. You're shooting either side of the head. We saw that with the Lucas jewel, but everything from this point forward, it's bang, and then returned right back to sender. No wasted time. And a clean recovery from Mille. Brilliant to deny that bomb plant as well. Not only just giving them that space to work with, but also denying the cash here for Nitro. Has to be a full eco out of it. As a result, 4 SMGs on the CT side. Try and rack up a bit of cash here.
Flooded through the smoke. Looked like there was a player back red. It's VNC that opened it up in that previous round, but now you're just funneled into Remix on that M4. Goal is to just keep him alive, and at this distance, he dials off with the P250 and even pulls in 2 from that exchange. They only survive, or only rather lose 1. Mille gonna be just okay with that, M&J.
It's a little bit awkward that Remix gets the lion's share of the kills there. Everyone else has gone for those SMGs for the kill reward, and he's robbed 3 of them. 2 with a P250 as well. Either way. Up against the buy here. Nitro have an opportunity. They've got the rifles out. Meanwhile, there's still 3 MP9s on the other side. They seem to be going about this pretty quickly, right? This is textbook South American CS. Very pacey. Elio looked like he was hungry for an opening duel there towards Hut. Does tap the brakes a little bit. A lot of early util deployed, but no damage really dealt yet.
Yeah, but you see that top hut molly come down. That's a spell of a hit, and right there, it's Hab just on the other side of that smoke. But Nitro, I'm not sure they actually have the resources to try and survive and lie in the cut during a pump fake, because you can't exactly go ahead and just rethrow this A execute. Now you're going to have to take advantage of what they've pulled. Yeah, they only have 1 flash left, so go ahead and muscle it out at ramp.
I mean, yeah, that's a strange one. That's a little bit of a strange one. Now coming in, still on a 5v5. Time pressure's on. There's no utility left. And any rotations that Mille had pulled are now starting to rethink this and rotate. But muscling out at ramp might actually be a little bit of an overstatement, because no one's home. They can take it for free. Instead, routing back into lobby. And Mille still actually teed up and ready for this.
Guess they do go for the A hit again eventually. But when? You're sticking on to 25 now, so it's all on the hit of B-God. They're going for the contact play, but CMB is screaming from the top of Hut. There, he's just got 2 in the deck, so Rolson stays alive, but he probably needed to just survive. Here, Remix, he's going to play that same game. A player down into the vent, but you actually do have time to go for the plant. Now you have that swing, and you plant his body down into site, and you tell him to stay there. That's 3 in a row, and a red-hot CT start.
Feels like Nitro really put unnecessary pressure on themselves there, don't they? I mean, I don't mind the idea, the initiative behind saying, yeah, we're going to go for a fake A take and then slow things down, re-aggress later in the round when maybe they're second guessing, maybe they over-rotate down to B, but Mille didn't fall into that trap at all. They stayed put, they kept their default alive, and Nitro just going in dry. Jules 1 for 1. It's okay if they had a little bit more time on the clock. I think they could have maybe done something with that. But considering they didn't pull the trigger until 20 seconds, when things didn't easily go their way, and when things were sort of trading, went down into a 2-on-2, rather than prioritizing those duels or prioritizing maybe taking that step back and maybe entertaining the idea of dropping down to B, they couldn't do so. It was just throw yourself at the site, try and get that bomb planted, right? That thing's really tricky. Either way, pistols out. Max loss bonus to come in the next, so they can buy down to the $1,000 mark. This is a very good start from Mille.
I would imagine that Nitro are simply just going to try and get down on it again. They have these Tech 9s with a little bit of a burst to go. Are just kind of standing toe and contacting late into this ramp. LCM just swallows that nade. Reels in, has this contact, but he stands strong. That flash whizzes past, but reels in, he's going to have to relocate. They're not exactly on his backside, continuing into J-Hall, where they're going to be challenging Remix. Maybe a little bit caught here in this position, but is good for that second frag, and Lucas1 gets that first in. Can he get the second? He does on the P250.
Oh, that is gross. It was perfectly played on that from Reelsin, but that all going awry. Lucas has now picked it up. That's his third kill of the round, and he only started it off with a P250, 2v2. And 2 players low on health, 1 on each side. This is actually plausible for Nitro. 1 on their backs as well. ZMB is on a little bit of an adventure. I like this.
Oh, he's going to get the perfect timing. Ooh, but Lucas1 has it even an inkling better. On for the ace. Got to make sure you hit the deck at a pace. Gets that bomb down as he is the player stuck on the floor. Contact made, and it is a blank full ace for Lucas1 to pull Nitro into this game with both hands as he rips off all 5 fingers from Mille.
In an eco round of all places as well. This is filth, and I'm going to be honest, it's on BNC there. As much as when somebody aces against you on an eco round, it seems crazy to put blame on one specific individual, but I'm going to do it right here. BNC, a whiff of a lifetime. He's going to be kicking himself that he couldn't find that one. All just falls apart one by one. But hats off to Lucas. He's done incredible work. As the man calling the shots, and the ship was sinking, he steers it back on course, takes the reins. And it actually puts Mille in a weird financial position here as well, despite winning 3 on the bounce. A couple of them were fairly expensive, so there really isn't any money for them to work with. They'll be on double eco, they're going to force it up. Yeah, a couple of rifles, a few pistols. It's not going to be great.
Even just considering the fluff of the scope that comes through there can really just be that close in a difference. So why not go for the force, I think, is what they're questioning, when the risk, rather the reward, is honestly going to be so great if they can come back and get this thing back at their own wits 4-1 and, catch themselves as they're falling. LCM does have this big green toted up now, and he's already hunting outside, though nobody is really peeking around to start. Sorolzin looks like he wants to go for the repeat into heaven here, but now ZMB goes, and he taps with this M4, but probably should have had that second. He's clear, decked by LCM, and he continues on to Mini, but is he going to be caught here by this anger on Sorolzin? Gets the barrel and takes the shot. M&J could continue for another, but is decked.
Yeah, bold to the wide peak. I love this angle from Bigot. I'm not sure if he can find both out of it. Reelsin, very quick to react. Love that. Back into the 2-on-2. Reminiscent of what we saw last round. It's the low buy that's working. 2 AKs here on Nitro. A little bit split up. Reelsin, of course, position known. Leo, cautious. Knows that he's probably around red somewhere. This duel, absolutely everything.
What?
Pre-aim, the pre-fire. He's far too wise to be caught out by that one. Now all on to BNC.
Oh, this is a great timing you can find. Just in the rough, it is a gem, but he leaves it there, and he waits for it to develop. M&J, he could find it all right here as he hops up, sees the back of Hap, but a half second too late. And Nitro have the second on their plate. That's a great continuation on from the ace from Lucas1, but it still takes them to the very late in the round, even against that force. However, you're going to be resetting your opponents, and now it's just all going to seem like a breeze.
Jeez, yeah, again, it cannot be stressed enough here, the timing on that one, Hap. I'm not sure if he spins around out of sort of a little bit of fear of, actually, maybe there could have been a timing, or whether or not he hears the step and just insta-reacts, but either way, split second would have made all the difference there. 5-7 could have just nipped that one in the bud. Full eco now, scoreline will tie up, and here for the T side of Nuke. And given that opportunity, worth its weight in gold. USP is aggressive into ramp. Might be able to isolate the lobby player. That's Hap. Timing, everything. Little jiggle. Spots one. Don't think he's going to expect more around the corner, but as they charge him down, 2 for 1. Not too shabby here for the CTs.
The NC gets to recover the AK. It depends if they are going to eventually crunch all the way down from heaven, within range of actually looking to kind of crawl this back. So there has to be an emphasis of pace here by Nitro in order to not be beat to that punch, and they have one in that aspect. Bomb going to go down, and we're actually going to see if that rifle is going to have any hint into the flavor of the end of this thing, where the pistols look to season.
Sort of still like entertaining the idea of going for this. I think for BNC, getting up on top of the roof, he's already made his mind up. He wants to hold on to this AK. It's just whether or not Rills in and Remix want to be bodyguards and protect the president, or whether or not they want to try and throw themselves at some exit frags. Perhaps catch another rifle. Seems to me. Like, that is Remix's plan. Rills in's just been sent to an early grave. They've got nothing to lose, so they might as well try and do a bit of damage. And there you go. You have Remix charging him down. Might go down to the bomb here. Yeah, he will. Unlucky. Either way, that's a fairly clean round from Nitro, only giving up the one rifle.
Very interesting tie. Gonna see Remix invest all the way back in, and I honestly, like, I can't not bring this up anymore. I don't know that I was not on my phone for, like, the 30 minutes before this game, like, getting ready to go, eating my food, whatever. I just found out that Shuhei just got benched on Mao's M&J. Did you hear about this?
I did not. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes me
crazy.
sad.
Crazy stuff. I read that a round and a half ago. That's how long I could hold it in. But Nitro, they're going to be not holding in for very much longer. At 1:35, going for this A hit. Similarly, they're pacing the pistol, yet they hit like brass. There's a Lilio. He's going to get those 2 kills. Oh, behind the molly. LCM, it doesn't even matter. Hits him just as hardly as the op. But Reels in, he's going to be through this, and then he didn't even hear the drop. But he had to get the completion on that second kill. Finally does. Out with the P2K. We'll see if he's able to do much here, but it is a 2v2. And now Hap has pulled the consideration back over to their side. A nice work by Nitro, but gotta give some respect over for the bodies put on the line by Uno Mille.
Jeez, it's such a flip-flop of a round, right? These initial entries, look at Lelio, so crisp. Even this one, the flick up out of LCM. And then after that, it was such a mess. Nobody heard the drop. Nobody was ready for it. A really awkward duel. And then, yeah, you see this final kill. Ugh. Ego lucky that he pulls down enough. A stray bullet just flicks up, pops the head, but gets very scrappy there in the end of the 2v2. Nitro will take the lead though. Uno Mille calling a little bit of a pause. This is not going so well. Max loss bonus to come in the next, so they will go for some kind of force buy. It's not going to be anything too substantial though. Probably just pistols and armor. Any kind of damage they can deal. But they have well and truly lost control of this map. They came out of the gates hot. They were looking very strong. I thought they might just sort of steamroll this first half. Very quickly, they lost that momentum.
It's a slippery slope. Definitely can admit that. However, they had their chances. Unfortunately, were just too much for coming on at the very correct time. Took a hell of a hero play by Lucas One. But obviously, you got to give respect to Nitro for operating in close circumstances from there on forward. Able to thrive in the chaos, where we're going to have to see if that's going to be true for Uno Mille up the stretch when they actually do have a hint about them. But just like Lucas One did stretch up, I'm not calling for an ace round that of anybody in particular, but there's not much emphasis behind these Deagles. We're going to have to see if they're going to be in the right position to shine in the late round.
Slow stuff here again. Nitro finally starting to find a pacing that works for them, right? First couple of rounds, they just threw themselves at the bomb sites. The third. Too slow. BNC, what a shot to get the ball rolling. Unfortunately, a rifle that won't be retrievable just yet. He might actually get aggressive and try and play inside hut for it. B-God, perhaps the next on the chopping block instead. Yeah, sees the barrel, capitalizes. Back to a 4v4. Not for long.
And they keep it going, but this exchange could quickly turn over. They flipped it onto the other side of the pan. Here they go, hitting him with it. Lucas won. He's the next victim, and he's been chopped down. We were talking about a heroic play, but I didn't think we would get it. There's Mille just shutting me up, and we're back in a tied game. But they got to be able to hold on to this the same way that Nitro were able to put 3 rounds in a row on top of that, rather 4. Now you see the answer to it. We'll see if they are able to get this going. It's a very nice individual start for most of these players, so we'll see if they're just able to pick themselves back up.
You know, I also just got a text from my girlfriend that Shui's been benched on Miles, and she was like, what? Unbelievable.
For Visions not aligning, or some reason or another given in the statement, where I know there's even a lot of people discussing maybe an interview he gave recently where he expressed pleasures, of how the project was feeling.
Huh. Maybe. I feel like, you know, they always, like, sugarcoat
They always
stuff.
do that.
They always do that thing where it's like, oh, yeah, well, nothing against, like, him as an individual or his performance. It's just visions not aligning or something, you know. That's such, like...
Right. It's corporate speak.
lingo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. A shot remix. Starts things off nicely again for Mille. An advantage, but a lot of space given outside here. Peek out from heaven.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll just get a little bit of information. Not going to give LCM another opportunity.
Reposition down below, though. Looking to try and find off something within those windows. That flash to set it up past Unbreakable. May just keen for that, but I think he did op somebody in a spot holding this at the beginning of the half. Gonna definitely be round to check it if you end up getting on that crack, but Nitro sit back and they wait for something to just stick out like a sore thumb from the CT side. That opening kill they did grab, but goodness me, BNC's decision to not re-peek there golden, and that's how they hold on to this man advantage. Talk about this corner. That's exactly where they see Sorolzin, and now they've decapitated him. I think they turn up the pace now with 35 to go.
They're just baiting the shadow top of main as well. All that time, Sorolzin's waiting for the drop. And even though his crosshairs lined up for the peak on the right-hand side, he's just not quite ready for it. Lucas, big headshot onto BNC. The second vent player needs to go huge. Instead, it's Lucas with another transfer up into heaven. Wrap around. Oh, this is the shot. Alelio will just chime in. Shut it down. Ort recovered as well. Nitro will snatch the round back. And yeah, Alelio a little bit late to the party, but still shows up with a bang.
Another tech pause, but it's all good. We just roll through this when we get it. Apparently, it's a microphone issue. Got to be able to voice your reasoning in your thoughts. Darth Mike.
Oh yeah, I like him.
Oh, that Darth Mike. He can rock a stage, that guy.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Love that dude. Great guy, Philadelphia. Go Birds. What more can you say? In the server, though. I mean, Mike's working out there in Philly. The mics are not working right now from somebody's side. We'll find out who. However, I was going to try and serve that up as some sort of IGL pun in terms of Shuhei. Gosh, that's insane. I mean, are we going to see him in an ugly G2 jersey soon? I mean, surely.
Maybe. That could be the shout. They love chopping and changing at the moment.
They do.
I don't know, though. I don't know. It'd be interesting to find out what the real reasoning was behind that move, because performance-wise, it doesn't really make sense, does it? He's
what North American organization has got some money to burn, baby? I tell you what, none of them.
Sure.
Hopefully somebody's got a bank account kind of hidden back there, some new investment. I think Nip just got some new investment too. We need some cash so we can go ahead and sign greatest player ever. No need to get too much into where that actually came from. Here's Remix getting that again. Another opening pick just quickly at the doors. He is just bullied by those nades and is down to 3. Could quickly be caught by those spams, but he knows he's in danger. He's going to try and hop up. There's another kill back-to-back at this door. Nitro just can't get away from it.
His hot spam's not doing a lot of damage, but when you're on 3 HP, you've got to be careful. That's a slam dunk of an aid as well. Not quite going to finish off Sorrel's in, but gets him down low enough. A 2-man advantage, but only barely, right? 12 HP between the two survivors of their own duels.
Me when I play top hut with the op.
It's a bold move.
Quite a spot.
Yeah.
It might work for him here. We'll see if he ends up getting the chance. Goodness, I hope so.
It's such a one and done, but when you're on 3 HP, I kind of respect it, right? It's like an off angle that you never expect that AWPer to be on, and he might just pop the shot.
They're trying for something. You want to get it back for free. You're even getting a return all the way from Big Garage there by BNC, and he's not stopping. But you may have decided to, at least on this A attempt. Here goes the backstab, but ready for it is Reelsin. What a read he has found. And now the bleed from ramp, his head taken off, so he won't be able to feel any of it. However, this is just the save from Nitro written all over it.
Yeah, great awareness there. And it's very difficult to be playing 3 angles at once when you're towards ramp and you're saying, all right, I've got to worry about them coming in through vending trophy. I've also got to worry about them wrapping around from outside. And I've also got to worry about the fact that we have no outside control, and they might have even gone down secret, and they're actually out on the B site. And he wasn't close enough to hear that squeaky door open. So, yeah, a little bit awkward, but deals with it nicely, plays in the perfect position for it as well. 5-5. Couple of players surviving there actually sort of forces them into a bye here for Nitro. And not getting that loss bonus on those 2 guys with the rifles. So pistols and armor out on the rest. And going into the final couple of rounds of the half here, this is a big commitment. They could really do with it working.
Again, where do they commit? This is a big one given over by ZMB. They're at the start, trying to go for that push. Even getting 1 rifle back, but Vallejo left on 12. You gotta go ahead and just double tap on this, but BNC around the corner. They're not done with this fight yet, but there you're swinging into the back of the head as well. Partnered in from ramp, and that is where it starts. You even got to recover from hut. There's LCM finally getting that slice back, M&J, but it's a 2v2, and honestly, a quite winnable one. This timing could get one or the other. Just caught, missed shot, escaping with his life, but they're tripped up.
If they can't get this over the line, it's going to be that missed AWP shot that was the root cause, but Reelsin saves the day. And with just 22 points of health, picks up a 3-piece, recovers that sniper. Gets it over the line for Uno Mille. It's going to be 6-5. And I love this coordinated aggression. This is absolutely perfect. Just keeping the heads on a pivot. Either way, I mean, at the end of the day, 5 rounds in the half out of Nitro is not bad at all for the T side of Nuke.
Nope.
They've had their opportunities for more. They've been unable to take them.
And I don't put a lot of emphasis on round 10, but the kill that Reelsin finds, turning around, get that read into ramp, they're a perfect timing into heaven, back-to-back, huge impactful kills, nade coming through, B-God removed. BNC with the opening frag there that you're going to see if this is actually pulled, double flash out from hut, and right here ZMB can just pick who he wants to just get out of this thing. 5 alive, Une Mille, they just sweep him off the board with everything here at the end of the CT side. They got a 2-round advantage, M&J, but Nitro have showed that even that thin veil of rounds can be quickly destroyed, but a pistol round to determine that in the second half.
And Mille have done very well just to regain that control, right? They started off very well. They quickly lost it. It was a couple of close rounds. This one was one right there in the replays as well. Just those pistols almost getting it over the line for them, but a lot of scrappy situations, a lot of awkward duels, a lot of real crisp ones as well. Here we go, like back underway. If they can win this T-side pistol round, they will be right on course to close out their opponent's map pick and go into Dust 2 with their heads held high. If they don't, this scoreline will be set to tie up. And we will once again have a game on our hands. BNC expecting a bit of aggression. It's not going to come. Lucas is round the corner, though. The other side of Hut on Tetris with the Julies, ready and waiting to pounce.
Here they go for it, right out towards A. Lucas 1 gone. B-God back at the site, 1 and done. Continuing it up to heaven, and this cookie continues to crumble. Out for the CT side, so rolls in. He even just threads that needle around the corner, and Leleo's left with the punch that he doesn't even know has hit the rest of the team. He's down below, and in a 1 versus 4, probably not even going to attempt this until it's too late.
So you know what's kind of wild here, right? It's over a very small sample size. It's only over 4 maps. But, yeah, the Uno Mille boys actually do better on their T side here on Nuke by quite a decent share, which is interesting. That's something that's very rare, to be honest, for this map. I do think it's balanced out a little bit in CS2, and we have seen that sort of disparity in terms of the sides even out a little bit, but it's quite a scary stat line, to be honest, if you're Nitro going into this second half at a deficit now of 3 rounds. On the CT half, no real justification to go for a force buy here either. They had very little success out of that pistol, just a single kill and 1 more as a result of that bomb explosion. Uno Mille coming in with the rifles, a couple of MAC-10s.
And I think it does say the opposite on our HUD, but understand that this is Nitro's map pick, right? And you take away this Lucas 1 ace into them picking up the pace in that first half, then what exactly did this Nuke game come out to unfold to be? We'll see if they end up having a legitimate effort here in this second half. Here they're stacked up, not really going in for this force like Uno Mille did, but we'll see if they do end up finding anything on this. Maybe just a little bit too low around that to actually get the bit, but they know where likely down towards B this thing is going.
The smoke screen up. They can make a decent guess, but the spam's through it. Absolutely criminal. Uno Mille say, you know what, let's not even waste our time going down to B.
Oh, man.
Just bring the fights to them, and absolutely relentless. Not even a single casualty. A lot of damage dealt, so rolls in. Sponging bullets, but gets out of there with 9 HP and an AK. 9 rounds on the board for Uno Mille. They're 4 away from the finish line. And this feels like a must-win round for Nitro.
It doesn't even seem that great for him. You know the game that you're going to have to play. The position that they're in is the one that they've set themselves up to get. However, with these M4s, we'll see what they do concoct right here at the start. But without those casualties, you're not exactly replacing those MAC-10s. We're going to see where Uno Mille look to try and get a little bit fishy kind of up that stretch. But you see sort of towards the beginning of this, Nitro, they take a very standard approach. They still have 3 smokes left in these pockets in order to just recycle this on this squeaky door. But again, it's Uno Mille who look to put this setup outside in order to get whatever advantage to get them their 10th round.
Going for the rotation down the vent. Preemptively. The smoke's deployed outside. BNC on the cross. Will be met with no resistance once again. Nitro playing a very, very passive outside setup. Just one in deep garage. But Hap already down here on the stairs, ready to play whack-a-mole as the heads poke over. But he needs to be crisp, and with the A1S, he needs to pop 2 bullets into the noggins. And his own has been seen, but there's the first.
Hap, right place, right time, top and right in front of control. Has to try and relocate and get out of danger. Does a pretty good job of extending his half-flight there in the lower bomb site, but Remix reels in, is now re-equipped, can try and get this back up, but the current challenge is to fight, as that bomb is going to go down at Astralis, so at least you're getting a couple of drops in the bank. Reels in, will probably not get one more frag here. B-God just stabs right in. So Nitro, they not only get this 6th round, but they survive with 4, and this is going to be a great setup for investment going forward on their CT side to hopefully get off and have that graceful effort that we talked about, M&J. This is the start.
And this is so sick from Hap. You know, if he goes down without a fight there on that initial contact in secret, it's round over. The fact that he finds that kill, his pathing's brilliant. He's able to get back onto the bomb site, take another as they entry out. Not only does it swing the numbers in their favor, but actually just buys time for those rotations. It's perfectly played. It was a little bit of a bonus round out of Uno Mille. They will come back with the rifles out, 4 AKs and AWP. And a good shot to claw this back. HG outside. A lot of damage onto BMC. Jeez. That's okay. Remix has taken it back.
Just found LCM outside. Big opening play, but again, this has just been a force that you have not been able to stop at any point of the contact by Uno Mille. Last time headed outside in the late round. Again, sort of right as the Band-Aid is ripped off the start of this, it's LCM and the rest of that space gone. But this is where you have one of the extremities pushed up a little bit further. Leo is going to be right here all the way tucked into the back of Trophy, where they will not be expecting him to at least try and fry in one of these players.
Minute on this clock. Uno Mille been a lot slower with their approach here since the side shift. Lelio, though, look at this angle. There's no way that Rilzin clears this, surely. He's expecting some aggression, but he's not expecting it to have already come. Oh, not he emerges around this corner, and he will. None the wiser. Lelio going for the trigger discipline here as well. He's surely not going to try and slip through and walk past. He's just going to hold the head. Hope that he gets a 2-for-1 special. This is so well played. Oh, and he's going to get it.
He is. Walking in. Does he light him up? And he takes them both down, M&J, like bowling pins. There towards Trophy. Auto way of work towards it. Now that Molly is going to be down in the vent, so they're not going to have that backup out from U-Haul. That's why they keep their eyes on him. But running through the fire, Nitro are going to be free through that vent right here. Remix is gonna not be expecting that. Doesn't matter. He's got that flick up. We got a player backed up towards door. But the original fight was here. It was up towards U-Haul where you were separated towards the beginning. Now fighting through it. It was that player served up for it. But half M&J. Does he get in right for that flick? It's Remix again.
Not like this after such a brilliant start in the round from Lelio. The rest of the troops crumble. And ZMB and Remix pull off an incredible recovery. Look at this. He's so patient with it. Trigger discipline rarely lasts more than a couple of seconds. This one, he held his finger over the trigger for a good 15, maybe 20. It paid off for a double, but his teammates weren't able to convert. Uno Mille hit double digits, and interestingly, they're the ones to call the pause here. Mistakes were made.
Chill off after a round like that?
Yeah.
Goodness me. Go ahead and maybe crown your Lucas 1 play of the Uno Mille T-side effort. Go ahead and really just kind of turn that around, just in the sense that right when they needed to just drive away with this, denying that confidence, that little bit of maneuverability that you get off of a 6 CT-sided round. We'll see if that does carry on forward. So rolls in to just try and back up into this CT side, into this hut as we get going at the start of this round. But that nade flies through, that Molly to push him in. We're going to see if he's actually forced to take this fight on to Lucas 1. However, he does go searching.
Good stuff from Lelio. This is something we haven't actually seen throughout this entire map so far. So whilst it's normally fairly common, might catch Uno Mille off guard here. It's sort of been conditioned into not having to check for it. I'm very passive though. Barely left the T spawn. A minute 15 on the clock. Have they left something behind? No, okay. They're just setting up for the util. Ready to press into this A site.
That's that late outside set again. It does draw respect. B-God does go back for it, but Lucas 1, he's finding kills, he's getting hints like this, but are they going to be even in position to stop this? It's a little bit of respect given out towards the door, the Gree group, and now you're just seeing the sitting duck fall from heaven. You've got that frag, you've got the entire site as well, and you've likely got your hands on 11. However, hurt is ZMB. These smokes about to fade. However, B-God and Hap, they're seeing themselves away.
Yeah, it has to be done. They'll back on out, despite the kind of itchy fingers that you get in rounds like this to go for it. The money is dire right now for Nitro. If they can hold on to these weapons, they'll have the opportunity to drop a couple into the next and perhaps make some kind of serviceable buy work. But it's going to be 11 rounds here for Uno Mille. It's their opponent's map pick. They've got Dust 2 up next and Anubis as a buffer if needed. But right now, they're looking far and beyond the better side here on Nuke. They're starting to find momentum. They're starting to find their groove.
Yeah, you can certainly tell from all the way over here, at least from I'm sitting M&J. Because it's very interesting, right? And particularly, I think I cheer on a guy like Sorolzin, who is seemingly having a good bit of impact as one of the cogs in this machine getting going. Obviously, you've seen big plays from ZMB, what BNC is obviously advertised to go ahead and just try and get off. But in the time that this guy did see his hand over to just a brief appearance in that Game Hunter's uniform, right? When he did sub in for Patina Stav Ferrari, it wasn't that impressive from the guy. He's been getting warmed up in more officials. He's been getting back, finding his groove, really looking good, had great performances last night versus Red Candons, and right now is a part of this Uno Mille core that is not to be reckoned with at the moment.
Such little in terms of firepower from Nitro. They opt to not buy around the save weapons. They're going to allow Uno Mille instead onto 12. Try and play for 6 in a row to take it to OT. It's a bold call. It's a bold move. Limited options and desperate times. All score for desperate measures. Smoking to squeaky. Slower stuff again from Uno Mille. They know that there's not going to be a lot of util on this CT side. They're only going to have to wait it out for a minute or so for it to be depleted. Now comes the outside execution.
There's nothing right behind it previously. However, these positions were selected earlier than that. It's an MP9. They're going to have to deal with the horns on the other side, but they do get into this contact to almost free territory. The double up on A. It's going to be very nice to just swallow up here onto the ramp, have a nice drop in down below where it does look to be where it's headed. Lucas 1 to drop where you do already have LCM in position. We'll see if they can get in front of this. Rather, that's Hap at control. And they are just wary about it. 25 seconds. You can have cold feet now.
No, look, it's the call from BNC. He said, I'm in main. I know that there's one top part. He's just going to swing, take the duel with the player on site. B-God only good for one. That's huge out of Remix. And Lucas on a desperate rotation, caught with his pants down on the ladder. And it comes down to LCM and Hap. Of course, the call has to be made, I guess, to save this for Mass. For LCM, he's got nothing to lose. But surely not a whole lot to gain either. It'll be 12 rounds here. Yeah, he's in a decent position to perhaps catch an exit, but doesn't even look like that's going to be their exit path. They'll play it safe. Don't let any rifles fall into enemy hands. Back off into their own spawn. That is a great round again.
Honestly, really impressive work. The concept that you're able to even pull that plug confidently, ready to go with BNC sinking into mini with 25 seconds to go. Risky, but when you're sure, you're sure. And having that ability to call on the fly just like that is what is going to make you a very dynamic T-side, especially when you're trying to bring the elbow down here at the end of this game. The strongest buy that Nitro are going to be able to get their hands on to this point, but as you spelled it out, it's practically the red carpet set out for Uno Mille, and in order to try and turn out this best of 3 and a 2-0 in order to their end, we're going to have to see how this does conclude. If round 19 is where this thing does look to end, because Dust 2 and Anubis, we know how those are going to be a little suspect. Right now, it's the ramp player that is just going to be chopped down with little resistance. Here at the start of this one, M&J, it could be the beginning of the end on Nuke as Uno Mille descend to the lower bomb site.
There's awkward movement from BNC to actually get onto Silo, and with Hap getting aggressive outside, could have gone a long way. Probably would have merited him an early kill, but they got given the opportunity on ramp instead, down towards B, and with all the space in the world, I'm surprised they haven't got this bomb planted yet. We're going to sniff out another before committing, and B God is down here towards single, but smoke posted. Another one to follow it. Remix. Eventually should start tapping in these digits. He will. They've got a man advantage on a post-plant situation to close out their opponent's map pick.
He sits strong on it. B-God turns the corner. Oh, and Hap just going to be right behind this. Good find. He can get on the BNC here, so a little bit of solace as you do iron out one more of these wrinkles, but you got to take care of the rest of the shirt. Right here, you at least clean up into the dirt of double. Right here, it's going to be a little bit more trouble as you move up to control, but you at least wipe off one of those stains, but it's ZMB making a couple of more, and they're damn red. As the 13th comes down in your head, it's Uno Mille that is going to be taking Nitro's map pick of Nuke at the beginning of this series, 13-6.
Wow, wow, wow. It felt a little bit closer than that, didn't it? I feel like 13-6 makes it seem like a stomp. It doesn't particularly do that map justice, but ultimately, Uno Mille looked like the better side, didn't they? A lot of momentum, a lot of confidence, and I wouldn't be surprised if that carries over into Dust 2 as well. We'll have to wait and see, but that was an impressive showing out of them.
That was really great work and a big recovery that they had in that first half based off of that stretch of rounds that you get up off of the Lucas 1 ace. It was 4 in a row that, you know, you kind of tear on that, and I think 5 to 7 is where you actually do sort of pin that in the middle, but it was 2 for 2 on those pistols, and it's kind of hard to win a game when you're sort of in a groove like that. You kind of moved on, and in the second half, there was some space to really argue for how that does become a little bit closer, but until a stretch like that, and really how quickly it did finish out, it feels really close in the beginning of that, and you know that it is. But if there's not that ace in there by Lucas 1, then I'm concerned of what product that Nitro actually march in here and show. We're gonna have to see if they're gonna be relying on hero plays like that on Dust 2, where, I mean, if they play well enough, they're gonna be able to present them. Their aim's online, it's Dust 2.
Yeah, I guess so. But, of course, as I mentioned as well, Uno Mille just pulled out an awesome T-side. They clearly are actually pretty impressive there on T-side Nuke, which is somewhat unorthodox. But let's see if that can continue into Dust 2. We're going to go to a short break, folks. When we return in about 10 minutes' time, we will be back with our second map of the night. Don't go too far. We'll be just back in a jiffy.
a 13-6 smashing down there on Nitro's Mac Pip of Nuke. We've done it twice, but we'll see if Mille can run it out here now onto their own map pick of Dust 2. M&J with the red carpet kind of laid out for them, even with Anubis sort of as a safety net in this series. They're probably ready to bring it down 2-0 in Nitro. What led to that swift, I gotta say, edge in the second half on that Nuke performance?
Yeah, it was a bit of an interesting one, wasn't it? The second that they got that ball rolling on the T side, they just ran away with it. Now, it felt like they were in control on their CT half as well, but there were those hiccups. And I think, you know, when Lucas One found that ace on the eco round, I think that was kind of one of those real stopgaps where it just breaks you a little bit.
What are you going to do?
From exactly, right? Yeah. But it sort of breaks, it broke the money, it broke the momentum. I think it probably broke their confidence a little bit. And that's where sort of people start to till and blame starts to get thrown around and things like that. And I think sometimes that can sort of mess you up for a few rounds rather than just it being the one, especially if you don't have the money to sort of instantly force back afterwards. But yeah, they did just look like the better team there on Nuke. They definitely looked like the better team when they went over to their T side. Shouldn't have been the case, right? It was Nitro's map pick. It's one that they're actually pretty good on as well. But moving into Dust 2, it's going to be an interesting one, to be perfectly honest. It's a map that Mille have picked into. It's not their best map. They do normally opt to play Anubis, but they've had some decent recent results on it. Going into sort of the tail end of 2024, things weren't looking great there, but in the past couple of days, they've actually looked much better. They beat Players 13-9. They actually beat the Red Cannons yesterday here on this map, 13-10 as well. That's in a best-of-1 format, so you're banning until the final map. So it's not normally sort of your choice. It's the equivalent of having like a third decider. But yeah, they performed very, very well. And I think that the confidence for them, at least over these past couple of days for this map, is definitely there. I don't know sort of what their practice routine is in terms of their map pool, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is something that maybe they've been focusing on over the past week or two. And that's why it's sort of being introduced as something that's a little more of a staple in their pool.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be interesting even kind of looking it in from the other side as well, right? Where it's very much a Dust 2 that could be in other circumstances up to snuff for Nitro, where obviously they're going ahead and picking into a Nuke, where if that's to be the line in this sort of affair kind of at the, you know, beginning of their year, then sure. But that's the first time they've actually, within their last month, had a Nuke official. So you look to see if they're breaking off a little bit of rust there, but they've certainly had some nice looks on Dust 2, a team that they should be beating most of the time. Dusty Roots, they went ahead and had a pretty nice time against, but other than that, it's with the circumstances I mentioned of them kind of getting rolled and smoked in that first game, it's not too hot for them on any mark, because I gotta say, besides that Lucas 1 ace, it's like, what individual moment are we kind of hyping on here? And no B-God to be a guy that can really get loose. LCM, it's Dust 2. Way to get the scope out and go crazy. So there's still a chance to come back in this. It's Nitro. It's Lucas 1 with all this experience. We're going to see if they can try and reach around and get this pistol round where they weren't able to go ahead and get one versus Mille on Nuke.
The Jawlies are out again, this time not in pairs, just the single, but Sorrel's in, getting things rolling nicely.
Oh my
and,
gosh.
You know, wishful thinking out of you, Mark. Nitro go for a little bit of a curveball play, the triple aggression through mid, and they are sorely punished. However, the two remaining players are still here on B.
Right place, right time. Dooley specifically, but only getting one. That is ridiculous. Literally, Sorolzin rips the head of Vallejo at the end, but that's how Mille treated Nitro in that pistol round. Just decked when they clashed in middle, met up, and just absolutely stomped. These were amazing shots. Sorolzin, I just talked about him, picked up the 3K in totality.
Didn't look like anyone actually let go of W there, did it? Just
nope.
Full guns blazing, down middle, round through lowers, onto B. It's a wild setup as well, actually, out of Nitro to press 3 into mid and then the remaining 2 to sort of anchor on that B site. A bold call, a big commitment. They're going to put all 5 there now as well. This B site notoriously very difficult to retake here on Dust 2, so perhaps playing a very heavy early B defense is sort of their solution to that. For now, though, it is just an eco, so a 50-50. Throw your eggs into one basket. Hope that you can find a bit of damage. So far, not so good. Nuno Mille know what's up. They're going to send the MAC-10s hunting.
Yeah, the basket of upper B, and then the crosshairs rolls in, who is walked up all the way to long doors. We'll see how many he's able to pull on back from this, as honestly, he's gotten out worse for wear in the start of this, but it's all an alley-oop for Reelsin to come in here and just farm him up with the MAC-10. Let's see if he can really do some damage here. It's just a beauty when it actually gets going, flowing like water, just like this. You can even serve him up the ace, but CMB says, hell no, that's mine.
It's cruel. It's cruel when the match is on HLTV. All of these stats tracked and tracked forever, right? That's
yep.
A number that yeah, will always stay around, always go up your permanent record. But denied this time round. Either way, I think the vibes are high. I think they're feeling good. And the odds certainly show it as well from our partners over at Stake. 1.32 to 3.1. Nitro looking down and out. We're only just getting started here in the second map of the series. On the cross, Scout can't connect. Bonus round here for Uno Mille. They got 2 MAC-10s and that weaker sniper. Still playing with full force. This illusion that they pack a nastier bite. The teeth are sharper than they may seem.
The pack all still together here. Immediately opting to posture for a cat play. Maybe immediately taken off the menu for these next couple of seconds, unless you want to barrel through this smoke. Lucas One looks like he is intrigued to come back to this long corner, but in the meantime, Uno Mille don't get too excited about anything, keeping their eyes over at mid doors, keeping that option open for them to go ahead and easily back off of onto if they would like. But here go a couple of these smokes to be set up. This is where Uno Mille at 50 seconds are going to be investing their time and resources towards when they look to strike on the safe side.
Here it comes. LCM actually hasn't been mollied out. That goose molly doesn't go deep enough, so Rolzin will have to clear it, but he does, and he does for clinical precision. The MAC-10 as well comes in for another. And Hap gets the hell out of dodge. He's been seen as well as the information gained. A 2-man disadvantage. And the B anchors not rotating 1 inch. Rilzin already hunting as well. He'll hear Haps. They're going to try and chase him down before he gets into the comfort of his teammates. But again, a very good round out of Uno Mille. And that's with the bonus in play.
And this is like a very Nuke start that we're on to. It's round 4 about time. See Lucas One hero play, soaring over. Hap is only to just get 1 on that. It's a SMG that was let go of, so no stress about it. It's Uno Mille that took out 1 rifle. That's 1 less CT armed in this next when they look to just try and smash it in the next. But it would probably take a hero play like that. Doesn't seem to be a whole lot of life over on the Nitro side right now. So they take a timeout. They make sure to just adjust while they still can. Sandrum gets a word in if they would like, but this is where it needs to be turned around, right here at the start.
It certainly does. The last thing you want is to just lose control of a map before it even really gets going. They're back onto another buy, but LCM down to the scout. Util lacking on a couple, only a single kit as well. That's onto Hap, so certainly one without all the bells and whistles. As for Uno Mille, other than Remix, they are all rolling in cash. What's just happened there? Oh, okay, right. They've done a little bit of economy rejigging to actually make sure that he does have a bit of cash behind him. Ollie goes down. Big entry. Look at that from Sir Rolzin.
It's awfully thoughtful in the freeze time, and it's awfully brutal as the round starts. Rolls in with another big opener again at round 4. Now we'll see if they do continue to just try and bolster this. It's teased with the utility, but it's nothing really off the timing of it. Ready at Lucas One was from Carr, but nothing actually pulled. Back to middle, Uno Mille will go at 1:20.
Lucas. Reaggression. Oh, okay. The timing of it was good, but the flashbang just caught in his peripheral, blinds him momentarily. Scout only good for one. The repigs are decent. Bigot with a double keeps things plausible, but still a disadvantage. And with the smokes down, Lelio won't spot them on the cross. Now makes his job 10 times harder.
Looking it right up, and that smoke presented timing right out of the back door of it. Has to check. That gives him a little bit of cover to just peek into BNC. Now obvious as to where Reels in remains, but he can go ahead and play with the conscious, play with the jump spot, or just play with the unknown. Disappears into CT, but now an advantage fight up onto him. The timing scene, and Reels in knows he may have a moment, but a pixel that Lelio takes advantage of rips the head off of the body in the 1 versus 2. Nitro now have a mind about it, and that's what I was talking about, a turnaround play. They were good enough to just sit here in the mid round and just go huge. This is a big pickup to Long that maybe wasn't as successful as they liked it, but they kept it winnable, and that's when Lelio went huge.
That's really well played from Lelio as well. Just in the 1 versus 1, keeping him guessing, not putting that pressure on. And yeah, beautiful work being done. And that might just be, you know, the same as what we saw on Nuke with Lucas's ace, right? That little bite back that gives them the confidence that closes it up. It was actually in the same round as well. It was when Uno Mille were 3-0 up. Nitro put their first coin in the machine and actually managed to claw it back in their favor as well. I think they went all the way to 4-3 before Mille were able to bite back.
It's hard to do. Got like nothing from a claw machine once in my life. Ever. Are they like not rigged in the UK? Is that it?
Oh no,
Try
they
an
are.
American slot machine. You're never getting anything.
Yeah, no, they are terribly rigged here in the UK as well. But I have won a couple of times actually.
There you go. Maybe you're just like, maybe it's a skill issue.
Might be a skill issue. Have you ever seen any of those people on like Instagram or TikTok or whatever that are like arcade machine connoisseurs? They do all these techniques where, you know, you like, if you like move the joystick left and right, the crane starts to swing, and then you can like drag them into the prize hole and stuff like that. Never seen that before.
I have not seen that. I gotta look into that. Get ready, please.
Yeah, you're gonna be an expert. You're gonna come home with all the plushies.
Yeah, thank goodness. I believe I was leaving old fateful Kansas City from Philadelphia 18 a month ago when I went to an IHOP and wasted some money on claw machine. Maybe it wouldn't have been a waste if I had that knowledge, you know.
Were you trying to win a prize for me?
I was. When I see you in Philadelphia.
Oh, baby.
Hey. Oh, yeah, dude.
He's only gone and leaked it.
Oh, no. Yeah, Caster Legion will be there. The 5 of us playing in the groups, going 0-3. What have you. Actually, you bring a bigger punch than that?
Just another day at the office. No, not a bigger punch. Definitely 0-3. You seen who's there?
Dude, I hear Shuhei needs a team.
Yeah, we could build like a European god squad. Everyone pull in. Everyone chip in a couple of $100. And
but then we'd be like FaZe, right? You bring in me, like one American, it would be sick, dude. I don't claim to be a FaZe or a Liege, but maybe as handsome.
You know what was happening for Kansas City when we were building that roster? And we were LF3 and then we were LF2. And
the Copenhagen Worms.
The Copenhagen Worms, right?
How could I forget?
I was speaking because I'm like friends, like fairly pally with like a fair few of like the European pro players, and I was messaging like some of the boys that were like teamless at the moment and stuff, and was like, look, hear me out, okay? I got a business proposition for you, and I had a couple of, I'm up for this if someone pays for my flights, right? If somebody pays for my flight, you give me a place to stay, they're like, I'm not going to do this out of my own pocket, but if somebody pays for it, I'll come and do this. And I'm like, all right, guys, hear me out. We just got to chip in. But no, we're not made of money. But yeah, that could have been cool. The Worms could have been on top.
We got to find somebody that is made of money. Recently, I don't know that you've seen the new formed roster of Marsborn as we actually get back into the freeze time, formed with Wolfie, MOTM. That former Undone roster that we saw is formed with now Grizz in them, and actually has some investment from a like After Effects film company that is all general managed by Micro's older brother, who was a like fighting games manager. But I'll tell you more about that. But I think it's quite cool because they worked with Marvel and such. However, we'll see if they can just make. I gotta say, that's quite an effective a hit. Leo picking out all three. That's a lot more blood that you'll see spilled than in the third act, but it's just coming here in the first 30 seconds.
Yikes, and it's again that confidence that comes with breaking the curse, right? They were being absolutely rolled in those first three. The second that something starts to go their way, then they're happy to take the reins, to go for some of these ego pushes, and Hap doubling up as they peek him into long. Remix all by himself, 1v4. Knows that he has to cut his losses and try and hold on to this rifle, but with a minute 10 on the clock, it's a long time to cower away in a corner. I wouldn't be surprised if they try and hunt him a little bit here. I mean, the money isn't such on Nitro that they can afford to lose too many weapons here, but there's a lot of time. They can go about this quite methodically. They don't have to just jump around the corner and throw himself at it. That's exactly what they're doing. Look, clearing out everything. They know exactly where he is now. There's only a small portion of the map that's gone unchecked. The pressure's still on here for Remix.
And you see B-God just being awfully disciplined. He jiggles in upper tons so that Leo can just push the card here in spawn. You see his head. How many hours of deathmatch have you played on Dust 2 not to hit this shot? There you just squeeze in. It's the pincer from both sides. 3 alive there for Nitro. But if you do remember, right, through the yapping and the tech pause, this is actually 2 in a row.
It is. Yeah, it is. And then a very important 2 in a row. Keeping that economy thriving. It was a little bit of a team kill there as well from Lelio. The fact that, you know, that would have been a flawless round, if not for it. Not quite, because obviously he did end up dying to the AWP there at the end. But yeah, if it wasn't for those 2 sort of messy engagements, then they could have kept all 5 rocking. Lucas down to the MP9. He's having a bit of a slow start to this map, which is surprising because he played exceptionally well on Nuke. 2 maps that have a very different blueprint. And sees Deagle trying to work down mid. AWP shot. Spam through the smoke and door. Doesn't miss the mark by far. Lucas's MP9 has a chance to maybe rack up a couple of kills here.
Oh, man. Has to swap the mag. Third escapes away. Bomb in the back. Can't risk the trade. And he smells blood in the water. He goes hunting, but it's all the way prompted up, Cat. Now you see the bomb in the back, and awkwardly does find the head of Remix. Don't let Lucas 1 sink his teeth in to the ecos again. BNC gonna make sure that doesn't happen, but now they're gonna be finding you right where they want you. But BNC, right place, right time. This could turn around as quickly as it started, as the 3rd kill should come in. No!
Oh, that would have been huge. That'd have been a 2v2 and an M4 picked up. Now BNC called upon for the ace. He's done good damage regardless at a round like this. It's really all you're asking for, but he seems to be confident. He's hungry for something more. And he'll have an opportunity here to shoot B-God in the back of the head. No one looking for him. Oh no, just good timing. A big pickup. Yeah, that was a real opportunity.
And just like that, you're at a 3-3. As we saw on Nuke, they ended up just pushing it over for that 4. However, I don't think they're going to be planning on giving it away, because you look at what they muster up. M&J, it's both of the scopes all ready to go here on Dust 2, which, aggressive, I will admit, but this is the line that they're standing on. You know, for goodness sake, they got Lucas 1 as an IGL, so you can see how it will aggressively pay off for them. But Remix also toting the big green now, and whenever we do get out of this tech pause to get this going, got some team speak issues, just, you know, have you tried putting in Rice? We'll get it going. You know, team speak, an old one, but a good one. We'll get it going when it does decide to work, but M&J, immediate pause about it. Maybe time for Mille just to take a deep breath.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's a carbon copy of what we saw on Nuke, right? And they were able to, you know, get the 2 kills. But, you know, Mille, I think, has a bit of a chance here. Just, you know, maybe try and put it in Rice. We'll get it going when it does decide to work. But M&J, immediate pause about it. Maybe time for Mille just to take a deep breath. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's a carbon copy of what we saw on Nuke, right? And they were able to snatch it back their way. History doesn't always repeat itself. Lucas has gone from being 0-5 and at the bottom of the pack to coming and joining his teammates in quite a fashion, getting out a second AWP as well. So there's 3 on the server as we go into round number 7. The tides have shifted as well in terms of the economy. Mille, with strong buyout, they're the ones on the edge of economic collapse this time. Lose this round, Nitro can really start to pull ahead. That's where we could stare down the barrel of a third and final. To be honest, in a 2-2 game, it feels like it's the only thing that does any justice, right? Can't come this far to get 2-0'd in the decider.
Pull out the 2 ops. Prevention. No, I really do agree with you. I mean, it would be very nice to... I mean... Just because it's Mille and it maybe looks a little bit silly, it was before when you were looking at, even from Series 1, right? Vikings were involved in all this. This is a team that you've seen in playoffs. This is a team that you've seen go 2-3, right? They've felt this feeling before, specifically Reelsin, Remix, and ZMB. They have a decent core around them, and they don't want to miss the ball again. But for Nitro, picking up Lucas 1, and when Lucas 1 did come back, it was in December 2024. That was a different roster. Now he's here with the fellas and can really just try and collect his first appearance back in his CCT playoff on Nitro, and really only been on here for a couple of weeks. That would be a great thing, but only one of these teams could be walking out of here with that feat. Gotta show their best on Dust 2 right here at the game is tied.
Oh, misses the mark. Let him be. It was a big opportunity that they could not see. His reels it. In tunnels, BNC expecting the lower aggression. That's on the AWP, but he's so quick to the trigger. Nitro with the man advantage, make that 2. This double sniper, aggressive in mid, the tweezers that pick apart Mille. But one at least returned to sender, 4v3, but still. A brilliant start to the round for Nitro and a missed smoke as well. Makes things complicated. Remix now stuck behind it.
Sang the praises of Sirolzin early. Looks like he might be on to take an individual fight. However, he's going to be the one that leads the pack out in the middle, with the Remix to be the strong bar back right now, holding Cat and can see everything. Pulled off of the cusp, separated at A, but just close enough to make the rotation when needed from along to the corner. Where do Mille head to next? With 2 smokes up on their backs, they have a little bit of wiggle room here, but not the allotted time for it. 40 seconds, and you're going to be headed into the Lion's Den. It's Lucas 1 on the other side, and 35 seconds tick down. His finger just itches on that mouse 1 with that scope down, but now scoped on it. The boost reels in. He can just sense something is up. J, he gets that frag in the 2v4. Do you even continue up, Cat? The answer is no.
Yeah, it's such a mess when you're going for that boost over the smoke. You've got to make sure that you're not poking around the corner whilst you're setting it up. You've got to keep your fingers crossed and pray that no one is holding for it. But again, wishful thinking when you know you're against 2 AWPs. Lucas 1's around that corner. They won't play up, Cat. You're right. They'll stay tucked. Head tucked down below the stairs. They'll hold on to that AK and AWP. I think they should be able to buy somewhat around it. I mean, they're kind of going to have to. Neither of them get any round loss bonus there for staying alive. Nitro will make it 4, but it's felt like, or at least it feels like, Mille have kind of lost their mojo, right? They went from looking really powerful, round after round, just full pace, great entries, brilliant shots, taking control. Losing that. Remix already on the fast long angle. No one peeking into him. Now smoked off.
Defensively, the way that Nitro has really forced Uno Mille to start to play their game. It hasn't been a decision, rather just returning to the original game plan. Remember how they just popped off in that pistol, try to take immediate control of the game? Well, when they had their buy back, they didn't stop. It was aggressive plays back in from Nitro, and as these opening fights do look to tick, they sit late and they just sit solidly here in a situation like this. Molly down, but was it even worth it? It was that smoke up here for Hap, and look at how they all just come out. Hap just gonna be caught now with the tail between his legs as a Remix and Uno Mille turn disaster into a new opportunity. This is ridiculous.
It's so over-aggressive after Hap's found 3. The call to draw it back just takes a tad too long. And they keep peeking into fights that they don't need to be taking. Breaking even down into a 2-on-2. Lelio on a very long flank that I think initially if he'd have pulled the trigger on it, they wouldn't have anticipated. Now enough time's elapsed and things have been quiet that they will entertain the idea. Remix holding, takes the contact. They will get this bomb tapped in shortly, but first they'll win the short fight. Now they know where the last resides, and they can plant it open.
It's a 2v1 suddenly. Leo had some very big plays on Nuke, the back-to-back at the trophy, but now back-to-back up at Cat. And Remix, he's just going to be looking for the long-term play and the spam in, pistols out. You got to be shifty against this scope, but Remix, he is just ready to step on the stage and light up Uno Mille. They absolutely turn a robbery into a larceny. They had a good damn lawyer for getting away from this.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. Such a shame. Lelio just misreads the situation there as well. I think he thought that he killed the AWPer crossing to short. He was expecting that rifle to try and push him through the smoke. It's that whiff smoke that cost them big time there as well. Little gap in it. Quick reaction from Remix. Your tunnel vision holding that left-hand side. But yeah, reads it nicely and follows up into the next round with a brilliant timing shot through that smoke as well. Finally, back to winning ways. Can they string 2 together?
Shelter fish it in middle. It's Lucas 1 pushed all the way up, but LCM similarly just aggressive in the middle. This is the stance that Nitro looks to just cover in their front 7. Flash up into under. Lucas 1 knows that he has to fight, but there's a Molotov out, and Sorolson does have that quick trade.
Spams away. 2-man advantage already. AWP posted up as well. B got needs to pull out something magical. He wants to make this one work. Timing everything. Remix holding. I'm not sure. I think he definitely sees an arm poking around there. Now he certainly does. And he'll pull the trigger quick enough as well. Might not expect a second, but it doesn't really matter. Lelio knows that his days are numbered unless he backs off. Still a fair few rounds and a half to play for as well, so maintaining this economy important, being on that CT side especially. So survival, the mission, but maybe try and drag a couple down with him. Knows that Uno Mille aren't going to have heaps of cash in the bank, not after only surviving that last round with 1 alive. And no, just won't get anything. Reels in, sniffs him out. And Uno Mille, make it another.
That's where those fights got so very bloody up with Lucas 1 to start, poetically going down there. Where to rest Nitro. This is where the flip around was on Nuke against them. Uno Mille on that CT side were able to joust out a couple of close rounds and sort of flip it into a situation that you rest on just like this. The pistol's out and the complete reset for Nitro now. About to extend it to a 2-round lead likely. Even Stake agrees that this one is going to be favoring in the way of a 2-0, which we're talking about. These are the elimination games. Nitro got to show their best right now. Go big or go home.
The doors have definitely closed up since the last time we saw them, but still, of course, as you say, leaning in Uno Mille's favour right now, especially considering they are against this eco. Economy management's been pretty good so far. They read out of reels it, spams away, doesn't need to see his opponent, just senses it. Lelio at least does take 1, but won't get the opportunity to stick around and grab that rifle. Instead has to get out of there. HG might finish him. No, instead it's the bullets. But damage control to the maximum hit. Wilson doesn't need to stick around to make sure they can't grab that rifle. BNC will be there to do so. Now going to go get that bomb planted. You've got to be careful in scenarios like this that you don't sort of lose sight of the round and hunt too hard.
What an angle.
Ooh. It's gross.
P250 there does the job potentially. However, I kid. Half in the back line just decimated. And it's good you do sort of keep your eyes on the prize on that. No matter if it's 5 USPs on it, drown that timeout. Make sure you get it out cleanly. Mille, they know what's at stake. The same way that Nitro do as well. Hold their hand out as far as they can in this advantage. This is where things get real at the end of this first half. At round 11 here, with these last two to fight for, the difference between a 7-5, a 6-6, an 8-4, whatever could be out here on the menu. It's going to be a big difference into what you were leading into the rest of this half, how the rest of this series. It's all going to be uphill climbing here with Nitro.
Honestly, Nitro's successes, their leads have just felt so fragile, haven't they? Every time that they've been able to win around and get any kind of momentum, it's off of the back of such a close situation. Mille is back in the driver's seat. Rolls in on the other side of this smoke. He's played this position very well. This time, Lucas is up close and personal, just behind this door. He's the only man towards this area of the map, though. The other two A players actually quite aggressive here on short. Might try and go for a boost on the boxes. So if he goes down, there's a lot of space gained for Mille. He needs to go big.
Happily pressing individually, he goes huge. LCM within this coordination, the re-aggression cat M&J, it works out because it needed to. They just got beat it long. LCM turns his head, that's another big kill. Smoke down right at the correct time, but you hop on top of the car. And on that trunk, you've gotten one kill, but can they hide the body in it? Hopping on top of the site is going to be a big red flag. That's why Hop hops out and gets the kill. So rolls in up top. He just has to take a deep breath and just try and continue the round. It's cleared, and now he knows he has the space to operate with. But is it wasted time? That is the decision that it's unknown because he's so far away from recovering the bomb.
Yeah, it's kind of in no man's land right now. It's going to be awkward to recover. Timing was just impeccable for Hap to escape as well. Should have really received a bullet in the back of the head. Now he's going to try and re-aggress and peek out. Hap gets it done with 5 HP. It's a massive round out of him. It's 3 kills. Nitro, again, just about hold on. Becomes far too close for comfort when Lucas fell. I thought that might be it. But the boost up, the double elevation, works really nicely there on short. It's a shame that Remix's heroics somewhat go to waste.
Ugh. And that's what I was talking about. Nitro know that they're on a bit of a list as well. Down to 40 is LCM on the cross. Awkward fights, but Hap still coming out on top. Pressing down on the gas. CMB speeds through 1 for 1 again, and Nitro now stands on top of it. Eyes still on upper. Mille gonna at least have that tie on their underbelly at the moment, but reels in, reels in, and Remix can find their way back into this.
Cool hybrid player.
Like
or
Skadooey.
Swedish lineup. Skadooey. Reels it. Ooh, no, I don't think you got a glimpse of that there. Lucas is teasing with the idea of playing through that smoke. Opts against it. It's 2 AKs at his feet, but it doesn't want to make the sound cue. And everyone just staying silent. Now that that smoke has dissipated, reels it. Goes for the silent drop on top of his teammate's head. Lucas going to be none the wiser that there's 3 around this corner. But are they going to clear him? Reels it. Ready for the fight. Shadow spotted. M4 1 for 1. And that might just do the job.
And enough information given over. Seeing that they stop up here just lightly. LCM, he can get ready within this coordination with B-God, who does have an HE. Try and set the tone. Whenever they do try and go about this, the flash, but no cross. This becomes even more of a wrestle over by this Mille side. Molotovs right out of Gandalf, and he actually burns to bits. That is an error that can be accounted for. But up the stretch, there's a timing from long. long, but there is Sorolzin with this kill back. Down to 10 seconds. B-God lurks out of that smoke and didn't have so much impact in that half. Was 4-8 and now 5-8. But the 1v1 gotten right at the end of this to provide the tied half for Nitro, that's what matters. That's the impact from B-God provided.
Yeah, I think you can kind of cross off the rest of what happened there in the half four. Great reaction from Sorolzin, though. He's really impressed me so far this series. His recent numbers haven't been too great, but he has looked hot on the server today. And even if he's not at the top of that score, but he's having some big impact. He's hitting some key shots. Either way, things tied up. Nitro just about holding on there at the end. The second half pistol is where it's all to play for. And Mille have consistently been better at these rounds. Seen both, in fact, all three go their way so far in this series.
Oh, wow.
Lucas looks to change that.
But they have the confidence of Mille right now. That's how hard they were slapping them back in middle. Remix has a long, long rotation. But now gets spam out. And long, far, but short. They're hitting these shots. That's 2 back-to-back, and the bodies are dropped at the ramp. This is a miracle. A Hail Mary thrown up by Mille. And now this thing is within close yardage. Those are heads being popped on the site. Just got to hunt him down. B and C back-to-back, M&J, and Disaster on the Nitro side. But still a chance to save it if you have the S on your chest. But it's Hap with the name on the back of his jersey. Just got to reload the Glock. He's after you, but Reels in has got it. Just a 1v1 separates them from their first pistol round, but then it's 4 over for Nitro, and that is a stat that is hard to beat.
A few more bullets in the clip there for Hap, but I think he would have taken that. But the reload is really what plagues him, and we've got to see this replay again. Remix's shot is just criminal. His crosshair wasn't even aimed at the head. It's just because he's running. The hop up on the bullet somehow lands on a noggin. That is ridiculous. You can't take away from BNC's headshots on the site. The 1v1 played to perfection here as well from Reelsin, keeping his cool under pressure. And Mille, despite the fact that that comes way too close for comfort, they keep their flawless streak on the pistol rounds, 4-0.
Right response. It's called up here. Smoke, and now this MP9. It should be in perfect place to farm. The backup comes in from Reelsin, but what's the decision on this? To just lightly pour out temporarily out of the smoke? That is not a route to success. And now this push, M&J has been separated from Nitro here, but the bomb is still in the hands, so I guess there's still an opportunity with the HP on Sorolzin as he's chased down in T-spawn. Hell of an engagement, but that's a little bit of comfort, even if there was one, but now it's just going to be shoved away.
It's a force buy from Nitro as well, so a very awkward one to lose. It'll be an eco to come in the next, surely. I mean, if B-God can do a bit of damage, maybe get a bomb plant here, then perhaps they could entertain something, but unlikely, to be honest. Being sandwiched in as well. MP9 rattling off a couple of shots behind him. Considering how many bullets he's taken here, he's still half health, and looking confident to get this done, but fire at his feet, things just going from bad to worse. B-God can't catch a break. With 35 seconds, he definitely wants to die here. Last thing he wants is to survive with a Galil, especially with his teammates ecoing in the next. And take one down with him at least. A lot of damage dealt, but no cigars. NMB will catch him off, upgrade into the rifle, and Mille keep up their streak and do so in quite a clean fashion.
Oh, beautiful work. Maybe not as clean off the block as you would like it, but whatever it is, in the condition that it passes through, at the end of the day, if you do end up really providing this best round into that next gun, then you're going to be getting 10. Then you're reaching into 10, and that is a big hill to climb. If you are Nitro, you're going to have to make success off of these pistol rounds. You're able to on Nuke. It was brought back to you quick. Trade at long, and what is exactly that you have dropped on Sorolzin? Likely a rifle out to just be collected.
Has it just been blown away? Because they can't seem to find it, and it's all getting messy as they're on a recovery mission. The Superman, the hero that delivered that ace last time they were just on the P250s, taken out of action. Hap delivers a nice headshot of his own, so couple of kills hit. That one at long enough range that Yeah, any chance of getting that weapon is absolutely out of the question. If they try and back it up, BNC is going to be here ready and waiting for the cross. 7-4. Tease him up, Pap. Wow. He is so crisp with this Deagle.
And that's a danger in a 1v2, taking individual fights like you have them. It's ZMB that rotates in from A. He's one shot, and the head removed from Reels in. Now that could draw it in close, but Hap needs this fight. That's the plan. That is the way to take it, but that took way too long. So it's on to this next task, and spoke about ZMB's HP, where a swing like that will make up for it. Confident, didn't even show the fault. It's Uno Mille that just get right over it.
M4 could have gone a long way there against ZMB, but... And Hap's eye is right. You've just hit a couple of beautiful 1-deeks. You're feeling confident with it. You know you don't have Kevlar as well, so you need to hit the head instantly. And if you feel more comfortable doing it on the hand cannon, then so be it. It's his weapon of choice. Finally able to upgrade into the AK. LCM with that AWP as well, but Uno Mille with a 3-round lead and looking for double digits here as we go into the 16th. Lelio aggressive into lowers, flashed by his teammate, but still pressing forward. Ooh, that's a kill.
That's all of the backup for BNC dead. Whatever it was, a flash going to be served up for them there to fight. That's a very easy setup that has just come to bash there by Nitro as you were trying to just continue on with the confidence that you had, but now it's going to be Reels and very much in course of now getting this down, close the op back in this direction, and maybe just optimal time to set up here, but it's just a leg onto Laleo, and with the rotation back like that, that is quite a stunning shot. So Rolzin turns the corner, and you flip the coin to a 3v3.
That B-side retake, never desirable, but spam through the door. And now they've got the man advantage, and Lucas and B got a low. This now feels almost favorable for them. And with HE over the top, just chipping away further at that health. Spam's not connecting. ZMB swaps to the pistol, reels him with another through the door. This is just cruel. And B got teed up for a 1v3, but can't get the second as he emerges out of heaven. And it will be 10 here for Uno Mille. It's really, really well played there after they took that initial 2-man deficit.
I mean, that's why you can decide to eventually go for saves in man disadvantages like this. But when these opportunities are immediately presented for you, never get yourself sleeping on the extremities. So Rolzin walks out and gets that kill long. There's the engagement with LCM there in middle. That is one. And that just turns this thing right on the head. It started in middle with that op being blown back with kind of a ridiculous timing that is brought for one kill. You really had to muscle out. Uno Mille had to earn that one. They really deserve that double digit. We talked about it maybe coming up a little bit more clean. Either way, they've reached that goal, and I think they're going to continue on full steam.
Certainly should. Scout on LCM. Rifles on the rest. They are not letting up. They want to force. They want to play for this. They are not going to allow Uno Mille onto 11 and inevitably 12 if they can take this one. Scary territory. And it looks very similar to what we saw on Nuke. Tag shot connected from the scout, but not too much damage dealt out of it. Great flashes and a beautiful double out of BNC. So well played on the long control.
Again, another man disadvantage, but this time shoe on the other foot. There were plenty of times where Uno Mille, in their first half, in these circumstances, they were able to kind of flip this edge right here. Laleo, a path you can see forward where you have this information on our mini-map. Split down the middle. He can try and provide the crack right here, but he just holds and waits for the rest of the squad to likely entice to this idea with him. He gets his teammate, and right now they're ready to roll, but it's LCM that has that. You tee off onto this player, would have to be a very swift shot that's down, but only tags ZMB. It's damage out of the situation. Right now, it's obvious where it's coming from.
It's actually done so much damage with that scout. Just wasn't able to find any kills and reels it. As lines him up. Knocks him down. Us two. Looking like an inevitable here for Uno Mille. Just look better in this series. Look how well played this is on long. BNC. I mean, it's crisp from him, don't get me wrong, but you don't even need to do much there when you're having the support that he's receiving. ZMB's flashbang just perfect. He's shooting players that are blind. Fight back. It's unfair. Scout again. This time looking for more success. Tag, but no frag. Nitro rolls in to draw first blood.
We'll see if he ends up getting a little bit curious as to what more could lie through long, but let the rest of the dogs go to work. The feed from Cat actually finds nothing, but the bite down through these lower doors could get another hint in. Hap around this. Nothing coming off of the Deagle here. Only 3 members of Nitro left in round 18.
No, he didn't. Doesn't do as much damage as I thought it would. Be God. New lease on life and more health than he should have. Jiggling around with this Desert Eagle. Hungry to find a head. AWP just quicker. Remix. It's been rare for him to miss any shots so far this series. Dropped a flashbang. Around the corner. Scout will finish him. And the M4 just charging forward. Should be the cleanup crew. And there it is again. ZMB. Tidying up. And just look how consistent they've all been. It's similar to what we saw on Nuke as well. No one is above and beyond. No one's carrying this squad. They're all within, what, 3 kills of each other?
Yeah, it's a really graceful effort. It's very admirable. It's going to be very hard to stop teams like this when they're going. Seemingly some momentum we talked about in Dust 2 because of the Red Candid performance last night. Scratch that. Oh no, that is not the opening kill. I suppose we were going to see M&J. Either way, it's going to be Uno Mille walking away from this with a grin on their face. And if that is the footnote that Nitro walk out of Series 6 with, then it's definitely going to be disappointing. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
That one bullet has just killed his teammate and tagged 2 enemies. That is so ridiculous. I've never seen that before. LCM at least will make up for it to some degree. Remix taken out. Just over the top of the smoke though. Spams through it. Lucas, what a read! That's ridiculous. And he might be good for a third here. No, ZMB will bite back. But they stay alive, Nitro, by a thin, thin thread. Have the advantage here in the 19th.
Reels in. You can hear that phone ring and his number dialed. Likely going to come here when the time does hit with 45 seconds to equip wherever they decide to move to next. Plenty of resource to deal with it. Plenty of the expression with this smoke up in the middle, and now they just carry it on the way. Reelson got to be ready for a hell of a hold, as there's not going to be anything presented through upper. Highs at the big box. It's just going to be separating two. Oh, but that is just so close on the miss. Hap going to get the bomb down, and Nitro stay alive.
I want to see a slow-mo breakdown zoomed in of where that bullet went, because to me it was on the money. This is by a millimeter, surely. Yeah, for ZMB, he was tagged down at the very start of this round. He was quite literally collateral damage.
Huh.
And yeah, has to be out of this. You like my joke?
I do.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Here all week. Maybe.
I'm actually not. I'm here for one more day, and I'm off to Portugal. I know, little birthday holiday.
You are all over the place, my friend.
Mr. Worldwide. Seeing him in a few weeks as well. Pitbull.
Worldwide. No way. Dude, oh my gosh.
Yeah. Pitbull's here in Amsterdam in a few weeks.
That's great. Why miss him?
Pitbull. You can't. Oh. Look at that shot again. It's ridiculous.
This read absolutely insane. Oh, my favorite Pitbull song, dude. Now that is a question, is it not? That is a question.
I'll give you a bit of time to think about it.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it.
I think you have one on the top of your head. They're all bangers. You could have said anything. Unbelievable.
He made the, he made the DJ Forgot Us Fallen in Love Again song. Was that him? Was that Pitbull?
Yep.
Dude, what a banger. What a banger. Yeah, the cultural impact is there. He's a guy that is, along with a lot of these scenes, but just a part of the project as well.
That was Usher.
Been great.
I was thinking, yeah, he was in it. Pitbull was in it, but that's an Usher song. But he featured in it.
That's what I mean. He's a big feature guy, but I think it's a crime not to mention a full Mr. Worldwide feature. However,
kind of a
we'll get it in time.
Well, Nitro are giving us a little something here, aren't they? It was slightly over-aggressive from Sorrells. He's punished. And they just want to try and get this one done. They've got a nice little margin for error, so they can't afford to take these risks, but they will hit a point in the next couple of rounds if things don't go their way, or at least continue not to do so, then they might have to reel it in a tad. Nice shot from Remix. Only saw the top of the head. Strips it off its shoulders regardless. They'll trade back the other way. Make that another, as Hap's still patient outside of the long doors. And again, they pull the plug. BNC reels in out of there.
To keep on fighting through it. With 2 surviving, but right on the edge. You just smell them around this corner. Can leave some evidence in the way because it's a bloody crime scene. Nade around the corner, and now reels in, gonna just join the second body in the bag. It's Nitro that continue to carry it on their T side with 4 surviving members. It's just good enough to try and rebuy into this, but as long as they can stay consistent like this, it'll be very nice for them to try and pepper up something. This is their life in Series 6 on the back end of this T side.
4-round lead. It should go to 3 as they just have the pistols here. A couple of HEs, a smoke grenade, perhaps try and do a bit of damage. Doesn't really matter at this point, does it? Ooh,
oh, goodness.
Okay. I mean, that's a nice start. Not going to spread to ZMB, is it? Takes a tick from it. Doesn't kill him. Doesn't flush him out either. Still, they'll keep it clean. Can find one hit.
Some computer engineer that understands how these spread. Is there a rhyme? Is there a reason?
It's so strange, isn't it? Sometimes you just get the luck of the draw in some tiny little corner that it doesn't spread to, or...
I can tell you exactly where the rhyme is, M&J. My buddy Ian Frack, he loves to, I am IGL here in North America, great guy. Every time we're in that karaoke, loves to pull out the "Give me everything tonight." He loves that, dude.
Oh, yeah,
unbelievable. Of course.
That's a banger. I like Time of Our Lives. That's a good, feel-good song.
Absolutely.
And,
absolutely.
Green Light, right? That one.
Sure.
I'm a big darts guy, and if I listen to it, I start twitching to play darts. It's Luke Littler's walkout song. It gets me really excited to play darts. So yeah,
there you go.
Honorable mention.
Whose walkout song?
Luke Littler. He's the best player in the world at the moment. He's 17. He's British. He's a gamer.
He's a darts player. He is the donk of darts.
And he's actually a gamer as well. He plays a
Love
lot of video games. Yeah.
Kind of like Luka on the Dallas Mavericks. It's a top 300 Overwatch player. Luka Doncic.
That's doing side quests.
Exactly. The main quest of Cat, does this hit? You have to restart the level back to the loading screen, maybe even to Series 7 if this one doesn't hit.
Yeah, perhaps so. I mean, to be honest, remix misses have been few and far between. A lot of the time, you'll at least take one and then get traded. And when you're on an AWP, you've got that pullback time on the bolt. There's not a lot you can do about that. You need the support. You need the flash to get you out of there. You need someone to swing off your contact. He doesn't have that again, but he has got a box to provide him a bit of cover once he takes that first shot out of this big green. Be able to path his way around it. Flashbang over the top, though. Now he's going to be tested, and he's missed his opportunity.
Back to back, there it goes, right off of that very fine line. Finally dead on the ramp, and just with 5 seconds left. That bomb is planted for Nitro, and this 2v2, so rolls in, he's ready to eat, and just gets his lick from long, but can't finish the job. Oh, Lucas, he's just gone out of this, but now the jump. Hap saw him out of his conscience, but right now, how does he land the main frame? He does, right through the corner of your skull. It's Nitro that continues continue to pull. Now, 1v2, we talked about them keeping it hairy. Well, through the jungle, that's where they look to swing.
Yeah, 3K and a 1v2 out of him. To be honest, I thought when Remix missed this first shot, it was going to cost him. Instead, he gets away with 2. Now, the question mark is, if it had hit that first shot, would he have found 3? Perhaps stayed alive for a little bit longer. Would have done a whole lot for him and his team. Instead, teed up for an 11th here, a Nitro. It'll come down to the 4:24 decider. Perhaps overtime. Further rounds to separate these two teams. Mille. They've had their opportunities. They really have. They've just not been able to seize them. Bigot. Good read, an important pick. Knows there's another round this corner. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Big shot on the AWP.
Getting aggressive. Try and clip a little bit of this and up top, and now this AK recovered, and it's got nothing on top of it. 4 alive, out for Nitro, who's keeping track at this point. They're bloody rich. These nades coming in, and you can just try and tread in this water, but the fire to just pull you under here, and even the flash up. They want to smash you up on Cat. We're going all the way to 24, where we know the wealth well will be on the other side here for Mille, so now they're looking to step up in the ring.
The rifles back out, and they've got, yeah, just about everything you could ask for, to be honest. 3 kits in play. Decent amount of util. Kevlar's out. Rifles to go with it. What is this, though, from Nitro? You said that they were rich, and they really are flaunting. With 4 AWPs, the Fnatic set up here in mid, and it's doing damage. It's going to find the opening pick as well as the leg onto BNC. And what a start here to try and take us to further rounds.
Mille really trying to calculate something up. Nitro, they just say we're playing ball, rolling the dice again, even trying to put on pressure there from upper tunnels, but honestly defended very well. BNC, he's down to 2 HP here, stuck in a corner. Lucas 1, this could be the opportunity. We need to pull a kill back. Fully blind, still up close is Reels in, but they're trying for this. It's something to keep track of, but a smoke up and the cloak up probably well enough to get the IGL of this T site out, but a re-aggression onto Cat, particularly at this time, can be quite threatening.
Mark, this is ridiculous. They've gone for a 4 AWP setup. Now, that works if you throw 3 of them away once you've taken that cross, but they've kept 3. They've kept 3 of them going into the A execution. Surely this doesn't work.
We are in the Americas region, are we not? We get a little crazy down here, but you can't continue right through the molly when you have that. The op even cost them on the other side, M&J, but now they stampede.
Oh, contact made, but it is met with resistance, and they just run into a brick wall, these snipers. It's so difficult to entry out a Cat with them, and I don't know why they opt to do so. Falling like flies, the 2-man advantage, make it 3, final nail to be hammered in the coffin, and it's overkill from BNC with a sniper to get it done. What a victory out of Mille, and what a bizarre end to the show, Nitro. They call a brilliant strategy in that final round. The 4-man AWP setup to find the kill on the cross. They manage to get it. They do damage as well on the second. And that's the time where you then swap back out to the AKs and you play the round with the advantage. But instead, they couldn't seem to decide who wanted to hold on to the AWP. They ended up with too many of them. And it was a huge, huge mistake. It was an opportunity. It was a great comeback. But it was such an unfortunate end to what had been quite a valiant stab back at that. Either way, an incredible series out of the Mille boys. They played very, very well.
And the ex-Vikings, current Mille, they earned themselves another opportunity in CCT playoffs here in South America. This is going to be a very nice measure for them as a new unit with BNC and Sorolzin. They are going to be joining Tropa de Taco, Zolos Laser, solid players, and Bad News Chickens, which actually did just get signed by Elevate. So, you know, if you're a free agent roster and there are organizations that are actively trying to look to new South American lineups, then, I mean, getting this playoff berth and the previously signed Vikings team, they just move up their little bit of stock that much forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Now, we have got the schedule in front of you right now for what is left for the day. Shinden versus the Bounty Hunters coming up next. That's going to be the one to watch. And an exciting game that I certainly am looking forward to. And then the third and final of the night, and actually the final game of our Swiss stage as well, to determine who's going home and who's going to be that last team into the playoffs, is the Adaliamigos versus Patins da Ferrari, which is going to be a good one as well.
Yeah, I absolutely cannot wait for those boys. You know, was hoping that one. I didn't have the chance to cast them, but I know I would have had an issue. Not particularly with those players, but maybe with that name. I gotta say though, that's another one of those cool. I can't remember what it was. Uno Mille. When I translated, is it like 1 mile? Translated into English? I had it before.
Sounds
I can't remember what it was. Yeah, but
I mean, we don't know what Uno is, right? Like my language skills are terrible, but I clocked that one.
Got one of those, and they made the distance. They went that far. 1,000. That's a lot.
Not bad. Not bad. Okay. Well, yeah, that's going to wrap things up for this one. And as I say, I'm excited for this next. I'm not sure. I think we're going to have a little bit of a lengthy break, right? I think we're going to have like around about an hour or so before we get into that second series. So, yeah, go grab yourself something to eat. Go grab yourself a drink, but don't go too far because we will be ready and waiting with the action at a roundabout, an hour's time. See you all soon.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? Running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Well, we are back with our second best of 3 here of our elimination day, or that's a way of looking at it, right? The day that we decide these final playoff spots just ahead. We're coming off of a very nice 2-0 right off the cusp. It's going to be Mille that's going to be taking one of those 3 spots. We got Shinden, we got Bounty Hunters here probably for our most competitive best of 3 of the afternoon. I know both of these organizations were wishing they were moving on to that next stage, but M&J, which one is it going to be?
I don't know. It's a tough call, isn't it? It's a tough call. Both teams have looked good recently, and as you say, this is a real head-to-head that has some weight behind it. Both quite prestigious names within the South American scene at the moment, and both very evenly matched. So whilst I'm going to be honest, I feel like that last game being as one-sided as the scoreline showed it didn't really do it justice. I do feel like it felt closer. Nitro definitely had their opportunities to at least take a map there and bring us to that decider. They just weren't able to do so. But yeah, at the end of the day, I think coming into that, we were always under the pretense that Mille had that slight advantage. And yeah, they showed us that, right? With this one, I really couldn't tell you who pulls ahead in terms of the head-to-head for me. I mean, Shinden have got more blows under their belt so far this year. They've definitely been smashing out the CS versus Bounty Hunters, who have only played like 4 officials this year. So definitely a little bit slower to start as we've come into 2025, but that doesn't mean that they're not coming in with some ferocity. Of course, they made some changes. We were talking in that last series about the fact that BNC was moved to the bench just a few weeks ago. Now he's on that Mille side. But yeah, that's meant that the Bounty Hunters have had to bring in some fresh blood. But so far, so good. They've looked pretty decent. I covered one of their earlier games here. I think we actually covered one of their earlier games here in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, I believe that was versus Zolos Laser, where it was a very tenuous affair. It was a loss over for the Bounty Hunters, but as we remember, it was that Dust 2 that went into double overtime, right? 19-17. It was definitely close for them. And in their wins, it's been really close, right? In their first matchup, it was against Dusty Roots. Another Argentinian team out here scraped by with another overtime win, 13-10. Played up against the newly formed MIBR FE in probably their best performance of the CCT outing from a couple of these impact squads, so to speak. This is a very respectable game that they put up and probably take in a lot of games against the Bounty Hunters here, where they beat them 13-10 and 13-11, because then you kind of got washed out by Solid in that next stage. We know that they're a pretty structured team over there. They're pretty solid, pretty hard to take care of, but here at the 2-2, definitely coming off of some like close victories. They could look to take an impactful one, where on the other side it's Shinden who eliminate the Game Hunters right there, and are also having very nice come-ups, but had a close one versus Legacy over in Frost and Fire before this tournament got started. You take a look over at this roster, M&J, and it's formed with a whole lot of youth, all led by BK1, right? And these guys have been playing over with Rugo on La Ruganeta and a lot of these teams since January of 2024, specifically BK1 and Abiz, where a lot of these young guns, and you talked about having nice officials to welcome the newer Nacho, onto the roster, who previously played with BK1 and was coached by Rugo on Boca Juniors.
Yes, yeah. BK1, an impressive player, has been putting up some good numbers recently, and just on sort of that entry role, he's been finding some big frags. It's actually been Ives that's really been sort of stepping up, hasn't he? And especially so far this tournament, he's been playing exceptionally well, often finding himself in that head honcho place on the scoreboard, despite the fact that a lot of these games have been pretty tough. And whilst we have talked about Bounty Hunters' difficult run to get here, and the fact that even their wins have gone down to the wire, at the end of the day, we're still in this 2-2 bracket. Shinden haven't had the easiest ride to this point either. And it's sad, I'm going to have to wave goodbye to one of these guys. Over on the other side of things, Mayan, he is your highest rated player on the team at the moment. He's been doing very well, 1.12 rating, but as I say, over a much smaller sample size over the past 3 months. Brunino, Zoc, Kaiser, and Turtle. What's interesting about this roster is obviously Kaiser sort of picking up that AWP IGLing duty, but actually you've got a couple of very capable AWPers within this team, and it means that it's quite fluid, right? Whoever has the best spawn and things like that can actually pick up that big green, and I think that that's really beneficial when you have a roster where, you've got like the mechanics on the rifle, but also a couple of players that are very happy to say, I can pick up the AWP, either if, as I say, that the circumstance of the situation really presents itself for it, or even just sometimes your primary AWP's having a bit of a bad day and they say, you know what, I'm not really hitting my shots, so I'm going to swap out to the rifle. It's always good to sort of have that backup.
Yeah, it was really crazy, kind of referencing that overtime Dust 2 game again, where specifically we saw a lot of that action in order. It was really great performances put up by Mayern and Kaiser kind of on that. Zoc as well performed on it, but it was the three of those guys that I just listed that were routinely getting the scope in hand, weirdly like finding yourself, Zoc, in a B-hole popping off with that AWP and then doing well. It felt like a bottomless pit at a certain point, but really kind of turning up the tide. I mean, it was a really nice showing that, I mean, you turn up in a couple more of those rounds, that's the series they take against Solo Slazer in two really close affairs over there. But I know that the Bounty Hunters, if they could just squeeze their way into these playoffs with a really good performance, a statement one that I would say you do put up in that Dust 2, right? The individual power was there in order to take it over the line. It could take really similar showings like that in order to see where, we exactly get off in this veto, right? That's a very important part of this. I say we sound off to that function and see exactly where the Bounty Hunters are going to set to begin.
I believe we might see a Dust 2 again out of them, and I'm excited for it. I think that Dust 2 game was really one to watch, and there it is. The Dust 2 pick. It's a map that Shinden play as well, but in terms of sort of successes, it's one that they have struggled on a little bit. They actually lost 13-0 on it the other day, and then a 13-5 against Bad News Chickens. So, definitely vulnerable there, I think, is the way to put it. Exactly. The Ancient pick out of them, though, that's a real stronghold map for Shinden. They've had some great results there. It was one of the maps that Bounty Hunters did manage to take out of MIBR Female, but as you say, it went the distance all the way to 24 rounds. It's 13-11, so a bit of a nail-biter there as well. And then that Decider of Mirage, which, is actually such a strong map for both teams that it arguably could have been a pick for Shinden. It's one that they often pick into, but in such circumstances, didn't really want to waste their pick on it, knowing that Bounty Hunters are pretty decent there as well, so went for the curveball of Ancient.
Yeah, I think that it worked for a couple of reasons. I think against a team where you maybe don't know where these reps are going to be sorted with the Bounty Hunters lineup onto this Ancient with not a whole lot of appearances. However, if you do kind of let to the 1-2, say this Ancient does come up as a decider, right? If you do let up to a function that if Bounty Hunters, they just hit the spark right at the start of that Dust 2, they don't let it falter, you continue on to a Mirage where you can just get that flame flowing even more, that would be a 2-0 served up. But to really get that onto Ancient, I think it would take a lot for the Bounty Hunters to go ahead and step in and call a very good game. It depends how we see this Rifler core kind of get to begin, because even last time, I think it spoke to just how informed Mayern was, being able to kind of just pick up the AWP. I mean, it was absolutely flowing with the rest of that squad. A guy doesn't show up too much on the scoreboard. Turtle, I think, had a really good game too.
There we go. Sorry, muted was for a second there. A lot of superstars to watch. We're going to have to wait and see which ones shine brightest as we go into our first map of the series. And it's not really a change of scenery for us. We're back onto Dust 2. It's the Bounty Hunters map pick. They have to start off on their T side. And Shinden. A lot of presence here on long. In fact, a whole load of presence here on long.
Oh, man. Mayer just taking that peek. Teammate goes right over the top, and now they gotta take these fights, dodging around. Mayern is gonna be flashed. This is a frenzy over here at long. IVZ trying to take these fights. It's a Bees that gets back into the business, but now has to just do. Mayern still in this fight, has gotten his trio, and now it's all down to Roy to clutch in a 1v2 M&J. Now here at the corner of long, right place, right time. Or so it seems.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think he was thinking for a moment there that he was teed up for a big opportunity. Saw the stars aligning, but now he's left scratching his head, and he's not moved a muscle. Meanwhile, Bounty Hunters got the hell out of dodge. They've rotated all the way to the B site. They have still no resistance whatsoever. No friction. Roy's crouching up the A ramp thinking, oh, they've got to be on site somewhere. He's not going to realize quite literally until the bomb goes down. And it's going to waste a whole load of time. Considering he doesn't have a kit, he's going to have to go about this quite loudly. Any opportunity that he really had is surely in the bin now. No information. Has to clear everything. Julie's round the corner. Hits a nice head. And has info on the second as well. Oh,
back to tap, and he gets the tap. M&J gonna let him know. That is a big pickup for Roy right there off the swing. The 21-year-old that last played on Velox is still showing that the veteranship that Johnny Boy presented to this young man is showing through. Know that Opper loves to get on those dualies. The popper that this young man chose, that's one perforating through the head, and Shinden are on top. They battle back by the efforts from Mayern, and that is a great start to Dust 2.
Certainly is. My God, Roy. I really thought he was down and out of that, to be honest. Made the call so late. He's making a whole load of noise. Bounty Hunters just sort of keen to take that fight with him, and of course punished for doing so. Roy just too quick and too crisp with those Julies. Buy out from both sides either way. I'd actually argue the investment's a little bit better here for the T's. Brunino needs to clear his corner, jiggling with a Mac-10, aware that there might be one behind this door. Doesn't pull the trigger, punished for doing so. 8-bit, good start.
Always a constant, knowing that this force is going to come up, and why not? That bomb was down, and we're below the equator. We're in South America. We know they're always going to be keeping the pressure on. Here goes Turtle, a man that I spoke about for his impact is just going to be decimated, but BK1 gets the same treatment. Decapitation right there onto the ramp. Oh, but they pull it back from Cat, and right now, this is where the CTs are going to be forming a fight. Mayern, he's got that trade, and right now, still on this catwalk, Zoc drops to his level, and now all of a sudden, it's Roy up for another 1 versus 2.
Kind of teed up for it again as well. First peek's there, and he's got the bomb at his feet. He seems to have the information on Mayern's position too. This is just ridiculous. How many times can you call upon this man? 30 seconds left. Mayern's gone the long way round. Roy's read it like a book. He's getting himself in the perfect position to deal with it. Just tucking himself back. 20 seconds. Now Roy no longer on the angle. He's not going to hear the sound cue either, but he should still have the timing. Mayern now made noise, jumping around, stepping, stomping. Has to go about this quickly because he knows it's just such little time on this clock, and Roy should be able to catch him just as he gets around this short corner. And it's played to perfection once again. Back-to-back 1v2s. Not the way we normally start off a match.
Beautiful, though. In all respect, you love to get it up, and we'll hope that Roy doesn't have too much pressure put on him. However, Shinden, they have gotten away with 2 one-man rounds. Just getting out of these situations. It's going to cost them, but a win's a win. They will take that on Dust 2, but the Bounty Hunters could definitely pull the plug on the drain here, and really, you could see that pressure loosen a lot. Motioned up towards mid at the start of this round. Mayern takes the long fight, but gets nothing away from it. Quite a start as the first buy comes in for Bounty Hunters that is not much better than the force that they had just a round ago.
There's a damage dealt early on as well, but yeah, throwing themselves at this again. I kind of don't blame them. Bounty Hunters, they've come so close in back-to-back rounds. They don't want to let up and eat an eco here, especially considering Shinden are in the same boat economically. It's an opportunity to break back, that's for sure. If history keeps repeating itself and they go 3-0 down, it'll be an inevitable force. At 4th, they surely can't force again.
You say that.
Yeah, I mean...
But...
I wouldn't mind.
No, I agree with you. They take the nod. I mean, a bomb plan may say otherwise. But we'll see how it does end up crumbling out. Here goes the contact in middle. These Tech 9s can hit hard. Nacho does finish that spray. And now contacted on it. Got enough bullets in the mag. Pulling out the secondary. Always quicker than reloading. You know that for sure, M&J. With the Galil posted up here in the 1v5 at B. I'm sure it's not to be.
Wow, what a shutdown. Felt like so much damage was dealt early on. I thought we'd see casualties on both ends of the stick, but man all by himself. 1v5, realistically, doesn't want to survive here. That's why he's just kind of peeking down suicide, but needs to go about this with a little more conviction to take the fight. So it's a nice shot from BK1, but yeah, there was 7 seconds on that clock. He certainly doesn't want to survive. It'd be even worse if he died after that clock expired. It's a good hold here, though, from Shinden to keep it flawless as well. Gonna do the economy a lot of favors.
An IVZ up top, ready to make it happen. Great stuff, and we got to give him the highlight and the credit where it's due, right? 5 alive out of that round, and that's against the efforts that you do see on through. You're right, they're not going back to that force again. You do have a couple dollars in the bank account for maybe an upgraded pistol or two.
And the money's there. Loss bonus has been building all in the meantime while they've been forcing up. Hey, cheat.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, sad. So, all right. Still packing a nasty punch despite the scoreline. This would be a pretty wild round for them to claw their way back in, wouldn't it?
Certainly would be. Now these players, they are going to be prancing onto the A site. Got to be ready to equip for it. BK1 is for the first, but now with these, he's ready to farm. And walking up like this, it can only take a perfect shot like that to solace him out. Kaiser on this site in a 1v3. It is probably too tall of a task, but he does get a little jiggy with it to buy a little time. The bomb plant is enough for the bounty hunters to have just that peace of mind to get a strong buy in the next where they were already saving. It's 4 in a row for Shinden on top of a very hot start of their opponent's map pick.
A couple of really nice shots being hit there. It's a shame that heroics weren't really matched. Turtles opening 1 deek. Absolutely gorgeous. But yeah, it normally takes more than just one player hitting his shots to convert an eco/force like that. Either way, rifles are out. For Shinden, they're no longer on any kind of bonus. They've taken enough casualties in these rounds and sort of picked up the rifles that are scattered left that built their way up to a full buy now. A couple of M4s, a couple of AKs, AWP. We see those stave gods leaning in their favor as well. I think they would have definitely been closer than that when we kick things off, but a 4-0 start does them a lot of favors. The snipers on either side. That head-to-head we were sort of talking about earlier, Ives versus Kaiser, but look at the timing on that. Turtle, split second sooner, would have had a freebie kill. Just obscures his vision at the right time.
It's away scot-free as far as I'm concerned. However, scramble it up, middle of the round, try and find something new. Still have Nacho standing guard here in CT. Roy joins hands. However, bounty hunters, they have other plans. Headed up towards Cat, it looks to go.
Okay, 50 seconds. Taking their sweet time with this. And a little bit of UTOR left on the CTs. They're going to deploy it to run down this clock even further. Molly will keep them busy. Not yet to escape out a catwalk. Instead, they're going to try and funnel through mid and test the B players as they smoke off CT.
No frag in this, about 25 seconds to go. Got to get active for it. You are at top mid. Bees is not going to be able to enter in this exchange. Look at how they just funnel right into the crosshair of Roy. But there's an unknown engagement in this. IVZ, he's got to be known with that Molotov, with the exchange, but they take care of their homework in middle. And right now, is there a chance at the plant? There is. And going for the fake. There's just no winnable opportunity in this. Shinden, they snap down.
I kind of like that from Mayhem, where he taps the bomb on top of the box, so it's much quicker for him to be able to peek through window. But yeah, Roy just lining them up here. What a brilliant spray and a filthy angle. He has been stellar at the start of this Dust 2 map. Just not giving bounty hunters anything, and time again, they've come pretty close, right? The trades there weren't even so bad in terms of the individual mechanics, like... People were hitting their shots. Just the clock plaguing them a little bit. And consistently just being that one man behind, right? Think about how many of these rounds have come down to 1v1 or 1v2 situations. It's been pretty much all of them, right? Except for the full eco. This has been tough.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. Besides that 5-man engagement, it's been either 1 or 2 players out for this. It's costly, but a very stomping round from Bounty Hunters. We know they can flush away a lot of the wound here, but it's still 5 down. Still a lot of room to wiggle. We just know that there's a whole lot more behind this team and what they can show, especially on Dust 2. Kaiser 1 and 5. Bruninho right yet to frag. They just gotta get one and get that pin rolling.
Okay. Minute 20. They'll start to group up. Looks like it's going to be a hit over towards the SA site. They'll play through the short smoke. Oh, did they see Turtle? I think the answer to that might be no. Flashbang into middle. Orb on the angle. Brilliant shot. And that's the bomb down as well. That throws a huge spanner into the works here. VK1 over the top of the boxes. Surely just the one. But he's done his job. He's done it nicely as a Zoc. And back into a 3-on-3. Make that a 3-on-2.
Bees, he was just too far away from the previous fight in round 5. Now, right where he needs to be, pops out, prime position for all 3, pulls out the sidearm, and it's just as crisp. Shinden, still crisp on these rounds. They are perfect.
And another situation where the Bounty Hunters have got the advantage, and they throw it away. Right, you see, even that first point of contact on the bomb site. Reloading, completely sort of unsuspecting of there being one that's crept up CT and his close ramp. That's a bees. I mean, he's been silent that whole time. It's brilliant. It's sneaky, but you can't completely discount it. You gotta be aware that that's a possibility. You've got no control towards that area of the map. Fully into the long tunnel. Smoked off. Contact made. It's fast again, but Shinden against the pistols, they'll have no trouble.
Next turn into middle. You know where that opera is. Can't even get the flash out of your hand. Drops out of your dead one. Here is Kaiser anyway. Off of it. Surprises one player. That's IVZ down. Right into Nacho's crosshair. You are nothing now. Zoc in the 1 versus 4 decides to just rear his nose towards long with the bomb on his back.
I always feel like Zoc looks like a really happy fella. Right? Look at everyone else's headshots.
I would like to have a beer with the man.
Yeah, he just
looks like a good guy.
He does. He does. Everyone else is really serious.
They really want to win.
New business. Yeah, pretty much. Zoc just looks like he's
not saying that he doesn't, but you do need a guy like that, you know, on every team. That was me. That was me. I got on some teams because I was told that I had good vibes. Literally, I'm not even kidding. That team didn't last very long.
Yeah, you need more than good vibes. Turtle looks like
NA main experience. I would agree. I would agree. Yeah, Turtle looks like a nice fella. Got a nice stash going on as well.
NA main experience, right? So what, like, face it level 4 EU, something like that?
We'll get into the wash in a moment here. I gotta defend my country because right now it's IVZ putting on. He has been for the Argentinian scene for a while. Highest rated player on this team. Okay, America not in a great spot right now. Don't have to get too far into that. However, dude, I think main is maybe in a worse spot now than it was when I was playing. So I don't care to comment.
Level 3?
Dude, not level 3. Isn't the elo like the face at level 10s here that are 21 elo would be 2,500 elo in EU? Because there's just more of a player base.
I don't know about that, but it's like it's hard. It's harder. No, wait, no. No, it's harder here.
NA cope. It is what it is.
Whatever.
They get crazy down here, though. I see them in our pug sometimes. I got rocked by mobs back in my day, but now they're rocking it up, cat. Just like that. Oh, and the nade is going to be taking him out. Kaiser up top, just back to back, and they just go crazy. This is what they needed, but it's still within reaching distance here at the 2v2, and these nades are flying. Still not the bomb down. 30 seconds to go.
Through the smoke, Roy again. Oh, just misses that window of opportunity. Renina was holding for him. And Abiz, he gave us a crazy 3K earlier. Now he's time to step up again. Hits the dink. That would have done it. One more bullet. The 1v1 surely would have been his with Mayon on that plant and with an AWP as well. It would have been an awkward engagement, but yeah, Bounty Hunters hold true. They finally get one of those situations over the line. Put their first round on the board. This is their map pick, though. This is still looking bleak.
I respect the confidence. They want to make sure they're not going to be getting that fight. Had an inkling onto this ramp player, but they decide to carry it out then and after. On the corner, it's a Bees that does get that little bit of jiggle, but now trying to play with it. Do they surpass the smoke? It's Heron that can't get that frag back, but BK1, he is peeking up top middle, and he's got his team right in his back pocket. When are Shinden going to just pull back? Because they've sat here for a moment. IVZ just right next to him at E-Box. He walks back.
Look at this. He's so ready for this fight. See you later. Kaiser's thinking no one's going to be holding it this late into the round. 45 seconds have elapsed. But no. So smart. Roy in the corner is checked, but his peak's timing perfect. And this is just bizarre. Over-aggression from IVs. Does meet his maker still. Disadvantage. I don't know why the CTs are still pressing for this. I mean, they're winning the duels, but this is massively over-aggressive. And maybe it's a bit of a testament to the confidence they have right now being 7-1 up, but they need to reel this in a little bit.
They always are trying to be one step ahead, but for moments they're untradeable. Right now, that's not the case, but is this risk going to work out? Is Zoc going to be realizing this 25 to go? Not time to really be holding on that shift key. Maybe didn't even get the information. Surely heard a couple of shots, but now Nacho, he is going to be within full running distance to this. Posts up with the M4, but now a race up a cat and a tap onto it. Does Zoc have it? And he does get the respect to head up the ramp. Bomb goes down, M&J, and you have a 1v1.
This would be ridiculous if he can pull it off. He had the information on Nacho from a few seconds ago, but now that info's out of date. There's a couple of angles of approach that he could be coming from. Timing, head just poking under. Nacho crosses now towards long. Zoc seems to read this, but as he gets around this corner, still bouncing between both ideas. Nacho, knife out. Wow. What is he doing there? That was a bit of a misread of the situation, and Zoc pulls it off. 1v3.
Nacho clutch.
And it's just overly aggressive here from Shinden. There is no need for this.
All the way up in your grill. I mean, when Zoc gets past the top middle defense, it's very easy to humble them. And those are shots that are going to be great to connect. Good thing Shinden's up by 5 still. Bounty Hunters, they'll have to make that one stretch far.
Yeah, that was a really weird round from Shinden. I'm surprised that, honestly, they're not the ones calling the pause here. That's actually a bank breaker as well. So they've got no money. They've really given Bounty Hunters a foot in the door and a chance to maybe make this like a 7-5 or an 8-4 half, which really they had no business in doing when Shinden was 7-0 up. But yeah, hugely over-aggressive there in the mid-round. Even in that 2 versus 1, you know, whiffed shots. They had a brilliant opportunity to just take out Zoc on the cross there. He didn't have a smoke to aid him. They weren't able to do so. Then even in the 1v1, the switch to the knife and a misread of the situation, it all just went wrong. Now it is an eco stack towards the B-bomb site. It's not going to pay off. Bounty Hunters surely take a third here. It's kind of about damage control, though. They don't have a lot of money, so try and hold on to these rifles. There's a couple of rounds left to be played.
Yeah, this one's got to be clean for him. A 7-5 would be a really big grab if they can go ahead and, best case scenario, this thing up to the confidence that they know they have to go ahead and get. This is Dust 2. It's very winnable. There's Zoc putting out a couple of shots. This is their map pick after all. I feel like lose that detail to some regard where, I mean, this is Shinden's turf all day. They proved it with 7-2 to this point. Going to be 7-3 right now. Just seeing aimbots in the server. Kaiser tagging off on a USP holding player right up top. It's the Galil getting on the burst. Whose turn is it now, MJ? It's Turtle up top. He routinely does love this cap position whenever bounty hunters are going to be getting on this CT side. Routinely would you see this player in aggressive spots, going 1-for-1, finding lots of information, having a very risky play style, so look forward to that. Bounty hunters get third on the board right now. Build up some confidence along the way. There's Roy out of it. All 5 alive as well, MJ. There's their golden star.
Yes, routine stuff there, right? But sometimes you can very easily lose sight of rounds like that, end up taking a couple of casualties unnecessarily, and it does cost you. So, round number 11, Shinden looking to try and restart what they had going previously, close this out, perhaps 9-3. But I don't know. Even now, it's rifles out, but they're lacking on util. They don't have a kit. There's no AWP. Pressure's here on long, but a big pick to start things off. BK1 might be teed up for another as well. They're just running through this smoke. Okay, right. It's back to bounty hunters shenanigans, and not really in a good way. Bomb's been dropped as well.
Clipped in the back. Nacho finds that. Surprise Turtle doesn't immediately try and follow up that trade. Bomb's down. Matter of time. Bounty hunters go from winning a couple, it's perfect off of the ecos, to back to old tendencies, as you so perfectly called it. Turtle in Sui will try and just try get a kill or two. Can the man even try and get in this round 11? Forced to a 12th. That's the 8th recovered in danger of 9-3. Stares down their barrel. Talked about it best case scenario. Well, now you're facing the worst.
So what we've just seen there as well, it really makes me feel like had they not have thrown away the round that they did, this is going to be easily been an 11-1 half. That sounds toxic, but you know, the second they get the guns back out, they're just back to being the better team. Upgraded into the AKs here as well. 3 to work with going into this final round of the half. Still no AWP. There is one in play on the T side. Boosted up. Couldn't hit the cross shot. Livies doesn't even need to waste that molly. Keep it on his belt. Use it for a later date. Destiny. Number 12. Looking for 9.
Aggressive up cat. We just spoke about this concept and what bounty hunters are going to be aggressively serving up, but it's Shinden who is going to be right in this position as well. BK Wen went from clearing out long to the start of this getting clipped. Now, as the shoe's on the other foot, bounty hunters in prime position to try and keep control of this with a lot of utility. Still on Mayern, still on Turtle, still on Kaiser. How do they make this thing roll? The 2 players of Shinden now rolling this thing up towards Cat. It's the kill that actually does come through right there. The aggression canceled, but now the push towards B, and Roy's got this thing unlocked. Kaiser's got a knock and a whiff. This could go very badly with the USP out. He's dinked, and he is synced. There it is, 9-3, staring down the barrel of bounty hunters, unless Bruninho has a miracle, M&J.
Well, if he's going to do it, now's certainly the time. A 4th round would be accepted with open arms here. And his teammates, all they can do is sit back and watch, cross their fingers, and hope for their teammate to deliver the goods. He's found the first, and now this becomes a lot more palatable, but the bomb's still out in the open. 20 seconds, Jewel taken, damage dealt, but Nacho prevails. And Shinden will make it 9. And I'm going to be honest, I mean, Bruninho gives that a decent go at the end there. But Bounty Hunters, it's again another one of these bizarre situations where they just push out the smoke one by one, and their spacing is terrible. No one's able to trade each other. You literally tee yourself up on a silver platter. And I feel like we've seen it too many times so far this half.
Been a little bit too easy, even through control. I mean, it seems like you kind of slip off the slide there when the contact comes back in through long.
Look how slow this second peak is. And then even the third one comes out like 5 seconds later.
Yeah, when we saw that player on the X-ray, I need that guy to be barreling through the smoke. This is your opper taking this 1v1 fight. What did I say? Turtle Up Cat ready to get on tap, and they see the worst of it, but pop out, and Mayern is gonna show them. That is 3 out of the USP, and he makes it a 4th. It's beautiful. You can sprinkle some salt on that. Bounty Hunters, they season it up well. Here into the second half, they're cooking.
Jeez, okay, a long way to go from here, but man, certainly gives them a bit of confidence. That's got to be a kicker. 4 gorgeous headshots. And a high initiative play to actually get through that door smoke as well. Try and catch them off guard as they're barreling up short. Shinden, no justification to buy here. And he found a single kill in the pistol, no bomb plant. So a fully go to come into round number 14. It does allow Bounty Hunters to close this gap that little bit further. Still a big old margin of error for them to work with. Bounty Hunters want to try and keep this clean.
Not even a flash. They're just going to go right for it. Glocks in a punch can be quite scary. They send it up. It's their manpower. It's the power of friendship up cap. No equipment to make it through, but they've gotten 2 kills off of it. That much we can just thank them for. Bernino with that second. Bounty Hunters, they survive and get a second on the start of their CT side. Let's see if they can survive the full buy and the opt-out for IBZ in this first buy round.
Importantly, they recover that second rifle as well. So actually, to be honest, for me, a bit of a blessing in disguise here for the Bounty Hunters that they win that round, but also take a couple of casualties and can justify the reinvestment. The last thing you want is, trailing like this, going into the buy round with 3 MP9s. It just gives Shinden that opportunity to get back ahead, and at a point in the game where, they're playing for double digits, and it really does make all the difference. So Kaiser can try and get aggressive, try and get a bit of information, take initiative with that MP9. He does right there, gets the info that there's one waiting outside the long tunnel. He'll drop a smoke, he'll buy some time. His teammates are the ones with the big guns. Put a lot of their util early, though. Still a minute 20 on this clock. They've only got 4 flashbangs and a smoke left to work with. I like this boost, though.
Oh, he's just right on the cusp of it. How does he stay alive? Oh, he's burnt out on that. Well placed. They get it. And it's a trade and a dagger back through long. PK1. Just depends on it. Oh, it's a Mayor backside scene. And just getting that flash out. Kaiser with a huge 2K. Keeping this setup afloat here on A. As the backup comes in through CT and the premium rifle picked up. He can actually draw the line here himself. Swinging back in. It is Kaiser putting on for his squad a 4K. And the Op IGL does it himself.
That's the one man with the SMG as well, and it's not easy to keep that MP9 spray controlled at mid-range. He's done fantastic work here. Look at this. Bang, smashes the head, and even delivers for a second. He is the catalyst. Get this round going back the other way. In fact, really, the sole contributor. Shinden back onto pistols. This will be 7 for Bounty Hunters if they can make it work. Mayon's in a good position for it. Looks like they're going to come barreling towards him.
He's got 2 on that. Zoc, next man to go. Way to get him moving as well. Turtle in CT gets that final shot down. And what I was about to say, right? Kaiser, it was Mayern, the 2 highest rated players out of that on Dust 2. Guess who was number 3 back there at Zoc? Following the recipe, they're getting this one down. It's an even better performance on track from Bernino before. This group effort, if we're going to compare it, then I'm doing it well, right? Because look at them. They're even further ahead of it. At this point, Shinden feel their heels being clipped. Right now, it's a little bit too close. That's why they call for this pause and try and just iron things out while they still have the lead on the T side.
And this is just MR12 in a nutshell, right? Shinden was 7-0 up. They ended up with a 9-3 half after making a couple of mistakes there towards the tail end of that first half. Sort of blink and you miss it is 9-7. And it doesn't feel like we've seen anything amazing out of Bounty Hunters, right? I mean, Mayan had a fantastic pistol round. That has to be said. Kaiser had his great 4K as well. But, you know, it's a couple of those swing rounds. It's a couple of moments like that. And all of a sudden you take a game that not so long ago was incredibly one-sided and you put it on a knife's edge. Nacho. Aggressive down short. Contact was made in mid, but no damage connected. Just tossing util either way.
Hugs next to this door. And a slow roll out for Shinden to begin with. With a little bit of pace to meet their moxie. Now they speed it up. Teasing out towards Cat. But an interesting investment up towards this bomb site B. Where Zoc and Mayern look to be this dynamic duo with a lurk smoke out. Nothing to panic about. But here goes a Molly. And now the pace. Mayern will look to just acknowledge this. It's going to be BK1. All of them popping at the same time. Zoc next on the go. That's 2 Mollies. They got to know that the investment's here now. Mayern able to survive that first fight. Not much left in the clip, but he will get that frag. And right now, backup is on the way. Turtle to provide it. And he's got that second kill here on the B site. Bounty Hunters, they provide support when needed.
Mayhem finding that second frag there as well is everything. Just keeps the ship afloat for one more second. It gives time for Turtle to emerge. And find himself a 2-piece. Abiz with 20 seconds left. You know, I'm not sure if I agree with this call to save. He's not going to get any bonus. His team aren't going to have the money to buy around him. They might go for the half investment. And have the max loss bonus as well. So there is sort of something there, but it means that, yeah, rather than being on the same page as his team and saying, all right, yeah, we'll come in with sort of Tech 9s and armor in the next, and then we'll all have a full buy. He'll have nothing. He's got $550. If he spends it, then yeah, going into that next round when everyone else will have all the bells and whistles, he'll have 3,400, probably be down to a Galil. But at least they'll have Kevlar. So if he dies with this rifle, it can be passed along the bus and maybe do some damage.
Certainly with some pace up towards those tunnels. Though you have got that before. Remember, without it is IBZ. Keeping the scope in mind later on. But still, it's that buddy system you see combined, right? Nobody is even holding on to middle right now. They know that these sites got to be the goal right here when you know this full buy is not up to snuff, middle of the half. It's Shinden that just needs something. Catch them off guard. But when you play the distance on it, it ain't going to be too easy. Here you can try and juke him out, but there isn't exactly a lot back towards Cat. And Shinden don't exactly know what they're going for right now. What is that dink on the Kaiser? Turtle's going to have to hit some shots. Thankfully, he does. And he is just scaring off the third. Wow. And he has just turned that grave into a 3-man hole. Look at him just try and chase down the rest of the squad who are heated towards B.
Yeah, popping the balloons as they float over. Zoc keeping it tidy as well. Vanacho, 12 HP. Not a hope in hell. He does land a tag, but nothing more. A flawless round out of the Bounty Hunters to tie up this scoreline at 9 apiece. And now they are really starting to get the ball rolling. Now there really are wheels on this wagon. They are looking very strong, and certain individuals stepping up in a masterful fashion. As I said before, Abiz having saved, and that rifle did absolutely nothing there for them, is now in a position where the rest of his team can buy. He's going to be down to a Galil. Either that or he'll have no helmet. So, yeah, there you go. Galil comes through. Whereas on the other side of things, Bounty Hunters are rolling in it, right? They've got the rifles out. Turtle's on an AK. A couple of these boys are on 5 figures. That's post-buy. They've got more than enough cash to sustain them for at least the next few rounds. I don't even want to be thinking about money at this point. Just get it over the finish line. Close out what you started.
It's right here at this tie. Coming back from the scoreline, Bounty Hunters sit healthy, wealthy, and wise on this CT side. Now out towards long. Nacho gotta get on his way back. Shinden
gotten out that far, setting up that next step. BK1 gonna flash him forward, clearing out the pit. They've got that first bit of the bite towards long. A little bit of investment from Cat, but Benino knows to keep tabs on things. Something is up, and he even gets the spam off on that original investigator of long. Here, the investment towards Cat does get a kill, but the answer has come from Roy.
Lack of discipline there out of Turtle, overdoes it a little bit with that second peek after he's found that kill on the Xbox. Got a two-man advantage. At that point, the split-second decision-making needs to be to pull it back instead. Over-aggresses, but whilst he's punished, it seems like his team won't be. 4v2, bomb will go down on the site at least. Abiz, Ivy's here to try and close this out. Up on the angle, but hits it from long. Mayan on such a brilliant lurk. And Benino will finish it off. It's just no hope in hell. Bounty hunters are all over them.
I mean, we talk a lot about shoe up on the other foot, but quite literally. I mean, the bounty hunters are hitting Shinden-like strides on CT half where it's been so clean. X amount of rounds in a row. They're hitting double digits now. And this is where you look to find Shinden with somebody needing to get the Heimlich out. They need this one round to try and just separate the pair, but it's really, really interesting. I'll even compare it to the round where the bounty hunters get that full eco out, and then they just head out long, and it's sloppy. That is the form that Shinden are in right now, needing to put it together.
A lot of util out long here. Bounty hunters aren't even going to stick around to fight it. Look at those betting odds as well. Our partners at stake have shifted absolutely massively. Nacho spams into the car. Shinden, no, they've lost control. Now's time to take it back, but a scout in place of that big green. Okay, he's making a deadly cross. Kaiser with a more powerful sniper on the other side. A great shot from Mayer. This is what I'm talking about when I say they've got so many capable AWPers on this team.
Oh, and he even gets the third through the smoke. That's the third total between this firing squad. Better give one to the rifles because they've worked so hard to set you up. Mayern on that first pick. Turtle gets his feed as well, but what a hold you see out here. That's exactly your point in the pregame, and it's maybe taking a moment to get these double ops up in the condition, but Mayern, it's like cinema.
It really is. It's such a nice shot to get it going. And then, yeah, I mean, the money's at a point now where they can take that risk. They could even drop a rifle in spawn as well if they wanted to. I mean, now's not a good round to do it because they're against the pistols, but it could have been plausible in the last. That really is how much cash they're sitting on. You've got a couple of guys approaching that max money threshold. Can't get any more than 16,000. Dink connected. Nacho returns the favor. Oxnade goes a little too deep, but he won't stick around to find out what a Tech 9 bullet tastes like. So we'll get on out of there, drop the incendiary, and just accept the man disadvantage.
All too familiar with that type of cuisine. It's the rest of the bounty hunters that do try and let their way back, and with this distance only lessened by Zoc, you know what he's up to. I take that entire statement back. It looks to be some mid-round aggression up towards Cat, but this could favor them in the way of having nice shots back when the long crawl is going to be obvious. They're already back to this clue. It's just Bernino that has to catch up. They're going to be on it now and right into the crosshair of Kaiser and Bernino, who are in position. Even got the AG to try and blow this up. Here goes the spam, and he even gets two on it. Kaiser ripped out of this situation. Room potentially for this bomb plant, but the Savage is here, and he's not letting anything through, at least not on his watch until he is clocked out. Seeing the shoulder, man has got that done because he's got the head through the box. M&J, bounty hunters, they just cannot stop on this CT side.
This is truly ridiculous. What a turnaround. It's been 9 straight rounds after being 9-3 down at the halfway point. Remember, they were 7-0 down at one point. They've taken 12 of the last 14. Mayon's been a big piece of that, but to be honest, it's been a team effort. Everybody showing up. And it was something that I pointed out in the last series as well. Consistency was great, right? You see so many matches where the scoreboard's very top heavy. You got someone having a bit of a stinker on single digits. You got someone else above the 20-30 frag mark. That's not been the case at all throughout this entire series and throughout actually both series today. See everybody doing their bit. Bounty Hunters are just doing a little bit more right now. We have a quick technical pause. Once again, it's a TeamSpeak issue, so hopefully that'll be ironed out quickly. Everyone's still on the server, so shouldn't be long before we're back in action.
Here's some clicking. That's normally a good sign, but hopefully it's all good. Shake it out of TeamSpeak, whatever it is. Going back to anecdotally where we were at with both of these squads on the edge of an opportunity to kind of move it back into playoffs. A win like this on Dust 2 will be a very nice start for the Bounty Hunters in a series to put up a very nice scoreline, right? Again, popping off the page, this is not going to look like a very convincing performance, and that's because it wasn't in the first half. But you turn on this demo, halfway to go from 9-3 onward, they literally have not stopped.
It has been full guns blazing. And 110% confidence out of these boys, to be honest. Flashbang into lowers. Shinden looking like they're running out of steam a little bit here. And you can sort of brush this one off on the basis that it's their opponent's map pick. I wouldn't be surprised if they come into Ancient with a little bit more, but it's got to be so demoralizing, right? Surely that the confidence, the morale's not in a good place right now.
That's why you need them to really put something out there, and within the lead, you didn't have that flash out, and we'll get back to the discussion because, again, primary, at least you get that trade now because the spacing, it was something to criticize. Right here, it's going to be a surprise. Turtle, I think he's going to have a bigger role in this because now he has attention out towards Cat, but Zoc, he has just sat in pit like a rock, letting both of these players dance in front of him now to just snap both the necks. At the same time, he misses that first shot, going to recover at least to the first. IVZ is going to find that, and that is a very big telltale sign of where the Bounty Hunters are going to look to make the difference just that much in that case. 25 seconds down and the bomb to set the pace.
3v3. Retake. Should come through. Of course, they've got more than enough money to throw themselves at it and AWP on either side, but obviously a whole lot easier when you're the one posted up. Not a lot of util, but a couple of flashbangs and an incendiary to try and get him out of Cat here. Man, just jumping. Waiting for his teammates to get into position. Wants to try and get the sightline as to where to throw this firebomb, but Roy bringing the fights to his opponents. Flashbang over, right through the smoke. Big kill out of the A1S, but needs a head and not a lot of time left to work with, even if he does find this kill. This round is surely chalked up. And there you go. All right, making it expensive. Kaiser will get out of there with the big green. It is going to be a round back the other way. Finally, Shinden make something work on their T side and take 10.
Big efforts here right at the end. I mean, definitely a chance to close out here, sure. Just got to be a little bit more punctual when it comes to it. However, Shinden getting that 10th. It was going to take something like that, sure, but in a way, in a deliverance, how you actually come to perceive 11 could be something dangerous. Shinden need to have quite a statement thrown into this. It's Mayern that does tote the AWP in mid. Kaiser still is going to be having that as well. Bounty Hunters have everything, each card pulled in this situation, and they have all the money to do it into the next. So Shinden got to bring it all to this.
All or nothing now, right? That's what it came to in the last round. It got it over the line for them. This time, though, Bounty Hunters a little more aggressive. Deep into long. Flashbang doesn't go far enough as well. It's a little inexcusable when you ask your teammate to flash you into long hauls. And the flashbang's a dud. Nice trade back. Nitro very quick. Mayan a little bit quicker. The same scenario as before. 3v3 split down the middle.
That molly goes. to tell them not to push. They go back. Not to be expected. Neither is this flank. And Turtle gets that frag. That's BK1 out of it. Information at the least. But they know what advantage they do have behind these walls. Out here on the Bravo bomb site, they have a couple of flashes. Turtle, he could try and just jiggle out of a couple of these positions, but he is not in the right to do so. Gonna have to stare down the crosshairs of the AWP, and that's what news they wait for. And it may be bad, but they are not even looking. Here, it's got to be a Biz out from Carr. This could be done, but the Galil is dethroned. Bounty Hunters, they recover a 9-3 comeback with 10 rounds of their own to win their map pick of Dust 2, having a 1-0 lead over Shinden in this situation. M&J, what a Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, you know, before going into this, we were talking about what they were able to bring last time we saw a Dust 2 matchup, and it was exciting. It was an exciting game, but yeah, wow. That one really delivered, right? That one really delivered. An incredible comeback out of the Bounty Hunters. I thought Shinden looked fantastic in that first half. But they just weren't able to keep it up, right? I can't even really put my finger on it. There were lots of mistakes being made from the Bounty Hunters there when they were in their when they were on their T side, and it was very easy to kind of point out, like, right, they're doing this wrong, and they're doing this wrong, and they're doing this wrong. When it came to Shinden, it was quite hard. It was just Bounty Hunters giving us an incredible CT side.
Yeah, it was really impressive, where I think it's funny that both of those teams kind of hop on that feat. But, I mean, it was just the Bounty Hunters that didn't stop. And it was for the same reasons that, you know, we tease into this game saying that our first map is going to be competitive, right? We just got them in that fourth quarter, so to speak. All of that effort coming in at the end. Mayern was pretty competitive throughout that entire game, but there's a big round in there for Kaiser when he's up on Cat and he gets that 4K, right? That's what starts to turn this thing around for a lot more of these individuals, right? Bernino was a player that was pretty consistent through this, and in these efforts, providing a very nice comeback. Of course, they win the important ones, even in those clutch situations. Dancing all the way back from a 9-3 half, right? They let that, I don't even know, round 22 lie into the waste when it's that 10th recovered, but they go well, right? Great stuff out there, but gotta check on Shinden, see if they're gonna be good to go in the rest of the series. Hard to jump back from a loss like that on map 1.
Yeah, absolutely no doubt about that. Of course, we've got Ancient up next, though. It is the Shinden map pick, so they should be able to hold their heads at least sort of high, maybe just not looking at the floor. I think, as I said a few moments ago, I think morale's going to be pretty low after losing control there of Dust 2. But they've got 10 minutes now. They need to reset. They've got some experienced boys on this squad, and they need to make sure that that experience gets put to good use here to keep their heads screwed on. We're going to go to that short 10-minute break. When we return, we'll be back with that second map of the series. Don't go too far, folks. You don't want to miss it.
Can Ancient save them? That's what's on the cards. Our map 2, we head into this as the Bounty Hunters complete a 9-3 comeback to serve the sauce back on Dust 2. They have Shinden right where they want them, headed now onto Ancient, but this is gonna rely on a lot of conversations. It's a Mirage up last, but it could be a very nice serve back by Shinden if they just want to pop off on their map pick.
I've done it again. Sorry, guys. they showed a lot of brilliance, didn't they? Especially at the start
in my
of
desk.
that.
I'm sorry. I thought I just broke my whole setup just now. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, especially at the start of that first map, right, on Dust 2. They were fantastic. But, yeah, the second they moved over to their T half, they kind of dropped the ball. I think even, like, I know I stressed this a lot, actually, in that map. But, you know, their CT side was brilliant, and it only started to go wrong when they were 7-0 up, and they were way too confident, and they were sort of taking liberties, right? And then things started going wrong. But I actually think their CT side was so strong that they could have easily made that like an 11-1, a 10-2 half at the very least, and they might not have had problems closing it out. But yeah, the fact that they kind of gave Bounty Hunters that little foot in the door with the 3 rounds in the first half, and then, you know, just had an absolute flop of a T side is what broke it for them there. And yeah, I think, you know, coming into Ancient, it's going to be super, super important. They are going to be on that T-side start, which is a little bit awkward, but it's just going to be super important for them, I think, to just get that ball rolling early. The last thing you want after, like, a terrible loss like that, where you've allowed your team to pull off a massive comeback, is to come into that second map cold.
Absolutely, you can find a very nice pistol round. You can get this ball rolling at the start of Ancient, and you know what? If you can go into the playbook, you can just try and really serve up a good couple of structured rounds at the start of this game, and really kind of just get back into the business. And if you can just serve up the rest of the Ancient, right? What I'm saying is take care of the nitty-gritty early, allow your individuals to step into this and get better as the game goes along, because right now you're just playing with your life on the line. You don't really have to think that way, though. You are going to be out of Series 6. This one doesn't go your way. However, with this Ancient and a Mirage on the cusp in the recipe I just presented, if they can develop better as this Ancient goes on along, they're going to ride the hot hand in that third map. That's the route back that they have presented to themselves, M&J, but it's a really, really hard climb up at the beginning of any kind of Ancient T side, especially when it's Bounty Hunters staring down another defensive pitch just at the start, or rather at the end of what they did on Dust 2.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of parallels between Dust 2 and Ancient, and a lot that they can bring over from that Stellar CT side going into this second map. But as they kick things off, is the pistol round. That's the first hurdle to hold themselves over. And Shinden will come into it with Kevlar all round. No util, no upgraded pistols on the other side. It's much of the same, but Turtle has got a kit and a smoke. Abyss just sending it up mid. They'll take the contact, but find no kill. A lot of space gain, though.
And they're all the way into house. Decision has to be made, and it looks like they are going to be continuing on their way towards B. Bounty Hunters, they have been fooled. And right now, BK1, he even gets a bonus. Getting back, and that's even Mayern gone. That's an important crosshair that you're going to be throwing out of the situation, as now the Bounty Hunters are going to have to come onto the site that was just theirs and retake.
Okay, well, a man advantage for them to work with, but remember, Turtle has got that kit, so not as short a fuse on this round. Dink connected. Nitro will finish it off, and this is much better. This is actually a little bit messy from Bounty Hunters. They can't connect the heads, and the Glocks will just prevail. As for Zoc, it's exit duty, but he's having the same problem as his teammates. No one is hitting anything with the USPs, and a flawless round out of Shinden to get things going.
I mean, we don't have to look very far to see a round just like that. This is exactly the way that they were tapping at the start when those pistols were rocking with those Glocks at the start of the T side, but that is how they get it going. They just get really a good shot into that pistol round. I mean, they clean them off of the board. This is the type of pace they need to rely on to just pull themselves into the beginning of the game, really get themselves into it, believing that they can carry this thing all the way through. They're going to have to answer it right now, because the the force is all the way on. That's Turtle gone down. Oh, but the 5-7's on these swings, moving, and you've even put so much damage onto that second player. Finally, that kill does come through, and there doesn't really seem to be the teeth and the bite behind this that I suppose.
Okay. I'm kind of in the same boat. I thought the bounty hunters would come into this map a little bit hotter after how scolding they were just 10 minutes ago, but there has to be an eco here. The force falls flat on its face as well, and Shinden will have an opportunity to get right back to where they left off. It was quite some time ago. Opportunity to farm some cash here, though. A couple of boys with a few $1,000s in the bank after this buy. You got the Mac 10 as well, $600 a piece if he can find some frags with it.
A couple of these stacks have not found where they have needed to. A bomb in the back, and that is going to be so intriguing. A Bees is only going to get one and goes down. I don't know if the Kevlars really recycle the AK and have the impacts, but that's one better than they were before.
Yeah, I guess so. Be interesting to see whether or not they try and do any kind of damage with it. Obviously, winning the round is sort of off the table here, but there's still pistols that don't have a lot to lose. There you go. Another AK retrieve. Now there's definitely justification to get the hell out of here. Bring him into the next round. I think Brunino's happy to just be a little bit of a stopgap between the two. If anyone goes hunting, they'll try and throw themselves at them.
Two rifles ain't so bad. They will love to hold on to those, but BK1 still with some time. But they are tucked right back into Brokey. Seeing those shots away, you're making contact with a pistol. Should be all good. Shinden turning this corner. He does take away one of the rifles, but did he pick it up? He might have killed Turtle.
Yeah, they got it. No, he got it.
Yeah,
Brunino picked it up.
I was going to say, I'm like, did he have it or not? But it turns out that the quick exchange does benefit them, M&J, but still without a round. Though, with 2 AKs, this is going to be a pretty strong buy regardless of how you serve it up.
Certainly will be. Bounty Hunter's given us a little glimmer of hope towards the end of that last round. Good nade as well. It's going to do a big old chunk of damage. Mille will impede the progress of the push, but Zop down at the bottom of mid. It's going to be a big pick, and it's there. Turtle might be able to follow up as well. Feels a tad aggressive, but it pays off. Wow.
Oh, Ivis going right through the smoke. Not today. That op is going to be legged right there. Kaiser will have a bit of a goodie to hold on to into the next round, but Abiz, honestly, number one thing on the mind is to really get out of that same point. He knows where the op was down. A couple of these players were right behind that. Bro's just holding on. Thought he tapped out for a moment there, but gotta be patient behind these smokes. Actually decent angles for him, M&J. Molotov into it, forcing a hand, but didn't get the immediate reaction, and now it's the force to his death.
Yeah, it took a weird bounce. Thought it was going to pop in the air there. It does actually spread on the floor at least, but yeah, much better round back from Bounty Hunters. So, with one on the board, and obviously a lot sooner than they managed to get it down on Dust 2, perhaps the start of more to come. They've made things expensive as well. Remember, the round in which they ecoed, they actually found 3 kills. Shinden. It was expensive reinvestments at a time that they didn't want to have to make them. Now it's come back to bite them. Should have been a clean-cut buy round. Instead, it's 2 Galils, an AK, and a couple of upgraded pistols, and a chance to get right back into this for the Bounty Hunters. Win this, and the scoreline ties, and Turtle just mows them down. Second round in a row that he's taken a double, presses for more, but can't quite find it. It's good info, though. He knows all 3 are there.
Absolutely. Extended clip there. Maybe he gets the entire bunch. Not in this reality. Not today. But that is because he leaves these guys to go out and hunt. Baton, Batas to potentially Mayern. But it's actually Kaiser with that next peek. Has got that off of a biz. But they have really lost the business. They have lost all the space over towards this B area. And they're going to be out on it. Obviously, that bomb headed elsewhere. It's going to be Nacho in the 1 versus 3. And honestly, he's going to win the race all the way towards A. Really much so. It's just now going to be Mayern on to the rotation. But this bomb is going to be down shortly in time. Economically thinking best, but with the smoke to lock him up, he can actually have a chance here. Big fight one.
Yeah, that's the first step. He's low on health. That's kind of the problem here, but bomb's already a third of the way gone. Bounty Hunters with a lot of corners to clear. They've both got kits, so maybe one just gets on that bomb. The other one serves as a bodyguard, but it means that it can isolate this into 2 1v1 fights for Nacho. Just can't afford to take a hit. And look at this. He's called the bluff. This was perfectly played. But unfortunately for him, Kaiser has his number, and it will be a second for Bounty Hunters. Nacho gives that a good go.
Bounty Hunters have saved well. Look at Kaiser's bank account. Look at how they're going to be able to help out the rest of their team. It's going to be very nice for them. Whereas Shinden, now again, curtain pulled out from under them, rather in front of their face. They're going to be back onto these Tech 9s, and hopefully you're going to be able to shine on. There's a point at which you get to sort of the middle of each half, and there's a swing round. Let's see if you can get a nice pepper out of this situation. Can Shinden get a nice bounce back? Because they're on with some pace, and they're headed up towards Cheetah. But separated within this pack, Turtle equips the M4 and lets the bombs bang. He gets a double there at the start of this thing, controlling Cave. Nothing getting past him.
Zoc down middle. Might just receive the prize of his patience, but it's only one. Kaiser instead. Clean up the other two. The Bounty Hunters, as anticipated, level things out at 3 apiece. Round number 7 comes with a better buyout of Shinden, but to be honest, it's still far from perfect. Their economy management has been all over the place, really. And again, I mean, look at it. They come into a buy where they come into a round where they should have, like, you know, everything, and instead they're lacking on util. BK1's at a Gull Hill, and it's a struggle. It feels like an uphill climb again. And Mayern just cruel. I can't believe he goes for a repeat. Get out of there, my friend. You've got the man advantage.
And even the reasoning, the confidence to go ahead and do that. You know what type of game this man wants to play at 2-4, no less, going for this fight. You're never going to be able to take that out of Mayern, not today. On this boost right now, Bounty Hunters, they are going to like to sit and man up. Still control on the middle. Shinden, got to make a play for some map control soon.
Certainly do. Minute on this clock, Roy. Velbo does take the contact, puts a bullet into the arm, but of course onto Zoc, that won't be lethal. Information relayed. Zoc's going to rotate round to B. They're going to recover this bomb. Looks like they're going to route it over towards the A side of things. That's where Mayern still resides. He's up close on the ledge. Might be good for one here, but it's going to be a struggle for him to take anything more. Does see the shadow. Head stripped off its shoulders, but there's the inevitable trade. Now the rotates need to come thick and fast.
3 players already in CT. Your wish, their command. Now spam's coming through. A little bit of damage hit onto it. Zoc is going to be getting a huge fight one onto Roy. Now these shadows are going to be laying in the way, but look at how Zoc, he flies out like the Ferrari, but right now he's stuck on the track. But it's Turtle that can come back. Kaiser looking and waiting for his support with Nacho back of triple, and then he gets it. It's Turtle that picks up their 9th frag as Bounty pick up the lead on Ancient.
You could see it coming, couldn't you? So well played from Mayern as well. I mean, he could have been punished on the repeat when he goes for the second one hit. He sees the head. He's a little too hungry for it, but he does get away. And the fact that he manages to take one more and just, again, be that little buffer, buy some time for his teammates to come over, make their job that little bit easier. Absolutely perfect. So 4-3. Money still A shameless place here for Shinden. I mean, there's enough for them to go for like a half bite. I mean, they're going to have the max loss again. They've lost 4 in a row, so... You know, buy down to the $1,000 mark. BK1's going to go for a hero rifle. See some pistols, see some Kevlar. Please, IVs. Don't overinvest. Get an AWP out as quickly as possible. I think that's the game plan here. He's kept a little bit more in the bank than everyone else. More than likely, we'll see a 5th out of the Bounty Hunters here, though.
Absolutely, and sort of what we spoke about at the beginning of this half is Shinden... They're not going to be so victorious on this T side. They have to keep it close, though. And that's something they are currently doing well. However, there's about to be a bit of a stretch into this. Blowing open this smoke. It's not successful. But Turtle, he just gets a look in. Sees one skull. And he knows that there's more behind. Roy going to see a chip of that nade. But now that smoke going to fade and refresh.
Zoc. Like this. Timing is impeccable.
Oh my God.
Very snappy on the trade. Turtle returns the favor, spins around. Actually takes a second as well, finally. Shut down by the Tech 9. Over aggro out of Brunino. And back into a 2v2. This round has been wild.
And Mayor, you know he is not going to let this one rest. He is going to be disappearing out of this smoke. Made a couple of steps. He is not sure where this has gotten past him. Ives, he's going to be playing with this smoke. Going to be disappearing into it. Nacho on the ramp. They have called that there's been something suspect about this. But now, switching positions back in the square. You're going to be seeing it on the other side. But just running away. This is insane. Good thing there's 2 kits in play. But now the incendiary, the double flash man is ready to go. Kaiser is here with the full belt. He has to cut off this engagement, but Nacho, you know this fire is going to stop him. Well enough done with no time on the clock. Marin has to run for the hills, M&J. A great effort by Shinden, and it's Ives, the player that we were looking at, to stand on top at the end.
Gets out of there with the AWP at least. You know, economy actually pretty fragile, all things considered, so good work. The best of a bad situation. Is that enough? Round number 9. Guns out again. Opting against that AWP. There was enough money for it. They decide to not invest into that sniper. Meanwhile, the Bounty Hunters. Gone to a buy of their own. That AWP carry through. Dropped over to Kaiser once again. Turtle super aggressive. Through cave. Over the top of this smoke. Freebie kill. Might be teed up for a second. So much damage up with the nade. That's the bomb down as well.
Gets his spam back. It was BK1 that had an impressive trade last time. But these opening fights, always so daring down here towards B. But it's Shinden that actually does stand here at this mid round with a decent amount of control. They have this slate out towards middle. Timing not going to be facing Bernino. It is going to be better for BK1. Revenge on Tazak. But now there is a new issue with this. Mayern, he's always a thorn in the side, but Ives actually does get to escape.
Okay. Still a world that can make this happen, but Abiz is in such a good position, even with that kill right there. What is this from Kaiser? How has he just read it? Just a 6th sense kicking in, and he decides to check his backside, man. Ready as well, BK1. Met with a bullet to the skull, Bounty Hunters. How? How do they get away with that?
Just again and again. They just keep holding this down. Re-aggression, and even when Shinden keep hitting on it. In a 2 versus 3, it's Marin and T-Spawn of all places. Kaiser within the loop, and they just get it down. It's Shinden that off of a very nice round just gets slapped back with that. And into the Tech 9s. They got to make something here. They did have a couple of kills last time. Counting that on the damage is great, but they got to take the whole bite this time.
That's all. A little bit of a jiggle. And 4 out. Abiz on the other side. And now just smoking it off. Keeping this one cool and composed. Do not let it get out of hand. Tech 9s can pack a nasty punch if you let them close that gap. Get up in your face. Down this clock to the minute mark. Here come those pistols.
Oh, BK1 in danger of getting a multi-frag here, but Kaiser so quick on that incendiary, he has changed his mind. Turtle, not the intended target, but knows there is concern about this position. Gotta know there's pressure loosened from this B side. Decked. That is Nachos taking Bernino out of this round. Kaiser fights forward on the USP, but even is that frag worth it? They're going to be disappearing out of this round. Bounty Hunters gotta save. They need this AWP out of it. Not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Because their well's running dry, M&J. No more cash, as we have seen.
A bit of a problem, actually. Just to maybe do some damage on the exit. There you go. There's one from Zok. I'm not sure he gets out of this alive, though. Ooh. Okay. Makes that expensive for them, to be honest. Either way, we're tied up at 5 apiece. We're going to the final couple of rounds of the half. But yeah, just when you kind of want the economy to be in a place where we might actually have a bit of a scrap and a bit of an exciting end to this one, Bounty Hunters are economically broken. It's surely got to be an eco going into this next. A couple of really nice pistol shots here, though, from Shinden. You've got to give them credit where it's due. No, okay, they're going to force up into this. So it'll be back-to-back 4 spies if they can't make this one work.
I like that they hedged that bet. Gotta get this going. You know where Mayern's gonna be headed. It's either down the ramp or down mid to take that fight, right? Bounty Hunters, they are gonna decide this in the first 30 seconds, whether it's gonna be handed off to Shinden or not. The Argentinian side, though, does see a way forward with this. You get these last 2 rounds, sure, hopping in the CT side where you did have previous success, and you'll see if you can force this thing to Mirage, but got to take that next step with grace.
Okay, man. Super aggro with this 5-7. I like it. We've seen him take control towards this A-main position in previous rounds. Appears therefore clearing it with caution, but he does not expect the 5-7 on the off angle like that. And Mayan doesn't even overdo it. He doesn't even play for the rifle. He just gets out of there, takes the man advantage. Info's been relayed. They've got space elsewhere. Brunino's in the corner. And he'll escape with info on his life as well.
Smoke in hand, ready to dump it. It's now just going to be sounding off. Rotation back in from house as well. With a quick rotation by 3 over towards B. Kaiser jump spotting in house, but the bold decision, we're going to see if it does pay off. I was just recontact in from bottom middle. If this coordination does not go well at Cheetah, that's their next bit, but looking to smoke off long, looking to have this multi-pronged approach with 2 in cave. You do not want to poke the bull here. That's why they are not actually getting this down. It's just a tease out towards mid with the bomb on the back of Roy that is spotted.
All right, 28 seconds left, and they're trying to make their move. It's towards Donut here on 8. Smoke into CT. They're just going to commit to this plant. Doesn't look like anyone's really in position to deny it. Zok's going to throw himself out of temple. And, of course, met with resistance with the scope rifle. Flashbang in. Kaiser on the other side. He's made his presence known. He's rattled shots through the smoke. I think they're just going to give this one up. They were hoping for a little bit more damage in the early round without taking it. A 4v4 retake just seems impossible, especially without a kit or util. No choice but to give it up. It's a bit of a shame, especially if they get hunted here.
Yeah, if they get hunted here, that's the worst part. And they really have gotten below that line. They needed to stay above. Surely now you're getting into the depths. Holding on to 4 of these, 3 of these, none, right? I mean, both of those lines I just suggested, right? You just buy in with all the util. Now you're just subject to the same treatment, probably even worse. See a couple of those 5-7s and try and stretch it up the way. Kai's already going for it.
All right, well, they edge ahead ever so slightly here at the halfway point. No doubt, both teams had significantly better CT sides on Dust 2. That hasn't quite translated here into Ancient, but will it for Shinden? Let's wait and see. Nice. On the AWP, close to elbow, but yeah, misses his first opportunity at it. The second one is not so forgiving. This is relentless.
Bomb on the backs now, headed into the B side. And if you can win this next fight on Bernino, it's his opportunity, rather his responsibility, not even to present it. He sits behind the game ender smoke. And the Bounty Hunters, they have to get in with a quick and clean rotation. Great start to the round, but now you have an op. You have this AK into it. No kit out here, M&J. It's going to be so tough. And they are all going to flood in through this smoke. Big nade that is going to come through. And that is Turtle out of this. And now a Molly. You got to see through the fire, but it's right now down to Roy's crosshair. Nothing even through the back door. It's a 6-6 half. Rather, it's Shinden getting their 7th, or am I calling it too early? There it's Kaiser right at the end of the bit. He knows it's over. Try and pad the stats. Get one? Surely he can. 7 rounds for Shinden.
All right. Yeah, that's a good recovery at the end of that half. You know, it felt like Bounty Hunters were just going to do exactly what they did on Dust 2 and just run away with it. And they started getting momentum. This was a very good start. You know, those first 3 rounds was clean as they come. The second we saw Bounty Hunters getting aggressive, and, you know, it was really relentless when they were round after round bombarding that B ramp. They were using so much util. They were then crunching in from ramp and cave, and yeah, time and time again taking control. And we see it on the replays here. It was, you know, a massive, massive part of their successes here in that middle section of the first half, but they weren't able to keep it up. Now on their T half. Maybe something a little bit quicker here. They're all headed over towards A main. Just the one lurk. That's Turtle with full util over towards B to sell a bit of a fake. Little does he know, he's by himself. He's not actually got anybody to fake.
It's going to be the house player just sensing a little bit here, but it's just a little bit of consideration here by the Temple player, but he hasn't gotten away just too far. Iviz gets back in the situation, at least just for the one. Bounty Hunters, they have broken into this A site in significant fashion here, and they are locking down in Donut. They've got the smoke on CT, and now the bomb has been approached. Shinden do have a smoking kit, and Nacho just slapped him in the back of the skull. That's 1 down in the 3v3 to start. All of a sudden, that smoke becomes an opportunity to lock them out of Donut, but Turtle, he is the only man that can jump out of the freezer. Now there's a new issue at hand.
Well, coming in from behind, BK1 surely won't be able to stick this down. He does have a kit, so there was a little bit of scare, a little bit of panic in the Bounty boys, but they get it over the line. It's a good pistol round. You know, I mean, the strategy kind of goes out the window, right? When Turtle's just faking an empty bomb site, but still they hit their shots on the entry. And the mid players were still kind of sent guessing, right? I think when they did hear those sound cues, it almost worked a little bit better that there wasn't anybody on B, because there wasn't anybody to then call that it was a fake. They just hear those sound cues and think, okay, maybe we need to go and check that out. Sort of put them out of position, made them a little slower on that on that rotation, and inevitably the retake. Bounty Hunters will be able to tie it up just against an eco here.
It's only Nacho that presents. We'll see how quick Shinden does get allotted to this. Nice flank they could get on. Fortunately, they choose incorrectly. Hit it back towards B. You did have that smoke up, and then maybe your fake lurking player in that position does pay off. Zoc right on the other side of this abyss to go down. But eventually, it's just going to be an easy solution to what even is a problem, right? That maybe. Roy getting 1 off it, but it's just a single body drop. Gotta watch out, though. Zoc and Kaiser are quite low.
Ooh. Okay.
But all good.
Yeah. There could have been a bit of damage there, and, you know, a couple of kills go a long way in situations like that. But 7-7, as anticipated. Rifles out for Shinden. And it's just been really interesting to me. Every time we've seen Ives on an AWP, he's hit some beautiful shots with it, and it's been really impactful. But time and time again, we've seen them not really make getting that AWP out a priority. Now, obviously, in a round like this, like, you can't really blame them. You know, the money's just not there for it. But I just mean in general, it hasn't felt like a priority of their arsenal. Every time they've had it, it's kind of paid off. So I would like to see it more going into this second half, especially in some of these future investments. But Zoc, in the meantime, covering quite a lot of ground here. He's all the way out mid.
There it is checked, excuse me. A couple of these lurkers back towards A pack of them. Just walking in that stance. Still, it's Bernino trying to sell something that Shinden seems to be buying at the moment. Still respect, but now it is all revealed to Abyss. Would be a miracle for him to really go ahead and get one here. Does anyway. PK1 has Shinden making sure that they are coming out on top in these situations. The second threat, but now he knows there's something about this. Bernino will sound in through. This is the man that tried to pull the ruse, but now he is all alone.
Surely nothing he can bring out of this. Especially without the bomb. That's kind of the problem. He has a bomb on his back. I fancy his chances, but C4 firmly in enemy territory. And this M4 becomes a little bit more valuable. So he will get on out of that. Shinden will snap back just with those rifles. Keeps their economy above water, keeps their round count just ahead of their opponents.
Counter-terrorists win.
Shinden stay competitive.
And exactly following that track. A solid end and a great start off the block here on the CT side. They recover that lead now. Still on a solid basis. Now it's about trying to make sure you can stay and fight in the ring. It could get really bloody for you. You take one wrong uppercut in this thing. Your money, your situation, your confidence is all going to be shredded. However, that doesn't mean you don't stand any differently. Just as tall, right here to start. Shinden even have a Bees taking a Marin-like look into A to start. He's gone so deep and found nothing. That's a lot of info.
Pop Brunino back round the corner, but Molly at his feet. That's a big kill from Turtle. Shinden trying to give the bounty hunters a taste of their own medicine, but it's not working so well for them. They crunch it towards B ramp, met with a lot of resistance and far more firepower. Bounty hunters winning every single one of these duels. Nacho not in position to deny this plant either. Might be able to catch one as he exits out. There it is, but has to cower back away. And the numbers so heavily against them. This is going to be tough. That's if they go for it.
Oh, jiggling the keys right out. They lock the door behind them, but right here, there's somebody waiting in the bushes to jump. It was Zoc, but at least put in the cuffs by Abyss. Still on the lamb himself in a way. Just seeing Kaiser back out to that corner, but it'd be a mutual respect gain for either of these sides amongst the tunnel. Terrorists win.
Bounty hunters still snapping at their feet. Right. 2k in the bank here for Shinden. What call do you make after Abyss has just saved? Are they really going to go for the full eco around him? It makes the most sense. You know, I actually really second this decision, but if that is the decision, if that is the case, then the question has to be asked. Was the save in the last necessary? Maybe. Perhaps would it have been viable to try and go for some extra damage, to try and hurt the opponent's economy if you're going to be on this eco in the next anyway. We'll see what kind of damage it can do here. Bounty hunters have just been given free reign of this B-bomb site once again. Shinden looking for exits, I guess.
Big fight on the Zoc. You could win out with the 5-7. Renino is sending forward. VK1 just right behind Game Ender. This is the real issue about this. That's Zoc out of it. Kaiser, Renino does find it. Eventually, the Galil does just clean it all up. VK1 now gone. Bounty Hunters, they are very nice to try and just give no hints in by Shinden, but it's all good. There was an opportunity there for Shinden to, on a very low probability, try and cause a little bit more damage in there, because it was just a single win that they were getting out of that. 1,400, right, was the, or excuse me, 1,900, I believe, was the loss bonus. If they're actually getting out of that, clip a couple more. Rather, they're not getting a ton out. It's going to be a little bit less costly for them. It was only one body out in the engagement. Shin didn't get a full buy up, and I think it's the first time that we've seen the op up on IBZ in this defensive side.
Like this from Zoc. But maybe entry work here into middle. Kaiser. They're in cave at the same time. Flashbang is a dud. Doesn't connect with VK1, but the trade at least will. It's the 4-on-4. Nacho entertaining the idea of maybe trying to aggressively retake this control, but he will have to clear the corner, which he does not do, and Kaiser will be there to punish. Turtle back the other way after Roy comes in with a trade. And the numbers just being maintained here in the Bounty Hunters' favour. They're doing such a good job at trading. And it's something they've really struggled with on Dust 2. See you later.
Like the situation where he needs to be a quick op shot, couple of quick scopes, and a 1v3 would have been maybe a little bit more easy up than I suppose. Bounty Hunters, they get 2 in a row, and for all the Shinden fans getting their hopes up, well, now you got to pull for your team when they need it the most. It is at this point where it's starting to teeter and really feel this weight onto the T side as they continue on to run forward and not stop. Going to be 11 by the next time Shinden have this good buy-in, but there needs to be a little bit more emphasis behind this, and there certainly is some upgraded pistols. See if they could just whip out their pistol frags for this now more than ever.
Gee, close the smoke. Kaiser, what a shot. It is just against those pistols, of course, as you mentioned, but still always beautiful to see. Turtle served up a freebie of his own. A beer's up top. Okay, does do a bit of damage, but yeah, they won't get anything more out of that. These pistols in Kevlar are just gone to waste. And Roy likely to meet the same fate. There it is. Turtle will finish it off. 3 kills for him. He's 26 and 11. I praise these boys for their consistency last map. The fact that nobody was pulling ahead of the pack and actually all sort of in a similar boat, the kill count. But Turtle has broken that rule in this map. He has gone above and beyond.
Yeah, absolutely just playing so stellar at the moment. I would be very proud of myself if I were this man playing alongside such talents on this squad like Mayern, like Zoc. You see them pop off in a lot of these games, but last night just had a very nice performance. Now he's going to be just trying to continue this on forward, rather just going for that opening kill. I meant in this previous map, excuse me. Had a very nice map 1, and is following it up excellently. It is out at the beginning of this.
Guys, in the angle, just be careful though. Zoc was stood in front of him. I was worried there that Roy would perhaps peek and... oh, maybe, just maybe, Zoc could get a bullet into the back of the head, but no. Timing works out such that Kaiser's able to almost bend the bullet around him. And that's going to be 12 here for the Bounty Hunters. Ives has called it off, but appears coming to join him. If they can hold on to these 2 weapons, they can force into the next and have something to work with. I'm kind of surprised the Bounty Hunters aren't hunting harder here. Considering the money that they've got in the bank, they could certainly justify it. I think they were worried that perhaps a late retake was coming. Seemingly almost surprised that Shinden are happy to just give up 12 and series point here to the Bounty Hunters.
Right here with Zoc on that quarter of the bomb left to tick. The idea is out there. They may have had their adjustments let loose, but the M4 is going to be carried over. Surely going to be able to spread the love a little bit, but not sure there's going to be very much growth for Shinden after a round like this. Bounty Hunters, they are on playoff point here in Series 6, looking to make an appearance and really have their names known. Walk into a quarterfinal stage, and let's see what they can get done, rather, a round of 16.
Four chances to get this one finished. And a quick tactical pause out of Shinden before going into what could be the final round of their CCT South America Series 6 campaign. Whatever they've got cooking, it better be good, because it absolutely has to work. Their tournament life on the line here. Round number 21. Need to make it there. It's Brunino out of middle. He's looking to take first contact, but Abyss won't stick around to receive it.
Actually just sticks right back out with on that flash. And does he go for more?
Ooh.
He does. Knows he's got to hit hard and hit quick. Now when Shinden is calling upon it, but look at how Mayer just takes it and burns it. Holds it over their heads with Ash on top. And he just blows the smoke off the barrel of his AK. And it's Ibis that's all left alone. And Mayer is the Reaper with the ace in hand. Bounty Hunters, they're going to be headed on to Series 6 playoffs on the ace of their superstar.
Wow. Man. What an absolute beast. We've had a couple of beautiful moments tonight, haven't we? I mean, let's focus on this for now. Bounty Hunters, a crazy comeback on Dust 2, an exceptional performance on Ancient. We saw Stars shine, we saw Turtle putting up big numbers, even though Mayan had a little bit of a slow map, to be honest. He comes up huge right at the end when he's needed.
Definitely.
And yeah, I mean, we've seen 2 aces tonight. 2 aces tonight. And that's in the 2-2 bracket. That's, proof in the pudding of what I was saying earlier, that it's a time in the tournament where you need to pull out all the stops.
Oh, man. I mean, those are the big plays that try to come through in there, by Shinden. Just there at the end, you saw Bees really just sticking out. He gets that 2K. They're back-to-back, but then Mayer just takes it literally into his own hands. It was quite ridiculous here off the cusp of it. I mean, just lighting them up. It was even the 4th right on top of it, and just knowing that he had it all to just base, it's convincing. And if that last round doesn't really secure that, then I don't know what will. We came into this criticizing the Bounty Hunters for close games. On the scoreboard, it does look like it, sure. But those of us that were along watching for this entire thing, Bounty Hunters seriously have some confidence behind this, especially when they're all clicking their hardest.
And they certainly do. I mean, yeah, just seeing that on the replay, just a reminder of how quick Mayan really was with all of those jewels. You kind of hit flow state, right, when you find those first couple of shots and they're really crisp. You think, right, okay,
yeah,
I could do anything now, right? Yeah, awesome work. And you're right. I mean, Bounty Hunters, they've finally sort of found their footing here in the tournament, I feel, with this best of 3. Taking something convincingly. I really hope that they can have a good run into the playoffs. I'm not sure who they're going to be seeded against yet, but I hope that it's a winnable game. I mean, I guess any game's a winnable game, but I hope that it's one that they can put up a competitive performance in, because they really impressed me today. Obviously, we've got that final game of the night. Won't be me and you covering it, but I think that one is going to be one to excite too. That will round off our Swiss stage. That will confirm our final teams going through to the playoffs. And yeah, I'm excited. We're coming to a close here in Series 6.
Yeah, and starting off those playoffs where we know that it's just going to be that competition raise is going to be so entertaining to watch. But, I mean, joining alongside of, like I said, right, we know Uno Mille going to be carrying on. Bad News Chickens, Players, Solid, Zolo Slazer, Trope and Taco, all the teams down here from the Swiss stage that have earned their way all the way to the playoffs. They got one more spot versus
Patina Stay Ferrari and the Outlauded Amigos, who are about to go crazy, and it's going to be a very great one that you're going to be on with great hands for. I'm going to be saying that, yes, it's going to be Roy and Eventune that are going to be taking on the baton and running on with the South American BO3s tonight. But M&J, we had ourselves some fun now, didn't we?
We certainly did. You're saying Roy has just come out of that game and then he's going to go cast the next one?
That's what I'm saying, dude. This is crazy. A man of many talents.
Well, yeah, you're absolutely right. We've had an absolute smasher.
I wonder if he's ever casted him. He has to at this point.
He must have. He must
yeah.
have. I'm sure. But yeah, a little bit of a break again with that one being a 2-0 before going into that final game of the night. But that's all from me and Mark, so we'll bid you farewell. As Mark says, you're in wonderful hands for the next series. Again, go and grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack, come back here for that final series of the night as we will be concluding our Swiss stage. But that's it from us. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Hello everybody, welcome back. We're getting more than ready once again today as well. We are very excited because we have a very interesting match, and this is gonna be between Adali Amigos and the Patins da Ferrari. Of course, today I am not alone. Right here with me is none other than Roy. So please let us know, how are you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing great. We're definitely expecting great things out of this match because, as you mentioned, there is going to be a very interesting one between Adal and the Patins de Ferrari. And of course, the thing that perhaps makes this a bit more high stakes than usual is that it is an elimination match, but also at the same time, it could mean qualification for one of these teams. So I guess the winner takes it all, and the loser is just gonna have to go home and wait for their chance next time.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I guess that's what actually puts matters into a very difficult situation for both teams. So they do have to give everything they've got. They have to do their best at the moment. And speaking about that, I mean, honestly, I believe it was yesterday, I was in the match, at the match in which Adali Amigos actually fought against the Bad News Chickens. I mean, to be honest, I was kind of underwhelmed and disappointed at what happened at the second match. I mean, the first one was perfect. I definitely saw so much coming in from Adali Amigos team, but on the second one they pretty much just gave up. I don't really know exactly what happened. So it is very possible that they just decided to actually fight on this match instead, rather than fighting one of the best teams on the tournament, which is Bad News Chickens. So that could be a possibility. So I'm definitely expecting to see these guys actually do a lot better than the previous one. And of course, expect also Patins da Ferrari to give us the show that we are expecting from them.
Oh, sure, absolutely. And so why don't we go ahead and take a quick look at those rosters if we can, of course, because I do believe that we have a standing for today. But for Adal y Amigos, Showtime, Fastsin, Cassin, CK Zhao, and Del Bonnie are going to be their roster that is going to be representing them for this time around. Of course, like you mentioned, perhaps they not wanting to burn all this team yesterday, but today I'm sure that they are rearing to go. And they better bring their A game today. That much is for certain.
Oh yeah, totally. They definitely need that. Especially, I just want to put the spotlight once again in Cass. And yesterday he was also underperforming a little bit, but I do hope to see him doing wonders for his team. Speaking on the other side, of course, we do have in the team of the Patins da Ferrari, well, a beautiful roster in which we're gonna find none other than Kosmerets and Perez. These two guys, I mean, as you can see right there in the picture, they're coming from Sensei, but I've seen them play before, and honestly, they are packing quite a punch. I'm pretty sure that those guys are gonna give us a lot of action, a lot of kills, and a lot of beautiful plays, as well as teamwork, of course, as they are also playing with Premium, Misfit, and Wrecked. So these are the 5 guys who are gonna give everything they've got today in the battlefield from the team of Patins da Ferrari. But, well, Roy, one also important aspect about Counter-Strike and the game that we're gonna have today is, of course, the battlefield in which this fight is gonna break out today.
All right, let's take a look at those vetoes. Why don't we? So it seems like our first map that is going to be gone is the good old classic Dust 2. You already know how it goes. Ain't nobody trying to play around there anymore. Ancient being gone, a bit interesting, and Mirage, because we cannot escape Mirage around these parts. It is going to be coming in courtesy of Patins. And as an answer for Adal y Amigos 2.0, by the way, second version of this team, Nuke is going to be their pick this time around. I'm sorry, and I cannot speak it right now, but Anubis is going to be the finisher in case that we do need it. No train that we've seen whatsoever, no Inferno as well, perhaps due to how volatile it can get. So I mean, talking about volatile, I think Anubis has some potential to be some of that as well, whereas Nuke perhaps a bit more set in how things are going to be going, really highlighting the teamwork. But I guess much of the same could be said about Mirage, because if both of these teams have any sort of experience with one another, like we know that they already do, then we are going to be seeing their teamwork shine throughout both those iterations. So really looking forward to this first encounter on Mirage, because of course, as you always mentioned, there isn't anybody around this part who isn't going to have at the very least like a couple thousand hours on that map.
Yeah, I really do hope to see Adali Amigos actually performed just as good in Mirage as the previous days. Honestly, it's really also kind of not refreshing, I mean, because we have it alongside the tournament, having Nuke as a second map. Usually it's left for a decider, but in the case of Adalia Amigos, I really do hope that they are actually gonna be mastering that map. The previous one yesterday, I mean, I keep talking about yesterday, but it's so important. I'm pretty sure that the Patins also did their homework, right? I mean, they should have actually studied the enemy. They know exactly what were their constant pros, where they actually should be striking, who's gonna be the most difficult player to deal with. It's all a little bit of that information that the teams can actually just get a little before the match, before the game, and know exactly how to play so that they can counter enemy strategies. So it's also really nice to see Nuke right here. It's a very difficult map. We also know it is extremely city-sided, so in that case, I really hope that it's actually gonna give a little bit of an advantage to Adalia Amigas, as they do have quite a pretty good defensive playstyle.
I appreciate that. I mean, defensive plays, I mean, defense wins championships, or so they say. So, I mean, like you mentioned, Patins, they definitely must be making their homework. I don't think it was enough coming in from that last victory, if I'm not mistaken, versus MIBR FE. It was last time around. It was in 2-0 fashion, by the way, and did manage to clutch up in a very important, a couple of important situations. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing them actually in those high pressure situations. How do they react whenever their tournament life is on the line for a second time around? Because, I mean, once they start feeling themselves, I know that they can absolutely be a menace throughout every map that we are going to see. But, well, I guess we just have to wait around till both our teams are ready to kick this one off, because, of course, this is one hell of a way to close out our day.
Yeah, and Roy, just wanted to talk about a little bit more about the maps, just to mention this, because the thing is that, well, Patins Ferrari has actually had a pretty good game in Ancient previously. They got a 67% win rate over there, and Ancient is pretty similar in a certain way to Anubis, and also, these guys are packing a pretty good T side, so if they play on Tourist and Anubis giving them that advantage, I'm pretty sure that if we do go into a decider, I mean, the Patins will definitely have a little bit of an advantage over there. Of course, that also happens in the case of Mirage, but I just based myself on Mirage on the situation that we've seen on previous games on this tournament from Adal. But well, right now, Roy, we are just pretty much getting ready for to see what happens in the future, because we can talk about decisions, we can talk about strategy, we can talk about numbers, we can talk about details, information, etc., etc. But the important thing right here is that in the end doesn't really matter. It gives you a little bit of a scope to know what's going to happen. But I mean, nothing is written on stone, and especially in Counter-Strike, I always keep myself very, very optimistic, because miracles happen in this game especially.
Yeah, I mean, numbers definitely don't tell the full story, and under such heavy pressure, I mean, you could very easily crumble. Of course, neither of these teams have fully crumbled. We're going to be seeing it once again for a standard approach towards this pistol round on Mirage, coming in from Patins Ferrari. Prioritizing the apartments area of the map. Gonna start with a couple of pieces of util, namely that smoke as well. So for an entry, we do have Misfit. Misfit was one of the players that was about to point out that I feel like he's sort of his momentum really ramps up the rest of the team, so I'm really looking forward to see what kind of energy he can bring this time around. It is not an impossible retake right here, but definitely with the numbers disadvantage, and now that they have also less fast sin, and these traits continue not to favor them exactly, it is going to be a bit tougher. Delvani, can you even pull this one off? Tries to fake for it, but Premium is always going to be there to swing to the right and make sure that this one goes as expected after that bomb plant. So Patins, I mean, they did have quite a good record over here, and they are showing exactly why. Once again, pressure right off the rip gonna be on the side of Adalia Amigos.
Yeah, pretty good round, honestly, for the roller skaters over there. In the end, they do take that one for themselves, and we all know what that means. They're going to be able to afford right here a little bit of firepower. We do have 2, 3 AK-47s, okay. That was a bit unexpected. I thought I was going to see another Mac 10, probably another Galil, but these guys pretty much go all out. They want to make sure that the enemy has no place to breathe, so they push forward. One player was already spotted right here. Rekt actually claims the first blood over here. And as the rest of the team actually moves forward, Godsmreds with the jumping shot from the Mac 10 actually claims another kill. Though Bunny is out of the equation and all the way back on CT. No, we're going to have a rotation. They're actually going to play it safe. Just going to try to go for the picks from far away. But they know that this is going to be pretty much impossible. They just want to save what little they can. In this case, it's going to be a couple Deagles and the Scout.
All right, I mean, is there really anything else left to say? And by the way, it is Patins and Ferrari, the ones that are, if I'm not mistaken, playing with a standing this time around in the name of Rekt, if I am correct. But, I mean,
Ooh.
so far, looking good, even if it's not their quote-unquote fully powered roster. And we've seen what these guys can do previously, and, well, it is much of the same during the start of this Mirage right here. Amigos, I mean, really having a tough time building up that economy from the rip, and when you're not getting those frags as a CT for starter, then it definitely gets a bit more complicated, of course. It is at this portion when it is kind of tough as a CT to really make that happen. As further down the line, it is going to be much easier for them to really just hold down the fort and make sure that their game plan goes perhaps a bit more accordingly to what they are expecting, but nonetheless, it's still a couple of rounds away that you steal from those CTs, and that is big gains for the side of Patins de Ferrari, who continue to go now onto the other side of the map with a cheeky little B push. Sorry, A push.
Ooh. All right, frags already coming in. Look at that. That's 1, 2, 3. Once again, a wonderful, delightful display of skill coming in by the Patins. The bomb's going to get planted, and that's only 2 players left. Now, of course, this is kind of expected, Roy, in one way or another. Good shot over there from Delbany, interrupting me right here. But it's kind of expected. I mean, it's a really rough start when you actually lose the first round of the game. The pistol round, of course, it usually always translates into a second one for the other team. So you're going to have to save up. And since Adalia Amigos actually chose to buy, and that just means that this one was pretty much going to be from the enemy as well. That's 3 rounds already. But now the big guns are coming in. We're going to be expecting something a little bit different. Let's just hope that Adalia Amigos can actually wake up from what happened on this previous 3 rounds. And they should be able to turn the tables.
Yeah, after that first round, it was pretty much pick your poison, and we saw exactly which poison Adal Amigos decided to take. Of course, at the very least, fragging-wise, this went much better for them. Able to get a couple more kills, actually apply some pressure, even at the very end, when it was just with an Deagle and a Scout.
Yeah, they hurt the economy, right?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I mean, making sure that you can chip away as much as you can from the enemy. Ooh. Right now, I am kind of surprised Igizao did manage to survive that one, but hey, nonetheless, that's the way the cookie crumbles. The Molly got to fly in immediately. Showtime has to make it out of dodge. As the pressure was ramping up, once again coming in from the apartment side, a couple of bullets into the darkness, but they do find good courtesy of Rekt, who is, again, supporting the squad and making sure that they do reach the heights that they want to in those playoffs. It's been the last match absolutely crucial that they find themselves numbers up.
Well, it seems that the one thing I mentioned about the Patins being really good on the T side is actually coming up and just pretty much catching the enemy on that same fate over here. Good defense, though. CK Zhao can get another one over here. Good dupe. The AWP from so far away actually lit and wrecked. Down to only 1 HP. Finishing the job. Casting over here with the AWP. Once more. Beautiful shot all the way to Ban. But now the enemy knows where he is located. But there's one right there. It's Zhao gonna finish the job over there. Seal the deal with the one player that was just right above him. And the last one's gonna be Misfit with the AWP once again. But all the way to Chair. So now the enemy actually heard them. And I'm pretty sure they want to chase him down. That's 4 players against him. Yep, they're going to start it. And now, oh, he's going to go down right here.
Oh yeah, no chance.
And no money
chance
for
of
him.
survival. Yeah, no, excellent. Bit of hounding action coming in from Adali Amigos, who know that they have to make sure that those early rounds that kind of went into the trash can, you know, are not going completely to waste. At the very least, make something of them. And if nothing else, at the very least, try and adapt to the pace that Martins Ferrari bringing to the table. Because, like you said, these guys are definitely good on the offensive. And we've been seeing much of that right here. Now, once again, game of numbers, as Premium is, well, going to be lacking in the firepower department. And it definitely is, it's starting to feel like Martins Ferrari are feeling the heat right here. Del Bonnie with a beautiful 2-piece cuts minutes, and it is no longer going to be a part of the equation. Bit of an answer, but perhaps too little too late, as Rekt could have made that play perhaps that earlier, or that type of challenge, but not to be challenged. Look at Adali Amigos go. The CTs continue to clear up the house.
Yeah, good stuff we're seeing right here from Adali on the defense, as I mentioned as well. Doing a pretty good job, actually fighting back as soon as they have the weapons. Look at that. The last one is going to go for fast in the end, taking down Rekt. Just making sure that round goes as fast as possible to his team and getting that little extra money on the pocket. Amazing initial 2 kills over there. A little bit of a mistake, if I could say that, coming in from the Patins, as they were not really looking for an enemy on that spot. I think they just got caught a little bit off guard over there, just trying to communicate something else. You gotta get your mind in the game, boys. But alright, jumping into the next one, round number 6. The advantage is still for the Patins. They did a wonderful job at the beginning, but as soon as Adali Amigos actually get their weapons and firepower and everything, it seems that these guys know what they're doing on the defense. Now, of course, this is gonna be an eco round, so we can expect it to go as fast as possible, but as I always mention, Roy, anything can happen in this game. We've seen those eco rounds go bad so many times.
Oh yeah, I mean it's kind of an inside joke between us at this point. We've seen it just happen one too many times, if I dare say. I have to mention it is quite often. Of course, perhaps it's gonna come into play that other amigos are actually, you know, a bit more warm for this match, I guess you could say, as we did have to wait on them for to make it to the server, but that's because they were playing another match. But Deans, I'm sure they were not wasting their time. They must have been in their hands warm as well, the blood flowing. Slowly but surely, they wait. Pretty much a minute has passed to make any sort of move. Not that I blame him, absolutely. Ferrari, after all, like you mentioned, are going to have to deal with a tough situation. Cassim going to be the first one to find out.
Oh.
And all the way from the ticket side of the map, got to be punishing the Roach from the Patins and the roller skaters. Well, they are just rolling to their graves, as it is an easy cleanup once again. Only losing Del Bonnie in the process, but I mean, Del Bonnie has been put in stellar numbers. I'm kind of surprised to see Showtime go with a big fat donut for the moment. 0-4, however, I have to say the rest of the squad is more than making up for it, and so we reach an even point in this first half.
It's also nice to see the change of pace for Adali Amigos on the previous 2 rounds, because the other one was really aggressive. Like, they actually started off with 2 kills right in connector. I'm sorry, on the tunnel and underpass. But then the next one, you actually see them playing really defensively. Like, they didn't actually push, they just waited patiently, and it does end up paying off as well. Now, a lot of damage has been dealt with that nade. Of course, Showtime is going to go down by the power of the AK-47, but the damage is done. Now, Premium's down to 22 HP, Purse to 45. One bullet could be more than enough to bring one of those players down. Now, the bomb's going to get planted. That's extra money for their pockets. Pretty good. But this is a 3v5 situation. Is Adali Amigos going to try to go for it? I mean, they're just positioned right here outside market. And Jungle just probably trying to go for those picks. But it's gonna be so hard to actually fight for it. Ooh, a little bit of a tough spot, Roy. They actually catch one.
True.
So he's forced out of there.
Castle, I don't think is going to be risking for the biscuit, and neither is the rest of the CTs right here. I mean, they would be none the wiser for pushing forwards now. It's a matter of keeping their lives and making it dodge real quick. And from what we've seen, once they reach that point in which they could afford the weapons that they wanted, it's been a trend upwards up until that very last round where Patins and Ferrari were able to finally put a stop to what could have been an onslaught on maybe even a takeover from Adali Amigos. Not for nothing, the second version of this roster after all. Slide is a disadvantage, but I'm sure that they've seen tougher spots and bounce back from them. Immediately gonna be trying to outrun the smoke. CK Sao, fairly aggressive position for himself. But in the meantime, gonna take it upon himself to cover for any defenders towards connector. This position from CK Sao. Oh, he narrowly manages to take cover. He's gonna need a bit more precision, and oh, he almost took down 3. That was massive, but 2 already is big enough as he does give the call out, and Cassin immediately is on the cover up. Showtime gonna be very aware of where one of the perhaps flankers was gonna be, and Misfit quite lit up, gonna have to maneuver like an absolute madman, like a contortionist, to even try to survive. But of course, he wants to make a little bit extra cash for his team. So far, nobody even in the vicinity to impede him from doing that. However, it is an easy collapse nonetheless. Not exactly the easiest defense here in this 1-on-3. Misfit, like I mentioned, a player that when he is on fire, he propels the rest of his team to also push those same heights. Not like I would blame him for giving this one up, but still gonna look for, at the very least, one extra pick. Coverage from that up, gonna be blocked by the smoke. Just narrowly, and kind of giving the game away there with the exchange in util, as there was no way that they were letting Misfit making it forwards from ramp whatsoever. That terrain was covered, and so again, even we are.
I'm really liking this game so far. It's looking really balanced. I mean, we got the 4-on-4, of course. It's a tie on the score, but the thing is that this is a CT-sided map, and also, I mean, the Patins, this is their pick, so we're definitely expecting them to do a little bit better once they hit the reset button on the second half of the game. So let's not forget about that. I mean, the fact that they already have 4 rounds pretty much at this point, it just means that they might really have a bigger advantage once they reach the other side. Already racking up 4 rounds for themselves is pretty good. Also, Fastin over here is kind of expecting the enemy on that position coming in from A main. Second smoke dropped on Palace just to make sure that he's not gonna go down. Good shot coming from Cassin, looking at that spot. Pretty much predicting where the enemy was gonna move in from. And as we see all the utility and flashes popping off on A, the enemy needs to make a move over here, but Cassin, oh yeah, he knows there's another enemy coming from that way. It's definitely possible. Now Fastin takes one down. Delbony answers with one of his own. Another one for Fastin. But Gutsmurat takes down Delbony on the meantime as well. Good refrag, but now he just puts Premium in such a tough spot once more. It's a 1v4. Ooh, he does take one down, but Cassin's right there to finish the job. Good stuff, good defense, and Adali Amigos, another round for themselves, and just with that, they get the tiebreaker. Yep. Pretty good difference from these guys. I really hope to be seeing much more of that for the rest of the first half. And of course, on the second one, let's just see if they can actually keep up against the Patins. To be honest, the T side is also pretty strong for them, but like I mentioned, I don't really think that they're going to be able to overcome the enemy on their own pick. Let's see what happens in the future as we pop into the next round. Of course, an eco for the roller skaters. Well, kind of. Gutsmerch does have his AK-47. Let's just hope he can actually do something with it.
yeah, the team's looking a little bit lighter, but
Ooh.
Adalia Amigos also looking lighter with the loss of CK Zhao there. And not only is he going to be joining the tally of the dead, but also Delboni. Unfortunate situation for the CTs. And like you mentioned, yeah, you're feeling confident if you're a CT, but thing is that the teams are always going to get to close out on CT. So this is not going to last forever if you're Adalia Amigos. And with rounds like this, well, I don't know. I mean, you have to start wondering about the future, as it has been an excellent amount of decisiveness that we've seen from Patinza Ferrari on this first half. And when it comes down the time for them to play on defense, oh, Fasten, that is one way to equalize things. They did not see that coming, and coverage from Cassin, you were gassing him up earlier, and not for naught. Those were not empty compliments whatsoever. This man knows what he's doing. And Patins, well, you're gonna wonder, could they have watched out for the flank a little bit better? It is with the surviving AK, but he was gonna have to gun down way too many players right there. It was a great start for the Patins, but Adalia Amigos were not having it whatsoever.
Yeah, considering those guys were forcing, I mean, I'd say it went pretty good for them. It was 2 kills. It's always the Deagles, man. Deagles are definitely deadly. But Adalia Amigos with superior firepower and, of course, team play, in the end, they get those kills and get that round for themselves as the fight breaks out on B sites. Now, pushing into the next one. We're really close to the end of the first half. Good stuff. First blood has been claimed this time. Fasten is the one getting that with a headshot. And now the utility just a small change of pace after the first blood came in. They need to make sure they play it safe. And not get a little bit too ahead of themselves. Ooh, that nade actually landed perfectly. Cuts Mertz down to 66 HP on mid. They're going to start their rotation or movement. One player in Palace. Nobody knows he's there. And now, as Fasten is actually moving forward, I think this could be the perfect moment. Call it good luck or bad luck in this case for the CTs. The bunny has to make a difference over here. The first line of defense. Oh, look at that. Delboni getting that kill, winning that duel against the enemy. But Premium, just as I mentioned, actually racks up a kill for himself. On the other side, Castle defending all the way across the map with the AWP. And woo! Bullets breaking left and right. That's going to be another round for Adalia as the enemy quickly goes down as well. So, now, the Patins, Roy, are going to have... Yep, they're not really going to have enough money to go for a full, complete buy on AKs. They're going to have to resort to those Galileos. Is that going to be enough to actually fight back? It's their last round. They definitely have to do something with them. It's going to get interesting.
It for sure will be. Can Adalia Amigos double the score here for Patinza Ferrari for their CT efforts? And then we'll see about how they play on the offensive. But I just have to commend the defensive positioning that we've seen from Adalia Amigos so far. Every single time they seem to be ready, not getting caught off guard. Yeah, they bit big at the beginning, but they know that they can afford it because they are feeling so confident in their defensive play. Finally, applying the numbers to the equation here is Patinza Ferrari. As Fasten didn't really have any chances of survival if he's played their cards correctly. Oh, that is a big miss right there, and that is a massive double for Perez. Make that 3? Not quite yet, but he's still gonna convert. And Showtime is going to watch as this round escapes his reach. Courtesy of Perez nonetheless. Patins at the very least a bit of redemption. Close out our first half. It is, of course, still within striking distance. And if they manage to get a good start, I think we could be seeing them absolutely take over during our second portion of the map. I do have to appreciate just how much faster things go here in CS2 in comparison to Global Offensive, where it felt like sometimes I just could be... I don't want to say sluggish, but I think definitely reduction in round count, for example, does definitely lend a lot more excitement in certain situations, and this being one of them, right? Like, you can definitely turn things around, but also it is a bit easier to catch up if you're trailing. So let's see which side it goes. Again, back to pistols it is.
Well, just like you mentioned, back to pistols. And this is also one of the most important rounds. Of course, the most important one is going to be the one giving you the win. But look at that, they pretty much just allow the T's to go inside the site that they want to play for the retake. Instead, the bomb is planted. But now the timer has been cut short, and it's taken against the CTs. Let's see what they can do against that. Cassin claiming finally the first blood with the P250 headshot. Now patience. Patience is the name of the game. Oh, but they gotta be quick over here. 1, 2, 3 players down, and 4. That's gonna be another round for Adalia Amigos. Really good job. I really thought I was gonna see something different, but of course, that's pretty much exactly how things went at the beginning, and still Adalia Amigos actually came out on top in the end. So it's still very possible that the Patins are gonna come back on the next few rounds.
Oh, absolutely. Still very much in the cards, and like I said, the lead not as much as it might be apparent, but of course still gonna have to sacrifice quite a bit. Of course, they're gonna go bare into this one. All USPs all around to be shown here for Patins de Ferrari, and they are patiently waiting for Adalia Amigos to make their move. Perhaps towards the middle portion of the map, but they're still going to be waiting around. Del Bonnie going to take it upon itself to kind of break the enemy down. And they do manage to bait them out. And it is an excellent way for CK South to get some target practice in, as he just rains down bullets on the enemy, and they just keep on falling.
With a full AK-47 spray, he actually takes down all the last 4 players alive. That was amazing. Of course, that's the true power of the AK-47. I mean, if you count them, you actually have 6 bullets for each enemy. That's more than enough to bring them down, a whole team, with only 1 clip of the weapon. Alright. But now we call for a change of pace. Now the Patins finally do have money. They actually afford the M4s. We got 5 of them, and not that much utility. Nothing but a couple smokes actually left in the inventory. But that should be more than enough to actually stop the enemy on their tracks, allowing for a little bit of time to actually be bought for them. Now Del Bonnie here patiently waiting, just don't want to get caught. But that's the thing, the Patins do know how to play this map as well. They're playing it defensively. They don't really want to get a little bit too ahead of themselves, so they're playing for sight. There's only 2 players on V, and that is not good, as we can kind of see the tourist team actually around that area. If they do decide to go into the B side, it's going to be a hard time for these 2 players. And here it goes. The bell has been rung. That's a lot of utility. And now we're going to see the push forward. There it is. The first blood coming in. Showtime. Claiming it with the Galil. Another one. Fasten right around the corner. 1 kill does fall in the hands of Rekt for the CTs, but the bomb is going to get planted, and the last 2 players, I mean, they definitely have to save that, but look around the corner, my guy. There's 1 player waiting for them. And is he going to be able to get that kill for himself, or is the CTs actually going to stay alive on the last moments of this round while they wait for the bomb to blow up? Watch out behind them. Look. Fasten goes down. Premium actually probably heard them running around. Oh, but there's 1 in Tetris. This could be deadly. Yep, it's going to take down Del Bunny. Now relocate once again. Woo, but all the way across. Good position from Cassin. Getting that final kill just before the bomb blows up. I have to say, Roy, I mean, Yeah, we definitely had another one. All right, perfect. I was gonna say, I mean, it was a pretty good round for the Patins. They definitely lost that one, but they pretty much annihilated the enemy. I do hope that can actually help them a little bit, but the problem is that Dali Amigos already reached the 10 point on the score. Double digits, that's not good. They're only 2 rounds away to securing an overtime.
Yeah, this is a bit of a tougher spot than perhaps we were expecting coming in from Patins. I mean, once they're able to turtle up, they are pretty good on the defense. However, they've been missing one too many shots to be feeling really comfortable about their odds, unfortunately, here. Even more pressure, but Pettis does manage to take that M4 out and cuts Medit. So excellent. I'm sure it's music to his ears. Shouts to that 5-7. Coming through, though, of course, Adali Amigos is still a solid shot at making this one happen. Gonna have to be extra careful about how they navigate their position throughout the map. Cuts Medits. A good spot to at the very least call them out, right? Because health is really not there, and the weaponry, of course, also not gonna be there. So bit of a change of pace that we are going to be seeing right here. Ooh, Showtime. I don't know if he actually managed to see the nozzle of the gun right there.
I think he did.
He didn't.
I think he did, because he actually kind of retreated over here.
Yeah. Right.
Nope, they didn't. Wow, you were completely right. I was completely wrong. I really thought he did, but it seems that maybe he was just a little bit too nervous to actually pay attention to that.
I mean, it happens. This is why I always point it out. I mean, under the pressure of the situation, people be acting differently. This is not your aim lab practice, man. This is very, very different when it is go time with elimination on the line for you on a tournament such as this. So, for sure, I think that mistakes can be made, and well, the important part is knowing how to mitigate them as much as possible, right? Because you're always going to make mistakes. It is quite literally impossible to play perfect. Whether by your own hand or forced, mistakes are going to happen, and you just have to learn how to roll with the punches. I think that's a huge part of how teams succeed.
Yeah, that's completely true. I mean, after all, if you're gonna have 2 teams that are completely balanced, like they're playing perfectly, there's no way that one can win unless another one makes mistakes. So that's pretty much the name of the game. Just capitalize on the enemy mistakes, and you should be fine. Well, Roy, this is just a little bit of the calm before the storm, but who do you think is going to win this round? I mean, we got pretty much equal firepower, right?
Pretty much. This time around, nobody watching from Cat, and they do have better coverage. I was going to say that first pick is going to be crucially important right here. But we do find an answer in the form of CK Sao, and he still has that AK in his hands. However, he drops that frag. Unfortunately, Erect is going to drop him to the floor instead. And so now, definitely the CTs are going to be in a bit of a better position. Still, of course, Adali Amigos have some utility to play with. And they're definitely going to need it out in the open like that. Cutsmets, of course, is going to welcome that shot. Bit of an overextension right there, and Albani was ready to punish the cross. Holding down the fort for a little longer. The thing is that Misfit is still positioned in a very good spot. Catch the cross coming in from Adali Amigos, so they're going to have to take it one frag at a time. Premium. That is a big frag for his squad, and that prompts Misfit to move forwards. Oh, Bonnie. Oh, that is massive, though. Brings it down to a one-on-one. And who is feeling a bit more confident this time around? Oh, you close in. You'll close in the distance for sure. Look at that decisiveness coming in from Misfit. He hears it, and he already knew exactly. He knew exactly what he had to do. Just hold W as fast as you can and gun him down. He doesn't even try to make any mistakes or, diminish the amount of mistakes he could have made by just pulling out the USP and knowing that while he's going to be busy, just gun him down. take out your entire magazine on him. And it works like a charm for them. I mean, it got a bit tense for a second, but nonetheless, I do have to commend Misfit for knowing pretty much exactly what he had to do. And this now is going to give a bit of life for the Patins and Ferrari, who are getting a much better start. Look at Adal y Amigos now are reduced to, well, pistols only pretty much. And it is not boding too well for them at the second. If they want to continue to hold the lead, of course. It seems like
Oh,
at the
no.
very least they're going to have to deal with some momentum, but I mean, every single frag that you take as Patins right now, it is going to be felt twice over just because of how close Adal y Amigos are to the finish line. But we'll see how this goes once the T forces have a chance to properly fight back.
It was nice to see how the previous round, I mean, our guy didn't actually fall for the bait on the fake defuse. So that allowed him to just go ahead and get the kill at the moment that the enemy had to get that bomb planted. I mean, timer was running short. They had to make a move. This round definitely goes for the Patins. The roller skaters are getting back on track in this case. I mean, they were really far behind, but as it proves out, I mean, this is their pick. They are supposed to know what they're doing. The problem is the previous one was an eco round for Adal y Amigos, pretty much so. This one might be completely different. These guys are also showing that they know exactly how to play. And yeah, like you mentioned, I mean, we've seen those mistakes coming back and forth, left and right, from one team, from the other. But in the end, I think that Adal y Amigos, they should be able to do something on this round, probably. The enemy still holds a bit of utility. But a couple cheeky kills over here, if CK Sao can actually land those would be huge. So that the tourist team can actually start rotating, do something. They still have 1 minute and 5 seconds on the clock. So there's plenty of time. Wait for one enemy to make a mistake. But in this case, Gutsmarenz is actually moving forward and rotating. He can actually catch off guard 2-3 players over here if he's patient enough and if his team is actually able to withstand and hold against the tourist force. Let's see what happens as we reach the 37-second mark.
CK Sao strikes first, but here comes the flank and cuts minutes. He's gonna miss. No way. For the first time, however, Rekt does pick up the slack right there. In the end, it is the counter-terrorists who managed to make the most out of that. First initial and very tense moments for the CTs, but Gutsmarenz makes true on his promise to avenge his fallen comrades right there, and the flank works out like a charm. Much like you were saying, it was going to be a crucial moment for them, and I do believe that the T's did have Cassidy watching their backs for every now and again. So patience does pay off there for Cuts and the rest of Patins and Ferrari. And so one round now stands between them and an even game. Whereas Adal y Amigos, they are forced to take a bit of a longer route. Economically speaking, at the very least, they're only gonna have that Soul AK in the hands of CK Sao. We'll see if he can do anything with that. Those deagles, of course, we have seen them put to great use. However, you're starting to lose numbers like that, it is not gonna make your job any easier. And indeed, it won't be, as the rest of Patins do manage to survive. And, well, not much else that Adal and the boys can make. 10, and it is quite an answer, I have to say. Patins trying to claim their own pick. And, well, again, this is why I said at the beginning, I think that when they were put under the scope, when the pressure was at its boiling point, pretty much, Patins and Ferrari usually rise to the occasion in whichever manner they have to, and They started trailing by quite a bit at some point, and now it is a perfectly even game. However, it is still about closing out. There are 3 rounds between both of these teams, and the victory, to be precise, Adiel amigos, they are done paying their taxes.
Oh,
So,
kills coming in.
oh, big. That is massive.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that a mistake, but actually just pretty much luck at this moment. But also being prepared to actually take the chances as soon as they actually present themselves. Also a pretty good shot coming in by the AWP. But now Misfit needs to fight back somehow. Guess it's actually going to retreat, I believe. Ooh, look at that. The bunny after pushing from underpass. He claims that kill in Paris, a flash. Doesn't really flash anyone.
Ooh.
Oh man, the crossing over here. It's always tricky. Oh, missed shot coming in from Casting. The second one does not fail, however. Misfit answers with one of his own, and just like that, well, the enemy team, it's put down to only 2 players as well as the CTs, but one of them has only 8 HP, so yeah, this is looking really tough for the Ts. Let's see if Adal and his friends can actually do something. Nope, Cutsmerts cutting down Del Boni as he was trying to cross out there. Oh, Kazan. Oh, Kazan, I think he can actually land this. No, the jump actually saved him.
Oh my god.
But he needs to get that bomb planted. Oh, that was not a fake. Pros don't fake, ladies and gents. So now we're down to the moment in which the 1v2 with Kazan with the AWP, he's not going to be able to do anything. It's way too hard, especially with that weapon. But Cutsmerts come from the side. And from Stirs, from above, takes down the last enemy alive. That bomb's going to get defused, and that's going to be another round for the CTs. In this case, the roller skaters proved themselves to get back once again on top on the scoreboard.
Oh man. I mean, Cassin for a second said, the globes are off, my man. We are brawling. Immediately puts the pressure on, however. Is Ferrari, they let him know this was never a fair fight. This is a 2v1, my man. If you ain't got any of your friends around, then you are out of the picture as well. And so, this race to the finish. Means Ferrari take the first and very crucial step forwards. Misfit also has been on fire. Top fragging for his team at the very least, because on the other side of the aisle, we do have the beast that is Del Boni. Has been putting up a show and, of course, still alive this time around. And playing his part towards Connector. Sole player that Adalia Amigos leave on that side of the map. The rest of them still deciding whether or not to make true on that push. Yasin usually in charge of watching from the rear to see if any player from the opposition decides to overextend. Mille not going to be quite as effective. Pettis does find the angle right there narrowly, so those shots are not going to only turn into health for Adalia Amigos, but also for information coming in from Patins and Ferrari, and that prompts Cutsmerts to immediately start taking action, and oh my god, yeah, the patience pays off again here for the side of Patins, who are able to perfectly capitalize on the information that they were getting. I guess you could say that some instances a bit of bad luck was involved there for Adalia Amigos, but at the end of the day, some others may call it a skill issue, and I'm wondering if Patins and Ferrari have that same idea, as they are only one final step away from claiming out their pick.
Well, we jump into the 12th round. The match, round number 23, but the Patins right now have 12 rounds for themselves. Now that Mille is actually, gonna stop the enemy right on their tracks. They probably could have done something important over here, but they decide to retreat. As both teams know that this is the round that matters. Or the Patins is gonna get the match point right here. It is very possible. They still have another chance if things go south, as the advantage is for 2 rounds. Everybody's getting nervous, and I can tell. Also, Roy, having one map on your behalf on a best of 3 is gonna add a little bit more pressure in the second one, which would essentially mean more mistakes for whoever actually loses the first one. Patiently waiting. And now we'll reach 50 seconds. The tourist force have to make a move over here. They're patiently waiting, and there it is. The flash is actually going to make the call over here. But Briss is actually hidden on the corner, not quite able to do anything. Fasten gets that kill for himself, pushing forward. B-set's pretty much already taken for the T-Force, but still, the CTs are trying to fight back with everything they've got. The bomb's gonna get planted. And now it's all about the retake. Roy, this is the moment that the Patins definitely need. It's a 3v4. But they got firepower. They can do it.
Oh my god. Misfit gonna be the first one to start showing the enemy exactly what's up. And this is a retake that they can totally afford, by the way. So even if things don't exactly go their way here, as the bunny is exactly trying to make sure of that, it's not like it's all for naught. Other amigos, they stay alive and kicking, trying to force this one into OT. But they're not quite there yet. It's going to take 24th and final round there. That played by CK Sao. It's absolutely excellent.
It was looking pretty close, but being out of utility and having no flashes at the last moment in which you actually need to make the retake over there, well, that definitely hurts. And they were not quite able to just grasp it in their hands. They were so close. But still, they have another chance. Or we could have an overtime. It could happen. As also, economically speaking, Adalia Amigas can afford once again their weapons. We got AK-47s, we got the Galil in the hands of Showtime, and we have Cassin with the AWP. Let's hope that he can actually put that to work as the T4 starts moving forward, scouting all the areas. EK's out. Oh, but look at that. The CTs actually chose to retreat and play for the retake instead. All utilities already down on the battlefield, and the bomb's gonna get planted, so that timer also got short against the CTs once again.
Oh man. A little bit too much passivity, perhaps you could ask, as now CK Sao is going to take the reins of how this one goes, and a couple flash are going to fly by. The CTs are ready to make their move. They get bloody, they get sweaty, but they make it happen nonetheless.
Watch for the rotation, though.
Side. That is angle. Oh my god, Fasten gets a double from that, and Cassin is going to continue to chip away at them. 2-on-2. Time is absolutely running out, and the CTs have to make a move right here and now. And the coverage, oh my god, wrecked. He holds down the fort, and that is going to give just enough time for Perez to make sure that this map number 1 goes in the favor of the roller skaters, but in the Ferrari. Ladies and gents, they're gonna run away with victory, but a very narrow one at that. So Adale amigos, I am sure that they've got big plans here for Nuke. And, well, I guess in a match as even as this, as contentious as this may get, I am hoping for that decider map. But at the end of the day, it's all left to Adale amigos to see if they can actually find an answer. That was actually a very good way to close out this map. I mean, just all the way down the line, back and forth action that we saw, and an impressive finish, to say the least. Tension all the way throughout.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was definitely quite a match. I mean, it was quite a rush, and of course, in the end, it was quite a round. I mean, everything was looking for an overtime, but in the end, that little rotation that one of the CT players came up all the way behind the enemy, just allowing pretty much to the last kills to fall in. And well, that defense at the last moment, the last second pretty much, that was really intense. I always kept up having my faith on the Patins. I knew that they had what it takes, actually. I mean, there's a reason why they're here to compete and try to become the champion of champions. But Roy, there's still a lot of Counter-Strike to be played, and we still have to see what happens on the next match on the new battlefield, because we are going to be jumping into enemy territory, which is going to be none other than Nuke. Let's just hope that the Patins can actually do just as well, and of course also Adale Amigas to be adapting to the enemy strategies and doing even better than what they did on the previous game.
But of course, that's going to be in the future. So what about we take a small break, go for a little, maybe just a snack, something to drink, a soft drink, and we'll be right back in a little while so that we can jump into the battlefield once again.
Well, here we are once again. Thank you so much, everyone, for your patience. That was quite a bit of a tense situation at the very tail end of our map number 1, but Mirage is done and through. Unfortunately, therefore, other amigos, they were not able to force out that overtime, which means their opponent strikes first. However, will they get to strike last as well, as now it is their turn, and now the amigos are going to be heading into Nuke, which is going to be the pick for the second map.
Well, to be honest, Roy, the thing right here is that in the case of the previous match, the numbers didn't lie. I mean, we did see that the Potenza Ferrari actually had a much better record on Mirage playing against different teams. So that was kind of expected for them to actually win that one. And now we jump into enemy territory because this is going to be none other than Adalia Amigos' pick. However, the exact same thing pretty much happens. I mean, right here we do see that they have more experience on that map than the roller skaters. So it is very possible that we might have a little bit of the same thing. But one thing that I need to mention, based on what I saw of the previous game yesterday, it seems like Adalia Amigos has a little bit of a very bad case of feeling a bit hopeless and down whenever they win the first one. So it is very possible that we might actually see them making more mistakes on that map, even though it is their pick. After all, we did see that Patience is a really good defender, and they played really well on the city side. Nuke is pretty much off the same, so it's going to be another city-sided map, and I'm pretty sure that things may not be that different. But of course, as I always say, things are not written on stone, so everything can happen, and I am one that believes in miracles. But Roy, well, what can I tell you? It seems like we're getting more than ready for the game.
Oh yeah, let's go ahead and jump straight into it. As here, Adalia Amigos, a bit of a revenge tour themselves. Let's see if they get to complete it, or if it's gonna be cut short, not enough entrances sold. Is Ferrari try to put a halt to that. Propel themselves forward to the playoffs. I gotta start things off with those dualies. Excellent coverage at the very beginning. The T's dueling like their life depends on it, and that is because, quite literally so, that's the case. Fasten clearing out the side, and as he clears heaven, still gonna be holding down that angle, but the fort has already been invaded. It was Patins who got to strike first in what could have been a crucial win for them. And you said the numbers don't lie, and this is exactly the type of decision making that we were expecting Adalia Amigos to make. Perhaps, you know, they, like I said, they were warmed up from their previous match earlier. I do believe they were playing against Yaguara, and now a different enemy. Perhaps it caught them off guard for a while, but now that no longer seems to be the case, though, it is a fresh start for them in this second map, one that they definitely do feel a lot more confident now that they've gotten the chance to kick it off with the right foot.
Yeah, I think this is a huge round for Adalia Amigos to get the first one on the T side, because this map is definitely no easy task, and now they're going to have superior firepower in a certain sense. I mean, yes, we actually do see Rect with a FAMAS as well as Premium, and we have Misfit with the Scout, but the enemy, Adalia Amigos at this point, I mean, they're pretty much back in all with 1 AK-47 and 4 Galil, so things are going to get really interesting. If they're able to get the second one, this is going to be a huge start for them, as this map is city-sided, and we all know that once we hit the reset button, Adalia Amigos could, in theory, do a lot better.
Oh man, that is a big pick here by Delboni. Delboni putting in numbers, by the way, during his appearance on Mirage. Now, he did do much of the same, but actually come out with a W on top this time. And if the rest of the team follows suit, then that should exactly be the case. Curious that it's all been thanks to Delboni's and Bastion's efforts, at the very least, fragging-wise, but, of course, the rest of the team, even if at the very least position, they've helped the cause massively. Look at them. They are not taking those challenges in a single fashion. They are completely taking advantage of their numbers to overwhelm their opponents and keep this one bit ahead for themselves, which is exactly looking to be the case. The FAMAS survives, and Pettis, of course, well, he's gonna be, you know, making sure to keep good company for his boy.
Not gonna lie, I think probably 1 or 2 kills could come in. I mean, the enemy's so low on HP, so they actually choose to retreat rather than chase. It's really smart as well. You just want to make sure that that bomb blows up. But maybe if only Rekt and Perez had been there at the right time, then things could have gone very, very differently. Because look at that, 10 HP, 18 HP, 21, 20. Just one bullet from the FAMAS would have been more than enough to win with those 4 players. Unfortunately, well, that's one of the things I always mention, right? I mean, it is a CT-sided map, but the enemy's always going to have numbers against you. So in a certain sense, it actually balances out these maps in which you have a better position on the other side. That's the power of the tourist force. I mean, you can play with numbers and just pretty much rush in, and things could actually go your way. Who knows?
Only this teams know right now what they can dictate how this match ends up going. Deagle in hand here. Woohoo! A miss at first, however, Cuts Minutes gonna find himself a 3-piece. Wow, absolutely impressive. Finally, Fasten gonna get some revenge for the squad. However, he didn't even get there in time. Of course, still getting rid of Cuts Minutes and also tagging up Misfit for quite a bit of health. Could go a long way here for the T's, as they are actually playing with rapid fire outside of that FAMAS that Rekt has got for himself. It's all pistols here for the Patins, so
Oh my god.
I have to bank on angles, and ooh, that is a crucial miss. That is
Oh god.
bullets that, well, they will not go to target. And that means that is free information here for Patins and Ferrari, who are able to take advantage of that once again. And even with mostly pistols in hand, they make magic happen. Here's the play of the round, bar none. I mean, take a look at that. I mean, the absolute madman. Cuts Minutes just swinging for the fences. And, well, he did get quite a good prize for it.
Yeah, I really thought these guys were pretty much lost in the dark, but they actually see the light at the end of the tunnel right there at this round, and they were able to rack it up for themselves. That was beautiful. That amazing triple kill with the Deagles. This guy's just pretty much got ecoed right there. Cobra tactics with the Deagle. It's always the Deagles, man. They're deadly, and in the right hands, they can prove themselves more than deadly. They just decimated the tourist force as they were trying to move in forward. Maybe I can tell they didn't quite expect it. The thing is that the Amigos definitely came in with the right setup, the right mind as well, and all utility. But yeah, just sometimes I have to correct myself. I usually say it's a matter of skill, it's a matter of taking advantage of the enemy's mistakes. But I forgot about one very crucial detail, Roy, and that is luck. Sometimes it's just definitely luck.
Yeah, I mean, we like to talk of it as if it's not a factor, but sometimes it definitely is. I mean, there is no two ways about it. Here, one way to escape for Misfit, and here continues to rain tease, and he is going to continue to put them down. Fasten seems like every single time we see him pop up in the feed, it is on the left side, and that means the right side of the story for himself. Fortunately, it doesn't look like the rest of the squad is gonna be having exactly the same type of success, and he is already quite lit up. Problem for him, of course, is that he is gonna be so separated from this bomb that, well, the round was pretty much forfeit the moment that he decided to just hit retreat, and that was his best option at that point. So, a bit of a waiting game that is, at the very least, not gonna be too long for him.
Well, that's another round for the CTs, and honestly, this guy just completely annihilating the enemies as they were running right in front of him, raining down, and he actually does get another one off camera as well, as they were also jumping down on him. Well, that was quite the round, honestly, for the Patins, in this case, the roller skaters. The game's pretty early. It's pretty early on, but already calling in a tactical pause. Things definitely didn't go as planned, and Adalia Amigos right now is against the rock in a hard place. They need to take as much advantage as they can on their pick on the T side, because they cannot allow the Patins to actually get back on track or get the double digits before them. This is their pick, and it would be honestly humiliating if that happens. It seems that we are not going to have a buy coming in from the Amigos, possibly. Maybe using that time to rethink their strategies, as Fastin does have that AK-47 in hands. So yeah, they just want to play it safe. Oh, bit of a mistake over there. Delbunny takes quite a bit of damage. But jumping into the next one, no Kevlar as well in 3 players. So yeah, we pretty much expect right here a couple picks with the AK-47. But this is still looking good for Patins. I mean, just one good spray with the AK-47 for Misfit or Premium could be more than enough to mow one down.
In the meantime, the T's do give Fasten the AK, which, I mean, he's hot on the trigger right now, so definitely the right decision. And narrowly getting to run away. Fasten trying to predict exactly where his opponent is going to be, but luckily for them, Rekt manages to run away. Not unscathed, but, you know, it could have been much worse. Much worse of a position.
Well, now the timer's in 55 seconds, though. I mean, the T's, they still have plenty of time, but you gotta be quick.
Especially when you're underpowered like this, it's a much tougher situation. Time is absolutely of the essence, and this dropping down action is just not working for the T's right now, my man. And here comes Rekt and tells him, here's how you do it. You don't drop, you just hit him from the heights. And excellently done. I mean, they find the cleanup they were looking for. And Patins continue their track ahead by just a slight bit, now no longer in even position.
Well, now just waiting to come before the storm. Round number 6. This could be the one that also gives a little bit of a tie over here to Adalia Amigos, finally able to buy. Not quite full firepower. I mean, Kazan and Fastron going with the Fastin going with the Galils. But it seems that they're going to try a little bit of the same strategy, playing a little bit more aggressive right here. Good kill coming in, moving fast and getting those kills. That's 2 for him already. Yeah, quite the change of pace. That's definitely the good strategy to go. And another one for himself. That's a triple already. And still 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. So plenty of time to do anything they want. Play around. Catch a couple more kills to finish the round. Or just get that bomb planted as soon as it seems doable. Bam. Well, yep. That seems like it's over.
All right.
Pretty
That's
strong.
one way to do it.
Yeah, but just actually changing their playstyle, doing it a little bit more aggressive over here at the outside. Had good smokes as well, just going right through them. Pretty good stuff. I really like that. Good round from Adali.
I'm very curious to see exactly how our Fastin's numbers looking like right now, because he is absolutely on a tear. I mean, not to point any fingers, but CK has seen better days for sure, and so has Cassin. However, this man Fastin, he's just a lawnmower, you know? And then he's trying to make Patins and Ferrari look like grass ready to cut, as he is 11-2 right now. So an absolute force that Patins are going to have to slow down. And this is the scary part, right? If this is how they are doing, with only one of their players, like, just going out on all cylinders, then what happens when Cassin, we've seen hit some incredible shots, and CK Sao start picking up the pace, and, well, I think the answer is right there. The rest of the squad also ramps up, much like we saw Patins do whenever Misfit was playing on fire. I think that, well, this is for sure a very good chance that Adalia Amigos do reach that goal of making it even on the global scoreboard, but We'll see in a bit. As for the meantime, they're just trying to make it to sites. It's still not an easy task whatsoever, especially not if Premium is hitting shots like those. Bit splatters through the wall, and he is narrowly surviving that. The players are going to be closing in from both ends. This is a tough position for the boy Premium. Seems like instead, Al Amigos, they opt out to make their move towards B, but Ferrari, they do call him out. And he definitely heard that, and CK Sao gonna be out of the picture too. Cassin no longer able to approach, and so he wisely decides to save that up for himself.
Excellent defense on this round. Definitely hurt the enemy a little bit up there. I'll go in for the AK-47s once more. Cassin actually survives with the AWP. Not quite able to do much with it. I mean, at this point, honestly, it's really tough, I can tell, for Adalia Amigos, because right now, I mean, Kazan was actually expected to do a lot better. He was put on the spotlight, and he's one of the best players on his team. I mean, he pretty much has a good KD radio, but right now, he's got nothing, and it's already 8 rounds. I would expect him to get at least 1 or 2, even if he was having a bad day, but you can tell it definitely hurts the Amigos. But as they make their way through Secret, going towards B side, the enemy is unsuspecting at this moment. There is one player still, Dalbany, playing on that cheeky flank. He's gonna try to make as much noise as possible, but it seems that B side... Ooh, there's only one player right here. He's gonna go down. That's gonna be CK Sao claiming that one for himself. That's gonna be the first blood, and with that, the T's can actually start moving forward.
It has definitely hurt to drop, so he's gonna be aware. However, not gonna be in time to catch Showtime on the move. As not only does he get the bomb planted, but also that frag that was so crucial. And now this is a much tougher position for Patins to try and deal with. I don't think that there's much hope left for them, given what other Amigos are playing with right now. Excellently done here, and this is a theme that has been pretty much present all the way throughout this match, and it's been just how evenly matched both of these teams are. I mean, we've seen pretty much back and forth all the way to the very finish line, so it really is a matter of those little details and how much of a difference that makes in that race. Right now, the pace is set to be the same for both squads. However, is a Ferrari, their wallets have seen better days. These expenses, if they go out the window this time around, Adal Amigos definitely are going to have a big chance to at the very least take off for a while.
Well, this is a tough match, honestly, as it seems that history is kind of repeating itself from the previous game. Now, an excellent entry over here and display of skill from the T-Force annihilating the enemy, and Cassie just putting the last nail in the coffin with a good and finally 1 kill for himself with the AWP. But yeah, just like I was mentioning, Adalia Amigos right now actually claims the point advantage on the scoreboard. And it's pretty much like past game. We can remember the roller skaters, in this case the Patins, the Ferrari, being not the winning team on the first half, but demonstrating that they know how to play this map and that they know exactly they're going to have a better chance on the CT side later. So even if the Patins actually do pretty well for the rest of this first half, I'm pretty sure Adalia Amigos is going to be able to overcome that and probably just get this match for themselves on the second half of the game, once that we hit the reset button and get them on the CTs. Now patiently waiting over here. Wrecked with only pistols. The whole team is pretty much committing to a team play over here rather than trying to go fight the enemy. Well, just like that. I really like these quiet moments, though.
Yeah, me as I was about to say, I really appreciate that. You know, they have their head in the game. We stick together. We don't try to overextend, do anything crazy, and start getting picked off or anything like that. Of course, I mean they could afford to, really, at the very least, send a couple of their players if they really wanted to. No, instead, like you said, they go for the team play, and this is a map in which you absolutely are going to need a lot of that to be even more heightened, right? Like, it is not one that you fly away with victory all nilly-willy. You're going to have to keep, you know, a very tight control on decision-making squad-wise, and squad-wide, even. So, Eugene, I'm surprised not going to find its mark, but I mean, Patins, they definitely try to, at the very least, close in the distance. They just don't get there in time, and good call out on other amigos to not go to the side that it's perhaps most expected for them to be running towards. So they don't give them anything, and that is so big when you're trying to make a comeback like this, especially with your tournament life on the line.
10 seconds before we jump into round number 11. The Patins already finally buying their own force. A little bit of utility on each player as well. Now the T's start moving forward. Oh, but look at that. Yeah, enemy spotted, enemy down. Misfit gets that headshot all the way up into silo. And then relocates, getting back for his team, and he knows that kill was huge. And that Bird is gonna need some backup up here. Okay, Roy, it seems we're getting ready. We see a couple of flashes of smoke, and that's gonna be pretty much the moment in which the T's start moving forward. First goal coming in, that Spirit is actually pushing forward as well a little bit, dealing a little bit of damage. There's a Molly to try to stop them on their tracks. No rush is gonna happen. Ooh. A Molly of their own, actually pretty good answer, but still not quite connecting, surviving with only 2 HP. But look at that, Misfit is right there to answer as well. Showtime takes down Gutsman on the other side. But another kill falls in, and that just puts Cousin once again in the spotlight with only the AWP and his life to do something for his team. That's another kill.
Oh.
That's the second one, I believe, for him, right?
Oh, man. Tense moments here for Cassin. Just to get one pick up, and I love the way that these Ferrari were able to keep a chokehold on their opponents tried to hit that via rotation. Now Cassin, well, he's slowed down to a crawl. No way to access bomb either, so with that little health, better off retreating. Not like you have much time to even attempt to make a play, get cheeky, you know. Try to outsmart your opponents. It is no use right here. Means, well, they did have a little bit of grounds to recover, and they do so beautifully. Now, let's see if they can make an even ordeal out of this entire situation. That would be much appreciated for them, as they are about to be switching sides. Of course, we have seen teams be very comfortable on the offensive as well, so different map though, so
Yeah, there's still no clear winner, honestly.
true.
This is not gonna be easy. Oh, wonderful kills coming in. CK's out. Taking a double and look at that. Oh my god. Yeah, they pretty much gave themselves away rather than actually play it defensively. They went for the attack after a couple of their teammates went down. Huge mistake coming in. But still, Gutsman is still alive. It's a 1v2, and I think it's still pretty doable. Bomb is not planted. 1 minute on the clock. The enemy does know where he is, but as, of course, the T's are going to rotate, it seems that Customer is pretty smart enough to actually think that's going to happen. It starts moving forward.
Okay.
Oh.
That's an interesting play if I've ever seen one. Giving that one off. But immediately, fastest entrance is going to get smoked off, so he's going to have to fight from Secret. Tries to find a pre-fire onto Heaven. No dice over here for Cutsmedits. He's not going to have to take it one at a time. He has to make the two-piece happen. Then finally go for it, and Showtime and Albani, they stand as a unit. They make sure that Adal Amigos have the slightest of leads heading into our next half.
It was pretty doable, but in the end, I mean, the enemy did choose to plant the bomb on A side. And also, on a 1v3, it was going to be really hard to clutch still. But yeah, just a little bit of the highlights that we had on the first half, honestly. That triple kill with the Deagle was just beautiful, allowing the Patins to get a little bit of advantage. Now, the problem is the tables have turned, and as we know, Roy, this is a city-sided map. And it's also a Adal Amigos pick, so I'm really thinking we can actually have a decider, honestly. I thought their performance was going to be a little bit worse, a little bit underwhelming, but it seems that the first loss doesn't quite affect them, and they're more than ready to fight back. Look at that. First kill coming in. That one's going to go for Misfit. First blood. Second. Paris taking one for himself all the way from above in heaven. Woo. Alright, kills coming in left and right. And just like that, we got a 2v2. So fast.
That is big there from Showtime. However, missing that second engagement is not going to bode well, and Misfit patiently waiting for his chance to strike. As he notices his teammate falling down, and he was ready to take the shot. Man, things get intense right from the beginning. That is a shot that was commanding Showtime before, but then Premium able to give him the wiggles, and look at that. Final punish off the round to try and bring this one back after all. The distance was not too wide quite yet. And you said, yeah, it is going to be a tough position for Patins if they let go of 120 rounds. However, this is about as nice of a start as you could ask for from them at the very least. And I don't want to say that it was guaranteed. Yeah, Adal Amigos were looking pretty good on their tier rounds for sure, knowing their superior knowledge and coordination at the very least here, but it is a different story once you have the Patins now on the aggression. The Bonnie says, come on, challenge me. I dare you, I double dare you. However, it seems like the Patins are quite daring today. Nonetheless, from the damage earlier on, he says, Del Bonnie, this is why you do not come all nilly-willy around this parts. It is going to have to be a brawl. It is going to have to be a battle to the bitter end. One in which Misfit just narrowly doesn't win that final engagement. And wow, that is quite the bounce back from Adal Amigos. I was ready to call it, okay, this is a good start for Patins de Ferrari, but they say, no. Now, take a look at this first, and here's Del Bonnie as he welcomes every single challenge. I mean, catching them kind of awestruck in that moment. Excellently done by the boys in blue. Those 2 rounds that they are ahead were not for free, let me tell you.
I honestly don't like what happened on that final fight. Just Customer actually trying to keep on peeking against the Deagle. I mean, you know the enemy is deadly with that weapon, and you only have a Mac 10. He does gonna have the upper hand regarding firepower, but it's not a good spot to actually do that, specifically the way he was doing that. So right now, well, it seems that another round goes in for Adal Amigos, and this time actually is really costly for the Patins. They went in aggressively, once again on Squeaky. I think it's time to rethink strategies because that Squeaky door, I mean, it's just not working for them. They're going to have to do something different. They cannot give any more rounds to Italia Amigos. The moment they actually reach round number 10, it's pretty much over for them. It's a city-sided map. This is the enemy pick. And right now, they don't really have anything to fight with. So, yeah, it seems we are going into a decider, Roy.
Everything is telling us that for certain. Will things change? I don't know. At the moment, at the very least, from what we are seeing, I don't think so. Possibility, of course, still exists, but it is gonna require for Patins Ferrari to reach some depths within themselves that I don't know if they got at the very least on this map. As you can definitely tell, you know, even in some engagements, we've seen Patins Ferrari get a little hasty, and other amigos just have had or have shown us a superior teamwork in here on Nuke, which, of course, judging again by the numbers, is exactly what we're expecting. But still, you have to show proof of life whenever you are making claims like those as a team, at least. And well, other amigos are making that statement loud and clear. So it is looking very likely that Anubis is going to indeed be on the table, unless Patins can start ramping up right about now. If not, I think this one could very well escape them like quicksand.
Well, coming in, round number 17, and watch out because Casper right now is waiting for the AWP. Look at that, Collat actually gets a triple. There it is, the Beast finally woke up. Another kill falls in Secret. Showtime takes down Customer Edson just like that. The roller skaters once more. The Patins Ferrari lose everything they've got. Their AK-47s are out. I mean, it would be smart to actually start looking forward to the third map already. And one thing that I definitely have to say is that I really like the way that Patins play on the CT side, but Nuke is not their map, definitely. I mean, you can tell there's a big lack of experience. You can tell there's a big lack of knowing exactly what moments to actually peek, what moments actually to rush in. Like, maybe they just had to wait for the enemy to waste all of their bullets through the blind and then go in, rather than exactly when they are, you know, just pretty much spraying right through that, right? But no, I mean, I just hope that Anubis is going to be different. That is a T-sided map. So, on the attacking team, I really hope that the Patins are going to have a big difference right now. Great smoke dissipation with the nade, allowing for a cheeky kill from Devony.
Okay.
Now another one, but it's only a Tech 9. Is he going to be able? Nope. CKSL was the one claiming that kill for himself. Ooh, Customer. Oh, no! He almost whiffs that out. Gets a shot from heaven. But he picked up an AK-47, so something could come in right now. It's a 3v4. Too much damage, however, in Customer Heads and Premium. I think this could be the 12th, and also, pretty much, the match already for Italia Amigos, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, it is starting to feel like curtains, for sure. Especially when they're this lit up, and yeah, Suki Sao and Dobani are at death's door, but you still have Kassan and Showtime, who can be causing all sorts of troubles for themselves. Suki Sao in a perfect spot to, if not literally be a party pooper here for Patins, then at the very least, you know, give enough info towards his teammates to make sure that this round never comes to pass. Last 20 seconds, so Patins are gonna have to make a move now. This is where they're getting ready, but Italia Amigos, they are more than prepared for them. Showtime welcomes them. With a hello bullet to the head. And Premium, however, oh my lord. That is a big W for him, but one that doesn't last very long as Albani was just waiting for his opportunity to strike. And like I said, this is starting to feel like a third map already. And I mean, you talked about it early that maybe we need to start, if you're Patinze Ferrari, of course, maybe you need to start focusing on the third map. I mean, at this point, it's a question of pondering on whether or not you can even force your way into an overtime and then continue to waste some energy in that. Especially knowing that this is not one of their strongest maps or anything like that. So maybe Patin's already, you know, are kind of mentally checked out of this one.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that they are completely off the match, you know? They still very much still have that first map to fall back on, and also Anubis to look forwards to, but...
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened, because, like, if you also look at statistics, I mean, Nuke is definitely not their map. They're showing they don't really know exactly how to move around it, okay? That's a whole different story. I mean, we already saw that. I don't really need to just, you know, bring back the whole story. But the thing is that, for example, looking forward to the third map, maybe this guy just said, you know what, we definitely don't know how to play on Nuke. Let's just go for the next, and we're gonna have a better chance. And speaking of numbers, I mean, they do have pretty good maps on Ancient, which is kind of similar in a certain sense because of all the close quarter fighting and all the corners in which you can actually fight. It's a shorter map, a little bit smaller. It's backed up, so maybe as the Patines do have a bit more experience on Ancient, they might definitely feel a little bit better about fighting on Anubis rather than just getting themselves tired on Nuke at this point. Maybe that's exactly what we saw once that we saw them start losing at the end of the first half. But down to a 1v1, Roy, so this is gonna get interesting. There it is, only 3 HP. ZK out. Oh, going for the... Okay. I thought they were gonna give this round away. Just they don't really want to give it up. They still want to go in the fight, and they want to retain a little bit of their honor as well, I guess.
I mean, they're gonna go down swinging, that much is for certain. Especially with rounds like this, and even still, it was a very close call. I mean, things could have gone south at the very end for the T's. Fighting for a final chance, and of course, this is exactly one way in which they can do it. Fasten took quick 2 frags for himself, but Mets on a revenge tour again. As he's not trying to go down without at the very least putting his fists up in the air and saying, I'm here and ready to fight. Usually I don't know if a Mac and an AK are more than enough. Flash comes through. Cosmetics hits the flick. That is amazing. It comes down to 1-on-1 again. With bomb already being planted, but okay. As he goes for a challenge, and he definitely was heard. Cosmetics tries to do much of the same, faking for it, but not enough time, and now you only have to make sure that there's nobody defusing that, but the shot for the call out right there, and with that, not enough time burned if you are Cosmetics, and running out of opportunities to fight back, at the very least during this appearance of theirs. So, Alali Amigos strike back in quite an impressive fashion, I have to say. This map did not feel close at all.
Yeah, I was really expecting a lot more coming in from the Patinze Ferrari, in this case, 2021 team. But it seems that they definitely really didn't know exactly how to play on Nuke. They made a lot of mistakes, I do have to say that. But I mean, it's we're just gonna go into a very different map, honestly, incredibly different map. So things will definitely go different as well. I'm pretty sure that the teams will have a better chance on Anubis. Of course, I usually compare it with Ancient. They're two very different things, but still, I mean, the spirit of being on close quarters definitely lives on. So let's see how it goes in just a couple of minutes, Roy, because right now we still do have to wait a little bit until everything gets set up and ready for the players. But we can go probably grab a snack because this is going to get interesting. Any final words after watching this? I don't want to say amazing map, but very interesting one indeed.
I mean, it was amazing for one of the teams at the very least. That much is for certain. But, I mean, Adale, amigos, fighting back, you said that you were worried about their mental game and how they were looking in certain instances, but it seems like they came here to play, man. So we will be getting a chance for these two Titans to duke it out in one final map on Anubis, and this is for all the marbles. So we'll see you guys in about 10 minutes or so to see the conclusion of this tale.
All right, ladies and gents, we're more than back now, getting ready for the last match of today, and honestly, the last match of this best of 3, because what happened on the previous one, well, it doesn't matter anymore. All that you can take from these previous 2 games is the experience, and probably just a little bit of reading of what the enemy has behind their sleeve, because right now we're jumping into a completely different map, and this is the one that matters. Roy, we are in a point, in a moment in which if they actually lose this one, they're actually going to be eliminated from the tournament. Or vice versa. If they win, they're actually going to make it into the next phase. So it is such an incredibly important match for these 2 teams. Let's see what happens just in a couple minutes, because oh boy, these players are getting more than ready to give everything they've got in the battlefield. But please, fill me in on what battlefield are we going to.
Oh, we are going straight to Anubis, and I guess a bit of reconforting news here for the side of Patins and Ferrari, as their opponents don't exactly have the best of records on that. However, on the other side, I guess you could say much of the same for their own squad, really. So it is kind of a coin toss at this point, but this is exactly what we were expecting, right? Like, we were expecting a very even match all the way throughout, and within our predictions from the very beginning, we did say there was a very high likelihood that we are going all the way down to our 3rd map, and indeed this best of 3, where all the marbles will be closing things out on Anubis. And Patins de Ferrari, they did get beat quite hard last time around. Adale Amigos definitely ramping up. Let's see if the download is complete, if they have, acquired all the information that they needed to completely defeat their opponents, or if it's still gonna be a dream cut short, as Patins are able to bounce back from that tough defeat. Because I think that if we did see Mirage go the way of Adale Amigos, it would have been a clean 2-0, and it was quite a closer deal at that.
Yeah. Honestly, I think that Patins does have a pretty good chance on this one, especially because they're a pretty good T player. This is a T-sided map, and also like they have a pretty good record as well on that map and in Ancient also. So I usually always say, I mean, Anubis is kind of like similar. I mean, if you weren't here on the previous game, I actually said that just after it ended. It's kind of a pretty much similar map in certain sense. It's a completely different story, but there are certain aspects that are pretty much shared between them, like all those corners and little positions in which you actually have to hide around to get the enemy. Like those little spots, they are definitely good for the defense as well, but they can play very against you if the T's know how to use their utility accordingly. So I do believe that the Patins right now have a wonderful chance of winning this, but of course destiny is not written on stone, so we just need to see what happens in the future, as we are pretty close to, but we still need to wait a couple minutes, right?
Oh yeah, I think we are still waiting for a couple of players to make it into the server. We'll give them their due time, so that means we'll have to cut to a short break, but be not afraid, as we'll be making it back as soon as we have the action for you all. we are going straight into it as promised. These Ferrari seem to have been coming out on top of that one. However, they do choose T first. Adal Amigos are going to get a chance to bounce back, and that is interesting because, as we've been touching on previously, it is a map that could be considered more T-sided, if anything. So let's see if, you know, a couple of the duelists here that we've seen from Adal Amigos can make their worth once again. Del Boni being one of them. Cassin also no slouch whatsoever. We do see Fast Scene, who has been putting in numbers with dualies now. So the defensive efforts coming in from Adal Amigos may be a bit more successful this time around. Cassin always expected for the approach. He already had called out Premium. And this gives pretty much no room for a comfortable rotation here for the teams, as they are, I don't want to say wasting ammo, but because after all, they're still going to be having a couple of chances, and in pistols, well, pretty much everything could happen, but it just feels like an overwhelming position, even if Del Boni and Cassin have taken quite a beating already.
Wow, this is really taking me by surprise. Right now, already starting off a bit strong on the CT side at Adal Amigos, as they have 4 players still alive. Of course, ooh, yeah, it's pretty doable. Perez right here claiming a kill. He could go for the second. Yes, he does. That's pretty much the equalizer, but now the advantage is for the Patinas, as they're gonna get that bomb planted, and the last 2 players alive are so low in HP. Yeah, look at that. Perez, another kill with a beautiful headshot. Is this gonna be the ace? Let's see. Yep. Oh, I think it's happening, Roy. I think it's definitely happening. So Perez is actually pulling back into position. And he can get that kill so easy. Just one shot is all it takes.
Oh, man, this was so tense. Cassin is giving it up pretty much. I mean, Pettis putting up a show for us here. So is Cassin, or so is he trying to do. Man. Going down to the wire, but Beans do get to strike first.
It was close. I mean, he was actually right there with the enemy, but decided to pull back. And then, of course, Cassin just said, you know what, I'm just going to save the duelist in this case. I have no HP, just one shot is all it takes. So he actually plays it safe in the end, gives that round away. Of course, having also no kit, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so it was definitely hard to actually get that. So he takes a smart choice, gets 1 kill in the end, pulls back, and that's it. The round does, however, goes for the Patins. So they're going to start pretty strong on this one, but the enemy as well. They have a FAMAS with the hands of Cassin. They have Fasten with an MP9, which can prove itself to be deadly. And of course, Dobony with the Scout. 1 good shot, it's all it takes. The enemy does have Gabler and Helmet, though. And pushing forward, Fasten there is with the MP9, claiming the first kill. Perez on the other side answered with the AK-47. CK's out, beautiful shot, coming with the deagle exactly on Perez's head. And Wreck, look at that, pretty much through the smoke, actually landing against Dobony. Not quite the second one as well. That nade will deal just a little bit of chip damage, but still not enough to take him down. And as the CT start pushing forward, with all they've got, look at those guns going off. There it is. Beautiful kills, actually. Oh my god. The last player alive is going to be Premium. But he was so far away, I really don't know why. He could get a kill over here, still plenty of time, but he needs to get that bomb for his team. He just put the Patins in such a predicament. This is really tough to watch.
Oh, man. Such decisive push right there, and things could have still gone south for Adal Amigos.
Ooh.
Oh, that was almost massive there. Premium trying to make a rabbit appear out of the hat, but that trick wasn't practiced enough, I think. And look at this. I mean, CK Sao was already playing with the info. He takes a couple of shots, deals a little bit of damage, and then this approach from Showtime and Cassin. Absolutely beautiful what we are seeing here from Adal Amigos. What an answer that was. And what a way for them to establish themselves. I mean, the numbers might have told a different story, but we are seeing a team that is raring to go with the momentum. And also, They are playing quite well right now. Whereas Patins and Ferrari, they are kind of back to square one.
Definitely not a good second round for the Patins, but right now history is being rewritten. Now we got a couple kills coming in by both teams. Woof! Cassin down to 20 HP, blinded while he was standing on the fire. Comes out of there alive, but not unscathed. It is now just pretty much an eco round for this guys. Grabbing a Galil from the floor, and now Misfit giving away his position, missing that shot. But of course, he had to take it. Actually finds a kill for himself, but at the same time, Fasten on the other side takes another one. And that just puts Misfit in the spotlight on a 1v3. And 45 seconds to the clock. The bomb, it belongs to the CTs now.
I mean, Misfit is always going to have to go on an absolute tear here if he wants to make anything happen whatsoever. He has a chance to catch Cassin. Gets to shoot first, much like Han Solo there. This ain't no movie. This is real life, and there is a whole lot on the line for one of these teams. One of them, well, I think they're gonna sleep much easier than the others, knowing that they reach that point of the playoffs. But and after all, there are plenty of chances around here on the Champion to Champion Tour, so you might as well make a case for it next time around. And it is a good experience, even if you end up losing in tournament. But you know, nobody likes to lose. Nobody likes losing, no matter how good you get at it or how well you take it. It's just not a thing that one likes. And here, Dale Amigos, they are looking anything but that. They are looking like winners, absolutely so. And these frags going their way so far. Premium does manage to get his hands on that salvage stem 4. Very clear out connector, but I don't think that is going to be a long-lasting ordeal. However, a second chance for him, and Del Bonnie is out. Oh no, a couple extra bullets ends up being a costly situation there for Perez, but at the very least putting up a fight till the bitter end.
Yeah, a bit of a bad habit, honestly. Reloading the gun after you kill somebody. Still with plenty of ammo in the clip. But unfortunately, more than enough to bring him down. I mean, it was definitely tough. He was all alone. And that was also not a good round for the Patins. I really don't know what's going on. This is supposed to be a T-sided map, and I really thought they were gonna do better. Maybe they just weren't actually ready to come in here. Still, I mean, the game is pretty early on. We're just barely jumping into round number 5. But here they are now. That is strategy, actually. Jumping through the flashes. We're gonna push in, but ooh, look at that. CK Sao was sneaky. Hiding behind the smoke and actually getting a triple kill for himself. A fourth one finally goes down. It's gonna be Misfit putting an end to his life. But that amazing quad, it dealt so much damage already.
Oh, it's Jover. It was so Jover. I mean, you call the bomb right there, you just have to ask for a cheeky switcheroo, and that is all she wrote. Dale Amigos doing surprisingly well here in this CT rounds, and this is already starting to not bode too well for Patins. It is taking them a little bit too long to actually get the ball rolling, and they are back in tag 9s pretty much, so I mean, they can make it happen for sure, because they do have the utility. But so far, their pushes have been, well, less than stellar, let's say.
Some damage falling with that HE. It seems that the T side needs to be refined over here. And here we go again. A little bit of the same, probably. Oh, but that flash actually pops in at the perfect moment. However, Fasten does find himself one kill. CK Sao casting on the other side as well. And as CK Sao goes down, he does get a kill before that. That is another round for the Amigos doing a wonderful job on the CTs on Anubis. Alright, unexpected, but pretty fun, honestly.
But, like, I'm definitely not used to seeing this type of play coming in from the CTs this early on, and it kind of reminds me of seeing teams on Vertigo do much of the same back in the global offensive days. You know, they play a good CT side, and you already know how the next side is going to go. Of course, a bit of a mirror situation, but nonetheless, I mean, that type of dominance of just knowing. I don't think it's just a case of them just knowing the map better. I think they're just right now playing better than their opponents, and sometimes that extra confidence really does go a long way. I mean, look at the way that they're throwing the utility right now. It's just being precision all the way throughout. They are forcing out these trades, and they know exactly what they have to do pretty much. Oh, Pettis, though, that is a massive double for himself. Taking quite a beating, and that is going to allow, at the very least, the plan to go through. And while I was saying all of that, now other Amigos are playing disjointed. Yeah, Misfit is not about to miss. It's all left to cast in. His approach, I think, could be called out by both the players right there. They were just deciding whose turn was it to welcome the challenge, and in just a blink of an eye, Patins and Ferrari are finally able to make something happen, and it was about time.
It is definitely an action-packed game, I'll tell you that. I mean, as soon as the action breaks out, there's kills coming in left and right. Pretty fast rounds we're seeing here. Now pushing for the next look at that. The CTs actually get a little bit too confident. And that's costly for them. CK Sao goes down with a beautiful shot coming in by Rect. Second kill. This time by Premium. And that is 2 casualties already. So this is the chance that the Patins were looking for with those AK-47. Start moving forward. You should do something. Try to regroup. You have the upper hand. Still plenty of time though, so they can play around with the enemy's mines. But ooh. A little bit of a refrag as well. Delponi trying to defend. Casting with the AWP, trying to stop that from getting planted. Repositioned, of course. But now the bomb is down. And the timer is cut short, this time taken against the CTs. That is 2v4. Would be smart to actually push back. Just play for the picks exactly as they are doing at the moment. They need to be smart. We'll reach half the timer, and it seems that nobody wants to do something too stupid. They want to hold off a little bit and don't waste the little money that they have available in their weapons. Well, that's certainly one round that the Patins definitely needed. I want to say that I'm kind of disappointed on the roller skaters. I thought they were going to do a little bit better, play a little bit more aggressive. Of course, this round could be definitely different. We have only 3 players with pistols, so just kind of forced over here with 1 M4 and the AWP in the hands of Gasson, but we know one kill is all it takes. Oh, unfortunate. First blood was actually claimed by the CTs. Good couple refrags coming in by the T's as well. Right. Another kill. And wow, that was more than enough to bring the CTs down.
Ooh, this was the aggression that you were expecting to see from them, and finally And all it took is for them to catch their opponents a little bit of guard, and even if they were ready, fighting on equal footing at that point is not really a possibility. Not an undoable situation here, after all. Radale amigos, I have to say. But for sure, Patins and Ferrari, they were hitting it to the other side, and Cassin is put on a timer here. And even if, you know, you can make a one-shot, one-kill type of situation happen. Oh, that is a big miss there from Cassin. And the challenge still down on the other side. Gutsmedit's not one to shy away from a fight. And it looks like, again, Cassin gotta be forced to be taking this AWP to the next round. As that is going to be pretty much his only reward from it. Losing a bit of ground, but advancing 5 already, not too shabby if you're Radale amigos right now.
Well, that route's going to be claimed by the roller skaters, but it's still not looking good for them. Even those rounds they actually win against the amigos, they are really, I mean, they get really skated over there. I mean, they take a lot of losses, and their economy right now is also struggling. They're going to be able to buy right here. And also, I mean, this is supposed to be a T-sided map, so once the amigos actually reach the other side, they are supposed to be doing better, so already racking up 5 rounds against the Patins. That is not a good sign. Ooh, chip damage right there to Showtime. Still trying to wait right here to see what happens. I mean, there's still plenty of time, Roy.
Oh, totally, totally. I mean, they're just trying to throw some utility here to make sure to scout out for position. Misfit is going to be the first one to break the enemy lines. Now, Bonnie looking for somebody to the other side of the smoke. That is no dice for him. As the rest of Patins and Ferrari, they start to make their move. CK's out. Oh my god. That was almost out of hand right there. Reg does receive the call out, and he is going for the refrag immediately. Premium has been slowly but surely ramping up. He started in a bit of rougher terms, but now 7-9 for himself, and he is feeling ever so confident, even shutting down Delbani. We've seen just how destructive he can be. This time a 1-3, and much difficult one at that. Let's see what Showtime can do with whatever little time he's gonna have left. I mean, catching himself at the very least the reward of that AK.
If he gets that kill.
But
Oh.
He decides to challenge. Decides to press the issue, and he's gonna get punished for it.
Well, I don't know if that was lucky or unlucky for whichever team. But I think he went down with a flash, actually, so he could have done a little bit more. Still, it was really hard. I mean, it was a 1v3. He still decided to actually fight that, so kudos to that. I mean, he tried. But now, as we jump into round number 11, it seems we have the tie on the score. Everything seems pretty balanced. But the real deal is going to come in after the second half of the game to see if the Patins can actually keep up and if Amigos is actually just as good on the defense on the offense. Are we gonna have Showtime right here? Beautiful shot coming in with a 5-7 premium right there for the refrag. Pushing forward now, another player, but the AWP actually misses that shot, forced out of the position. And of course, all utility is gonna be right there to stop it on its tracks. It's not gonna be able to claim another kill for himself right there.
Oh, that's big. Let's Medits getting ready to fast in, and the rest of the team not missing as well. They kind of over-focus on trying to help Cassin fend them off, and that ends up leaving them in a worse spot for it. Bit unfortunate for them. Mille Amigos were already playing underpowered, and now it's an even tougher spot for them. Potenza Ferrari making everything in their hands to make sure that they make the most out of their tier rounds.
There's a kill right there. Spots the enemy. Without him even knowing what hit him. So now he has to reposition, relocate before the enemy starts chasing him down. So they still have the upper hand, but it wouldn't be smart to do that. I mean, he has an extremely powerful weapon. We're getting really close to the second half of the game right now. It's just a couple more rounds. So it's... Ooh, look at that. Another kill, but Misfit is right there to end his spree. Beautiful shot, up against up. Just like that, well, that one is actually claimed by the Patines, and I cannot believe what I'm seeing. They finally get the little advantage they can with one round ahead of Amigos. But we still need to see if they're going to keep that advantage, or are we going tied to the next phase of the game. And so much pressure is building up. I can feel this guy's getting nervous in many different ways. I mean, shots are getting missed, like they're making aggressive moves. A lot of mistakes. Look at those nades landing perfectly. Great shot coming in by Cassin. Wow, amazing. He popped off. Definitely.
Oh, it was beautiful. Crucial shot at a time where his team needed it most. And Pati's Ferrari, one of the scenes that we've seen them commit is that sometimes they feel themselves a little bit too much, you know? They have tried to force the issue in a couple of instances in which they really shouldn't have, and now they're kind of forced to do so. Retreating out of there is Cassin, as he is lit up, of course. No rotation is free here for Pati's Ferrari, even in spite of them coming out ahead in that instance. Sikisao gonna give him the info now, and that is Fasten in a situation in which he now welcomes the challenge. He takes 2 for himself. Ooh. And in this 3v1, I think this is just a matter of time. Yeah, indeed it was. So, final chance there for Adali Amigos. And just look at them go. I mean, all the way throughout, it was quite a start from Adali Amigos, and Pati's Ferrari, even in spite of that, they still managed to, at the very least, bounce back. The worrying part, of course, is that now they're completely out of the quote-unquote good side for themselves. So that is, I mean, do they even learn something? Can they take a page out of Adal Amigos' book to make this one a reality? Because right now we're even, and this is one of the most important rounds of their tournament so far, without a doubt.
Ooh, look at that. Cheeky first kill coming in. Paris from so far away with a beautiful headshot on the USPS. Of course, Catherine's right there for the refrag. Takes another one. Oh, and those shots are kind of missing. Not quite, as they actually do land against the enemy, but not his head. So Cassin steps out of there alive. But now the enemy knows that he's bringing the bomb up to that area. The duel's not over, though. Okay, he just chooses to re-peek, actually. And look at that. Another one for him. That's Showtime going down. And finally, just Cassin loses his life all the way in the river. CK Sal and Albany on the other side doing their job, getting those kills. Now they got a couple of USPS, but the bomb was lost. And with 55 seconds on the clock, it seems it's gonna be death or victory.
The only 2 possible outcomes here. Releases teams. Ooh, Reg, that is so big and cuts Medits from the rear. We've seen this man hit so many flanks already. And he's always ready to make the play that his team needs him. Cuts Medits a fearless man, to say the least, also. Like, I don't think this guy knows how to hold S, you know? Always forward. He is always going ahead and trying to make those plays happen. And to be fair, most of the time, from what we've seen when we put him on the spotlight, is that he just rises up to the occasion. So excellently done there. by Patins to kick things off in just the way they wanted.
It's interesting how there's really no clear winner at this point. I mean, the previous one, I think at the moment we actually reached the end of the second half of the previous game. We kind of thought that the Patins were definitely going to have an advantage, especially since it's a map in which they have a little bit more experience. But their performance on the T side was not the best, honestly. Right now, however, the Amigas still want to keep on fighting. Now that they reached the T side, they're supposed to have advantage as well. But Fasten over here stills an M4 from the enemy as he went down with just a pistol. That could be a huge mistake. Let's hope this guy can actually capitalize on that. There's no utility though in the hands of the T's, so it's really gonna be hard to get entryway into any of the sites. But here they go, I guess.
I mean, the Patins have also exhausted all of their resources, so there's gonna have to be a good old-fashioned shootout. Facing the FAMAS right here. Seems like Cuts Minutes again. Gonna be put on the spot. And he continues to do what he does best. Castle and CCT right here can do much. And look at this. A few extra shots just to boost the confidence. Those are necessary. Don't get it twisted. Even if only for a bit of a boost in the morale. And now they get to scavenge all the way out. No respect for those dead bodies. You already know how it goes, but it's the Ferrari. Hey, it seems like they had, you know, they had some plans going into the city side. And it is already a good start for them. But here comes Adali Amigos with full AKs. The utility is back on deck. And look at Cassin. He's sporting his favorite gun.
Adal and his friends now moving forward aggressively. With the bomb carrier all the way behind, staying safe. No first pick, however, from the AWP. As really good smokes actually land as they should in the beginning of the game. But as soon as they dissipate, maybe things are gonna get a little bit wilder over here. Few shots spamming through the smoke, not landing against anything. But a little chip damage, only 3 HP down from Cutsmerds with a nade. Now turrets still don't have it quite clearly where they want to go, but it seems like it's going to be an A push. As we also have Zelboni patiently waiting on Myth, probably going to catch the enemy off guard once they try to push or do something at the moment of the cross. When we got that player already inside A side, things are looking good. But 1, 2, 3 enemies. Oh, he actually does get one. They were completely unexpected. There's another one. Comes out of the door, takes him down, and then retreats Ferris. But the refrag right there. But the damage was done. That was a lot of information. Good shot coming in by Misfit, protecting that spot. Not allowing this guy to go into sight from behind them. Protecting the enemy lines. Now the teams just decide to go for B instead.
Boy, has this taken a swing in a direction that we were perhaps not expecting. A 1 and 3 that CCT was never winning. Excellent coordination back from Patins, and this is why I said those extra shots, you know, those extra love taps that they were delivering after winning a round previous. It was not for nothing. Truly it was because they know that they are right now playing much better than earlier, and it did take them a bit to ramp up back to speed, but here they are enforcing Adali Amigos' hands. They decide to commit all the way through the middle portion of the map. Numbers are their force right here. Misfit is right there, and he immediately hits CCT out of existence. Gonna request bit of repositioning coming in from the rest of his teammates. So now Adali Amigos, they have pretty much nowhere to go outside of Showtime, if I am not mistaken. Has been a bit more successful in that. Cassin and Albani, though, complicating things a bit more. Now it's only 2 CTs left, and that smoke blocking him off. On the other angle, it is all up for Adal Amigos to begin their takeover.
I think it's doable. Bomb is planted. There's less than 30 seconds on the clock for the CTs. There's the first one. Rex still full HP. Oh god, this is gonna be really interesting. He needs to make a move. He has a flash, actually pushes forward. Oh, not quite able to get that one, but now he knows where the AWP is located. Gets that kill.
Okay.
Now tries to go for the defuse. Oh. No, the enemy not buying out, and that's gonna be it, my friend. There is no more time. Even does get that kill on the 1v3. Kinda clutch, but what a way to go out.
Wow, Showtime just the cojones on this man. You know? Incredible stuff out of Showtime right there. Not fighting the bait whatsoever. He knows the one way his team loses that round is if he gives his life away, and he doesn't. He holds dear onto it for as long as he has to, and just pressure the situation is not going to crack him. Excellently done there till the bitter end, showing you once you have that bomb ticking, your next win condition is enabled. So Adal Amigos playing to that perfectly, and of course especially Showtime, who is trying to make up for this little difference, which they are hoping to make even smaller here against Patins.
Still a long way to go, honestly. It's been such an action-packed map, and at the same time, like, it's been so slow in certain senses. Because, like, both teams know it's such an important match right now. So they do want to wait out every single bit of time they have available to get as much information as possible before they make a move. That doesn't really mean that the move they take is the best one, though, but they are definitely taking their time. A little Pomni spamming over here, trying to make sure there's nobody on that spot. But also ringing a bell, so you can see the enemy rotating there. And Cassie just patiently waiting once more with the AWP. They want to go for the first frag and then start making a move. There it is. That's Fasting claiming the first one. Perez is out of the equation already. But the T's need to also start seeing where are they gonna get that bomb planted. B-side is completely free at this point. And now, yup, the T's begin to retreat. It seems it's not gonna be contested. The Batines know that they don't really have the upper hand right now, so they can give this round away. They still have a little bit of advantage.
They're going to leave B wide open, like you said, and they're not even going to be forcing the issue. Because Rect definitely had an opportunity to hear that smoke flying by. That should have been a dead giveaway of how Adal Amigos wanted to develop. If they wanted to make the rotation, they certainly could have. And they might have even, or at the very least, a couple of their players outrun Adal Amigos to the position they were looking for. But is it really worth the risk? I mean, still ahead by one round after this. So not the worst possible spot, but I mean, this is a game of inches after all. And just for how close it's been between both of these guys. I think you cannot fall asleep at the wheel. Not right now if you're Patins de Ferrari. After all, we've seen what the Amigos can do once they start taking over, and it is not a pretty sight for their enemies.
Bomb blows up. That's going to be the round for the Amigos 2.0. Well. Still, no double digits on the score. Jumping into round number 18. We're getting so close to see who can get closer to becoming the champion of champions. Now, not gonna lie, it's still not looking that good for the Patins. They're doing fine, and they have advantage. But I feel like Amigos is starting to get a hold of their strategies, and they could come out on top in the end. Now another aggressive push over here. It's gonna be Showtime taking point. And first drops the molly. Here comes the nade. Making sure he can see right through the smoke. Pushes forward, takes him down. Great. Oh my god. Beautiful defense by Kosmeret. Actually getting a double refrag over there, Cassin. Just like that, I mean, the T's are pretty much wiped out.
Oh, wow. No, that was a big miss there by Cassin. Perhaps some nerves finally showing off. Like I told you, Kosmeret's a man you can trust. When the heat is all the way up, he will always find a way to rise up to the occasion. And well, the rest of the team not too far behind. Like I said, a rare miss right there. Coming in from the man, Cassin. Reduced a little bit, but still, with an opportunity to bounce back. Double digits go first for Patins de Ferrari, who will get to close this out. This which has been such a back and forth ordeal for both of them. Oh, the line up there by Misfit just tracking down from the path that the HE was taking. That is some beautiful play right there. Seems like the momentum from Patins de Ferrari is just continuing to go upwards.
Well, there it is. Man, that is a double digit right there. The 10th round already claimed by the Patin, so once more 2 rounds advantage. Oh, aggressive entry, fasts in, takes the chance as he knows that Wraith was gonna have to be reloading that weapon. Takes a double kill for himself as he makes his way into sight. Now the bomb is gonna be planted any second now. Or at least it should be, but it's way too far away. They should get that timer short for the CTs. That's 3 players against 4 on a retake situation, apparently. So I think they just gonna try to play it safe right now, pull back again, and have another shot on the next round. As money is not, well, not particularly on their behalf. Need to make sure that they can fight. I mean, they're so close to the victory. Or at least 12 points so that they can make sure that overtime is secured in case things do not go well in the end.
Even that is not a bad play here from Patins. That much is certain. If they can
Oh yeah, totally.
play to guarantee OT and then they get close out on T side for themselves, that would be ideal. Perhaps we'll see how this one goes, because distance continues to shorten between these two squads. Don't forget, this is for all the marbles. There is no longer any consolation matches or anything like that for the loser of this. They just get to go home and lick their wounds. But things of Ferrari, for as good of a start as they had to that previous round, it just wasn't in the cards for them. No. No, dale, amigos. Gonna be throwing up a couple of smokes. Brave into the wilderness goes Albani here. He's gonna be rewarded for it. Oh, immediately turning around. He punishes Premium as well on the refrag.
Oh my god.
Misfit here heard the call out, Toad, and he did not take for granted that information. He makes sure to make his enemies pay.
It's those kind of shots, I mean, those kind of things that you say, oh, well, I mean, they're making so many mistakes and, like, they could be definitely playing better. And then they just pull off those kind of things, and it's like, okay, well, I think there's a reason why they're here in the tournament, right? So the problem here is that they need to start being consistent about them. What is, I mean, let's just try to analyze. It may not be our job. That would definitely be for their coach. But they need to analyze what is leading the team to make those mistakes, and also what is making them land those shots and make those plays incredibly well in certain moments, in certain positions. Like, what's driving them, right? And let's just try to replicate that every single round, because that is the thing, Roy. I mean, if you want to be a professional, it's all about consistency. You need to make sure that, yes, you do have the skill, but that you're gonna be able to use that skill every single round to your advantage.
Yeah, I could not agree more. I mean, competition is all about consistency. I mean, how well can you perform at your peak consistently, and making sure that even if you divide it by like tiers, let's say your C game is perhaps not as good as your B or A, but still your C game has to be good enough to be tournament ready, you know? To carry you in those matches in which you're not going to be at your peak, in which you are not going to be performing your quote-unquote best. And I mean, the best your baseline can be for that level of play, the better your consistency is going to be. And at the end of the day, it's just looking like Adali Amigos. I don't know if they're giving up, but they are in a pretty bad spot. Patins de Ferrari, knowing exactly how to take advantage of the situation, and they're just completely surrounding that bomb. They're not gonna let that one slip by. So Showtime is just gonna be looking for an upgrade. Is he gonna be tossing it over to anybody else, or how will this AK help the cause of his team? Because Patins have all but secured themselves OT at this point.
Yeah, I think right now they do want to chase down Showtime. They're looking for him, scouting around. Of course, they also don't want just to die like an idiot. So they're playing it really slow, really
Like
safe,
me.
just in case that the enemy does pop off on the other side of the screen. But with only 5 seconds left, we can call this one around for the Patins. And it seems Showtime is not going to go down. He's very well hidden, and that is gonna be overtime secured, or very possibly, well, we can call it already, Roy. In case it happens, it could just be the match point, because that's a 3-round advantage against Adali Amigos, and the economy is not helping them out at all. They have no money. They are forced to go with Tech 9s, just the AK-47 that Showtime was able to save. This game actually given away to CK Sao. I mean, he's got the better chances. But I think we can call it already. This is looking good for the Patins. And against all odds, they actually came out on top as soon as they hit the city side on the second half.
Yeah, I mean, an absolutely incredible effort. They did have to start wrapping up from the very tail end of their tier rounds, but they made it happen. And it's looking like they will. I mean, only Tech 9s on the other side of the aisle. This is looking much easier. However, CK Sao is still sporting perhaps a single hope that Adali Amigos could have for a bit of equalizing action. CK Sao going to be trying to make good on the potential bait that Delbani tries to bring out of the enemy, but they are not biting. A couple extra shots right there, and the HE narrowly not going to take his life. This is so tense. This is not a good spot whatsoever, even in spite of them making that aggressive push. Rekt taking care of 2 of those players, and Cuts Medits also dealing with the pressure coming in from the gate side. It seems like he wants to end it himself to make sure that his team goes to the playoffs. It is only one final shot, but who takes the glory right here as Showtime is forced into an impossible position. And he is gonna, at the very least, gonna have to try for it. No other way around it. Showtime pretty much at death's door. Oh my god, he wins that? No way, Misfit! How do you miss those shots? Premium, though, should have everything on his corner, and with the HE, he's gonna do it. And not perhaps in the way that we were expecting it, but Premium playing to his strengths. And in that distance, in those extra resources, and so Patins de Ferrari, they will guarantee themselves a spot in the playoffs. What a battle it was from them. A good start for their own. And Adali Amigos definitely showed us that they could hang with the best of them for, you know, the first portion of their encounter. However, push come to shove, we saw exactly who was more prepared to take the dub, and that was Patins de Ferrari. So excellent stuff from all of them, and huge shoutouts to every single one of their members as they were putting in the work. I think the morale was never low, even in spite of them taking a loss. So I just have nothing but props to all of them, and I hope that they get to enjoy the little bit of a break that they're going to have between these and the playoffs.
Yeah, well, now that the Patins have actually shown that they do have what it takes to become the champion of champions, after winning this best of 3 against the Dali Amigos, they are moving to the next phase of the tournament. And that also means that, well, the Amigos can say adios, my friend, because they are gonna be eliminated right now. And we can see it right here, the standings. That's exactly how things are gonna go, ladies and gents. It's gonna be the, well, winners and losers. There can only be one on each matchup, but in the end, there can only be one champion. So there's still gonna be a lot of Counter-Strike to be played. I do want to say, Roy, it was really, really amazing. And if there is something that I learned, is that, yeah, numbers aren't everything, but they are definitely an indicator of how things can go in the future. The fact that we kind of saw that Novice was a good map for the Patins de Ferrari, it definitely ended up being that way. Also, the same thing with Nuke. I mean, it was not their map. It was a lot better for Dali Amigas. They performed well on that as well. And I just think that it was really fun to be right here watching this. Yes, there were many mistakes we could actually point out, and there were many things that actually went wrong as well, but also amazing kills, amazing displays of skills, also teamwork, and I just want to say that I go really, really happy with what has been happening at this moment. But, like I mentioned, Roy, there is still a lot of Counter-Strike to be played, because we're still looking for that champion of champions. So, what do you think about the tournament at this point?
I mean, it was a great way to close out this portion of the tournament for sure. I mean, the playoffs are looking up, and with the squads that we already saw that are going to be there, plus the invited teams, I think you guys are in for a banger. But that'll be in a few days, as you guys could see in the calendar. We're actually taking a few days off a break. I believe that the South American region will be back on the 29th of January. So you guys better be ready for that. And from the 29th till February 1st, we're going to be running all of that hard-hitting action for the playoffs. But for today, well, it seems like it's finally time for us to take a rest. And so with that, we'll be closing this one out. So see you guys in a few days. I hope that you all enjoyed the action, and we'll be back on the next one.